drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked it.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good morning, good morning. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. Engage with everything. The horrors persist, as do we. If there's been anything in the past 24 to 48 hours that you guys want to let me know about, that is better content than Chud Logic versus Pisco, let me know. Same thing with Pisco versus the world, let me know. But effectively, hey, good morning, Kay, how are you? But how are you doing? How are you doing, Kay? How was the past 48 hours? Specifically since the last time we spoke, because I know you're going through something yourself right there. But what I would also say is that I'm going through a little something myself. Maybe it resolves positively, maybe it resolves negatively. But straight up not having a good time. Straight up not having a good time. So but that's life, right? We all know that this is going to end in tears and defeat eventually. But what you do is you just do what you got to do, right? You hustle what you got to hustle. You work what you got to work. You take care of the people you got to take care of, and you do what you can while you can when you can. And I mean, that's the mentality that I was raised with. That's the mentality that I was trained for. That's the mentality that I've carried my entire life. And it's, worked out okay so far. Okay. So it is what it is. Now I'm going to reset my StreamYard real quick. Just because I haven't really gotten, there's something that reads to me as off. So let me just go ahead and check something. It might be a second as it reloads. Give me 1 second to jump out, jump back. There we go. There we go. How did I know? How did I know? Subry Keller says, yo. Christian Blair says, absence is going on your permanent employee record. It happens. Good morning to you, King, though. Feeling better slowly. Good. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Sun Patriarch says, good morning in Groshala. Hope everyone is doing well. Yeah, doing relatively well. Doing well, all things considered. Sun Patriarch says, do what you can when you can. True. True. Timothy Douglas says, good morning, y'all. Good morning to you. Well, QC John says, good morning, Grill Hottest. May your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers when blowing things up. Amen. Well, amen. Thank you, Brother Chaplain. Well, QC John. So once again, what I was saying is the horrors persist, as do we. But my recommendation to y'all is if you do not want a piss tent day, if you don't want a Pisco heavy day, then I need alternate content suggestions, because what I've seen over the past 48 hours is Mr. Pisco do a debate against our favorite drama streamer, Mr. Chud Logic. I'm actually happy that he's coming out to throw elbows in reference to a political topic. That actually makes me quite happy, which is the thing that I wanted to watch. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm excited. I'm excited to check it out. Even if it was like a chill convo, I kind of respect the intellect of both of those people. So I do expect to have like the strongest possible representation of Chud Logic's position. I expect Pisco to be unerringly autistic, and yet, yes. And Grassroots sent me a very sweet message. Thank you, Grassroots. Not sure if you're here yet. You might be late and gay, but thank you, Grassroots, for the nice message. Nick says, didn't know if it was good news or bad news. Sorry to hear that. Let me know if I can do anything hard. Yeah, it's okay. It's, it is what it is. Everything that needs to be okay will be okay. So we'll be just fine. We'll be all right. And if life doesn't throw you a curveball every now and then, it wouldn't be life. It would be something lamer and weaker. So, checking out. Oh, Jakaris. Good morning. Was just diagnosed with a carcinoma, had a mass in her intestines. Cat was just diagnosed with a carcinoma, has a mass in her intestines, have had her for 16 years, not ready for this yet. Much love to all. Listen, Jakaris, the title is fitting today. Okay. Animals become family members. You own them, you love them, you take them on adventures, you give them sweet treats, you try to make them as much a part of your life and your family. Oftentimes, when you're going through a tough time, they'll support you emotionally by being physically present, and maybe they don't understand what you're saying, but they'll oftentimes be a listening ear. Excuse me. So losing a friend like that is horrible. And if there was like so for instance, like you kind of have to balance it out, right? Because I've done this a few times with a few pets. The You have to balance your desire to hold on to your friend versus their need for quality end of life care that doesn't bankrupt the family that they're a part of. So for instance, if you're like unlimited rich, you could probably drop like $20,000, $50,000 on end of life care for an animal. But if that's not in your budget, then it's not in your budget. And the rule that my family has kind of adopted after a couple of times, I would say really realistically, like one or two times, where we were faced with extreme financial expenditure versus ending it. I think the rule that we came up with, and that I'm probably going to stick with going forward, is once the animal is no longer able to eat or drink comfortably, and is no longer able to maneuver the house comfortably, which could be something different. So don't just like, if your dog starts like limping, don't just like euthanize your dog or your cat. But once they reach the threshold of they can't walk properly, they can't eat properly, they can't drink properly, and then not just that, the fix isn't simple like a steroid. Like if you could give them a steroid and it fixes everything, give them the steroid. But if it's not something fixable, that's like under a few $100 a month, like $200 a month, you got to call it. I hate to say it. But you got to call it. And there is something that we have done a couple of times, which I really valued, which was Lapse of Love. Lapse of Love is an at-home euthanasia service where they actually have like a nurse practitioner or some kind of like vet tech come out. They let you hang out. They let you say your goodbyes. They hang out for a little bit. That way the animal is comfortable. Then they give them something that makes them drowsy and take a nap. And then they take a nap. Then they euthanize them. And then it's basically just like they went to sleep. And it's sad and it's tragic and it's terrible. But as far as ways to go, it doesn't look too bad. Like honestly, like if it was like horrible, painful cancer, or like a stroke or a heart attack, just like knocking you out, it actually doesn't look like that bad of a way to go. So sorry for delving into the topic, but I know that it's tough. I know that it's tough. Fast and Bulbous says, you laugh now, but when Anna Kasparian and Candace Owens fuse into Anna Blacksparian, who will be laughing then? Not me. not me, King. Not me. Christian Blair says there might be a Pierce Morgan panel. Okay. Well, who are the participants? What's the topic? So Dank Brandon says, did you watch Pearl Freeze up on World War Debate? No. What we did is we watched the intros. We watched Anna Kasparian have a fire pre-scripted intro that just kind of annihilated Pearl. Then we had Pearl virtue signal about how men have it tough in in Western society and how they need a voice. And then pretty much everybody told me that after that, she was just getting stomped and freezing up. So as a result, we didn't watch the content. But that's what I've heard consistently across the political spectrum, is that she wasn't ready. Old Man Yells at Cat says, just read that UAE isn't funding kids going to UK colleges anymore, citing extremism fears. Off topic, but called it a while ago. Good. JJ Jones says, what are your thoughts on the Greenland situation? Would you support it if Trump managed to buy it instead of invading them? Yeah. If there was a actual diplomatic settlement that wasn't at the barrel of a gun, let's say that the United States, Denmark, and Greenland all sit down and the United States says, hey, not only do we want military bases and joint military exercises and a step into the Arctic and also all that kind of stuff, we also want to develop these resources that are in these rural areas that Denmark might not be interested in developing, but we heavily, heavily, heavily are, and it's critical to our national infrastructure. Here's a dollar amount that'll make Greenlanders and Denmarkers happy with the inconvenience, or at least tolerable of the inconvenience, because they'll be too busy wiping their tears away with dollars. Yeah, that's fine. I think what most people, or at least any neocon, because obviously we're like geopolitically hawkish, I think the reason why we're hostile to Donald Trump's attempts to be geopolitically hawkish is that he's a bumbling fool who betrays our allies, screws over our allies, and also emboldens our enemies in the worst ways possible. And he's kind of an R-slur. So it's not the goal. The goal is fine. The execution is horrible. Beef Supreme says, good morning. Enrique Tarrio is on the ICE list. What, for deportation? That would be based. Bad analysis is, if we can't do GLP-1 for cheap on a mass scale, what do we do? You walk. You walk. I watched a little 10 to 20 minute fitness regimen YouTube video, and they evaluated all the fat burning exercises that you can do. And they did swimming, they did walking, they did sprints, they did high interval intensity training videos. They did running on like a kangaroo boot that helps you bounce across the track. They were doing all sorts of crazy stuff. And effectively what they found is that because walking and swimming are exercises that you can do for longer with an elevated heart rate, that is less psychological drain on the participant, and it also burns a healthy chunk of like fat. And not only that, sustained cardiovascular exercise actually burns more fat than high intensity interval training, because high intensity interval training goes to your blood first. So whatever carbs are in your gut, whatever fuel is, or excuse me, not in your gut, well, maybe your gut, but whatever fuel is already in your blood and gut, that's what it goes to first, because it just needs a quick spike. It doesn't think that it's going to be in a prolonged fight. Whereas if you're swimming for, 30 minutes, if you're walking for 30 minutes, something like that, your body not only pulls from your bloodstream, it has time to pull from your fat cells. And so as a result, you actually get a better burn from fat than you do from blood, readily available blood energy, which is a funny word. Anonymous Chatter for 20 says, as men, we often condition those around us to not check on us lol, but I hope you are doing as good as you can and have people to lean on. Always here parasocially if you need a friend. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for kicking us off today. And also thank you for the good vibes. What I would say I was shocked by in the past 24 to 48 hours, and again, I don't want to get into too many of the details, but my support network rallied. So, and not just you guys, like I had grassroots, and I told some online friends about what was going on, and this, that, the other. And it's a tough topic. But then my blood family, I told them what was going on, and they rallied, and, they got into my corner and they started giving me advice and this, that, the other. And I think that's what family is about. Family, obviously 99% of the time, I think you're hoping that family is just hanging out and going to the park and, going to dinner and talking about life and doing this, that, the other. But I also think that family are the people that you call and who are reliable in extreme scenarios. And I think I had that. I think I had that in spades in the past 24 to 48 hours. So I have to be lucky. I am lucky in a lot of ways. I'm grateful in a lot of ways. I'm privileged in a lot of ways. And I'm very, very grateful for my life and the people immediately around me. Meshack says, Chud humiliated Pisco honestly. Pisco wasn't expecting him to cite cases and got caught slacking. Ooh, that's going to be a spicy meatball. Patriarch says, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, King? Hope you're doing well. Hans Mayer says, the dog of my parents was euthanized when he could not stand up from his bed. He was ill for a long time before. And you got to balance that, right? You don't want them to be miserable for 6 months to a year before you do it. You kind of want to have, it's called a compression of morbidity. A compression of morbidity is where there's end of life care, right? And you can prolong end of life care super, super, super long, but you also have to evaluate quality of life. With animals, it's easier to evaluate with humans because humans can give you like verbal feedback, but you can also take like nonverbal feedback for an animal. And I think that if you look at an animal who's a member of the family and they're suffering every single day, then you need to, it's more responsible to help them end their life in a dignified and relatively painless way than it is to just perpetuate their suffering. And so, that's my advice. Yeah. AK Batusai says he's alive. Kay says, what an awful job. Honestly, Kay, it is an awful job, but it is kind of relieving, I would say, because the other option is going to the vet. And when dogs and cats go to the vet, typically they know something's up. Like the vet is not really like a place of relaxation. Oftentimes animals are stressed when you go to the veterinarian anyways. They also know that they're jacked up. And so I could have sworn to God that my first dog, Belgie, I could have sworn to God that she knew that it was over. Like she like we were all there. We all stuck with her. We put our hands on her. We pet her, all that kind of stuff. But I think she knew it was over to some degree. And so they knocked her out. And it was bad. But it wasn't as bad as, for instance, I've heard routinely that people will oftentimes do that, but they won't be in the room when the doctor does it. And so the animal is basically panicked, anxious, worried. Where's my family? Where's my family? And then they get knocked out. Whereas I think that with the lapse of love stuff, there's none of that anxiety. There's none of that fear because they're in their home. They're in their safe place. They're with their family. Hey, here's a stranger who's giving me a treat. Hey, here's a stranger who's, being nice to me and petting me and this, that, the other. Whoop, I kind of want to take a nap now. And then boom, you're out. And so all in all, like, I know you're saying it's an awful job, but realistically, I'm actually really, really, really thankful that service exists. Thank Brandon says, I had to put my wife's dog down in the woods about 6 years ago. She was a good girl, and we tried to give her as much time as we could out there in the country after being cooped up in the city for years. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough stuff. Bird Hat says, I wish I could recommend Pearl versus Anna Kasparian, but that would be terminal cancer levels of psychic damage. We did a little bit of it. Like I said, we did intros, and the intros, you could tell that the vibes were off for Pearl. You could tell. AK Batusai says her Adderall must have been wearing off. Indeed. Dracaris says, appreciate everyone. Thank you, Dracaris, for sharing. And I'm sorry that you're going through this. And I hope you kick some ass and give your animal as much good time as you can, and then give them a good way to punch out. That's all, ultimately, that's all we can hope for too, right? That's all we can hope for. So Rob Goes Slow says, good morning, boys and girls. Grills off to you. True. AK Batusai says, well, for Pearl, she sounds drunk most of the time and maybe just alcohol. Yeah, don't use alcohol as a performance-enhancing drug. Like, I can understand how alcohol would be good for like anxiety. But we talked about hydroxyzine. Hydroxyzine makes me drowsy about 45 minutes into it. But if I'm like adrenaline out or stressed out or I have a little bit of caffeine, I can push through the anxiety. And so I can pop them like Tic Tacs and be good. So Hans Mayer says, but no one in Denmark or Greenland wants that. Yeah, sure. I get it. But also, imagine that somebody says, hey, I want to put a finger up your butt. And you're like, no, I don't want that. And they're like, I'll give you $5 to let me put a finger up your butt. And you're like, no, absolutely not. And then they're like $20. And you're like, no, absolutely not. And then they're like $1 billion in and out, 5-second adventure. Know what I'm saying? AK Batusai says, do our allies really serve us though? Yes, AK Batusai, yes. Why would they want that? I refer you to the finger up the butt analogy. J 9 to 535 says, walking and swinging a cheap kettlebell. Nice. There you go. AK Batusai says, I hate jogging with a passion. Having sex also works all your muscles. True. Strong recommendation though for just walking. Walk around. think about things. Think about your life. Think about what you want. Think about where you are. Think about your ambitions. Think about your family and how you spend your time on this mortal coil. Think about politics. Think about drama. Think about everything. You know what I'm saying? It's fun. Sun Patriarch says, that's how I walk 40 plus minutes a day. I'm probably going to get into that. I'm not going to lie. Number one, I know that I've neglected my cardio for a really long time. Number two, apparently, same video, there was a study that said that you can reduce all-cause mortality by 12% for every 10,000 steps a day you take. So think about that for a second, because of course, like if your all-cause mortality when you're like 70 is like 5% or 8% or whatever, and you can reduce it 100% by walking 100,000 steps a day, which I think is absurd. It's probably like a correlation causation thing. Like you would have a 4% chance of dying instead of an 8% chance of dying, but it's probably because you have the physical capacity to walk 100,000 steps in a day, right? It's not because you're specifically doing the exercise. It's because all the correlates line up with a healthier person. However, I still think that a 12% jump in or 12% reduction in all-cause mortality is such a powerful indicator that you should walk 10,000 steps a day. And if you can even increase that amount, then you should. And so I might have the opportunity to start walking a little bit more in the future. So I'm going to try to take advantage of that soon. Dana Calico Cloud says the Orange Ghoul is putting NATO at alliance at risk and has to do all is to ask up ramp old closed down military bases. Herr Miller is insane. Anyone see Bavino in the SS Gestapo trench coat boots? No. But yes, I agree that turning on our allies this way is very arslerd. Fast and Bulba says, what are the current GoFundMe numbers for the guy who called Trump a pedo protector? I don't know. Do I have a GoFundMe? Oh, you're talking about in like South Carolina or something. Are you talking about the South Carolina one where he got arrested for posting like a spicy meme in reference to a shooting, and then he got arrested and incarcerated for like 90 days pending trial? Is that the one that you're talking about? Or are you talking about something else? Or are you talking about me? Because I was banned from Twitter for calling Megyn Kelly a pedo protector. And so, if there's a GoFundMe out there in my name, let me know. I'll hit him up. I'll take a cut. AK Batu Sai says, I feel like we don't need the allies if we are going to end up having to bail them out when they economically collapse. Unfortunately, I think we all have to bail out the UK. So pessimistic, AK Batu Sai. So pessimistic. Jen Winkler says, good morning. Did Connor say what's going on or none of our business? No, it's partially your business. As things develop, I'll let you know. But it's just like an immediate family issue. It's kind of extreme. But we're figuring it out, and my family is being supportive of me. So, that's all I can really ask for. That's all I can really ask for. Joe Vasquez says, when are you coming back to Twitter? Arguably now. Neo Counter Connor, NeoCounterConor is the new profile. But with that new profile, I haven't really started shit posting yet because, like I said, I shit posted up to a 20K account. I got nuked. I shit posted up to a 10K account. I got nuked. And so it's just a lot of time. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of energy. It's a lot of effort with not like a specific return on investment. The specific return on investment is people who are social media savvy, who are in the online political realm, being able to direct message you whenever they want to do collabs. But then, and also them not necessarily being a part of your community or being on Discord or whatever. But also alternatively, like I'm not that hard to find. Like I stream on Valor Media Network. I stream on Counterpoints Politics. If you want to find me, I'm live 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. You can jump in the chat and say, hey, what's up? I want to talk about XYZ ABC. Here's my Discord, or how do I reach you? And then I'll give you my email and then we can hook up. So realistically, the ROI and the returns on investment are not really worth it. And so I should start shit posting again. But realistically, I was thinking about taking the energy that I would need to do to shitpost on Twitter to get a bigger account again in order to have the DM return on investment. I was thinking about taking that energy and putting it into TikTok. I did post my Counterpoints Politics shorts today and one tomorrow, the first Counterpoints Out of Context thing. But truth be told, because of the holidays and family shenanigans and all that stuff, I just haven't had the opportunity to cut up shorts the way that I want to. And so I haven't had a opportunity to TikTok the way that I want to TikTok. So yeah. Fashion 40 says Chud was memeing throughout the debate, and even with the case, he brought up Pisco, combated that. Well, I mean, I would love to see that, to be honest. Randy Chang says, my dog is 18. She still seems happy, but she's kind of a mess, stumbling about, pissing everywhere. Well, I would say as long as she's eating, let her run around and just clean up her pee. And then when she's no longer eating soft food, then it's needle time, I hate to say it, but 18 is a long time for a dog. Like, I have to presume your dog is under 30 pounds. The only dogs that I know that live to be like 20 are like a random freak golden retriever, a random freak collie, and dogs under 30 pounds. Those are the only dogs that I know that live to be like 18. Most dogs that I know pass between 10 and 14. Fashion 40 says the Pisco Chud convo was very unproductive. Well, maybe we could get some memes out of it. Another wild night in Minnesota. True. Fashion 40 says, also, Connor, keep your head up, daddy-o. Thank you, Fashion 40. I appreciate you. AK Batu Sai says, Chud did a lot better than I thought he would. Dude, you guys don't know. Y'all don't know. Chud used to be in the debate scene, bro. Chud used to be throwing elbows in the debate scene. Chud used to be the comic relief of the debate scene back when he was wearing a luchador mask VTuber. Y'all don't even know the ancient Chud lore. Chud was not a drama streamer. Chud was a Twitch and YouTube political panel debater who was a VTuber with a luchador mask. And he's done a lot of really funny things. Like, I'm unironically a fan of Chud. Chud can hate my guts. He can think I'm a Destiny simp. He can think that I sweep too much for the DGG clan. He can think that I should escape the orbit and do my own thing. He can think all the negative things he wants to think about me. It's totally fine. I don't care. But with Chud, he's consistently been so funny for the past 5 years that I've been aware of his existence, that I'm actually really happy for him that he's succeeded as a creator. So one of the moments that was super funny back in the early Chud days was they were talking about like BLM or something. They were talking about like police brutality. And Chud was like, and this was before his face reveal. He was like, well, what I find offensive is I find it offensive that all these white people are talking about a predominantly black issue. So as a result, and then he clicked a button and then his VTuber changed and it went from a white luchador to a black luchador. So he got like all the people who thought it was funny laughed their asses off, and all the wokes were like, no, it's digital blackface. It's digital blackface. No. Then he proceeded to debate for like the next 90 minutes in digital blackface. It was hysterical. And watching all the lefties like freak out about it, you were just kind of like, yeah, like that's like, how do you freak out about something so silly? How do you freak out about a British guy talking about police brutality in a luchador mask, VTuber profile, switching from a white VTuber to a black VTuber? Like, can we get a sense of scale? Like, can we get a sense of scale of things to be upset about? And yeah, it worked out great. He did a great job. Short says, I had to put both my dogs down last year. My biggest regret was waiting so long on the first one. I was selfish and scared to lose them. I didn't make the same mistake with the second one. Short, I'm right there with you, bud. So I think, especially when it's your first, when it's your first dog that you like, there's family dogs, right? Like my first dog, Belgie, she was a family dog. And so my parents ultimately made the decision on that one, but they did the right call. They basically spent like an extra $100 a month, $200 a month in order to put her on steroids to make her comfortable enough to be able to walk and eat. And then when it seemed like the drugs started to lose their effect and she was miserable again and having difficulty breathing and eating, they were like, it's time. And I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it at all. I wanted her to live another millennia. But ultimately we just had to pull the trigger. And then same thing with my dog, Jericho, who I still love and miss. He was one of my best friends in this life. I still love and miss him. He was my son before my children. Now, of course, what happens when you have children is that like the love that you have for an animal is eclipsed by the love that you have for a child. But at the same time, like that doesn't mean that that love isn't there, and that doesn't mean that that love isn't real and strong. And so yeah, so I probably put him off too long. I would say I prolonged his life by a year. I probably should have pulled the plug between 3 and 6 months. I should have, but I was probably selfish to a degree. I was probably scared to a degree. He was one of my best friends. And also, he was around when I was having a really tough time in my life, a time that I almost didn't make it. And he was part of the reason why I made it. And so I couldn't um I couldn't be flippant about his passing. Like if he helped me through the darkest part of my existence and then he got sick, I couldn't be like, oh well, thanks for all the good times, bye. Like I couldn't do that. Like I had to walk with him for a while through probably the worst time in his life. Yeah, but I did make it last too long out of selfishness and fear. So, Conserve says, can't imagine not being in the room at the end. That's crazy. We had to put a cat down that made it to 16, but she was ready to go. Food and water wasn't staying down, but steroids gave her another year. Exactly. If you can, if you can extend life and quality of life with steroids for another 6 months or another year, and it costs you like $100 to $200 a month, and you have the money to do it, that's totally fine. But basically, once they stop eating and once they stop being able to move, if you can't fix the problem for $200 a month, it's time. It's time. Adderall is just a placeholder for any other substance. True. Sacred Snow says, I was a little late. What was the news update? In reference to personal stuff, I'm just going through something that's tough, that's personal. It could resolve one way, it could resolve a totally different way. It's going to have drastic personal consequences, but I got a good family. I have a good social support network. I got my boys. I love my boys. Mrs. Points, despite our disagreements, she's an amazing woman and overall a pretty great person. So we're just dealing with some difficulty, and if it goes one way, then that's going to be tough, and if it goes another way, it's still going to be tough. So it is what it is. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, man? I know that people are so I'm just trying to say, like, without giving too many details, that I'm just going through something that's personal and tough. But what I would say is a lot of people would use, for instance, with Jordan Peterson, they would use his failure, right? Because let's use Jordan Peterson instead of me for a minute, if you'll be so kind. Jordan Peterson came out on the scene in like 17 and 18, fighting against the woke left, and he became like an anti-SJW guy. And he blew up on social media and all that kind of stuff. And then 2 or 3 years later, I would say he got audience captured by the conservatives. And as a result, he kind of became less effective and less of a thoughtful person as a result of getting audience captured. And it was kind of sad to see that happen. And then not only did the audience capture have him engage in what I think is pretty antisocial behavior compared to his original positions, but he had that like pill addiction that he said that he fell into once his wife was diagnosed with terminal cancer. She's still around, but I'm sure it's cost them a pretty penny to keep her around. And so he fell into benzodiazepine addiction, and then he wasn't able to break from the pills. And then pretty much since he's done rehab that allegedly almost killed him, he's kind of been a mess, right? Like I still, love him and appreciate him parasocially as like a crazy uncle with like good mystical Jungian advice, but he's a crazy uncle, right? He's like a shaman, like for a shaman, a shaman says, follow this dream, it'll lead you to a river and wealth. And then you like follow the dream and you find the river with clean water and you get a bunch of wealth. But then the shaman, like 6 months later, is like, you should eat poop. And you're like, I'll follow your dreams to the river and to the gold, but I'm not going to eat poop. And he's like, you're lost. And then he goes and eats poop. So like, you gotta balance when you're going to take advice from a shaman, right? So that's kind of my relationship with Jordan Peterson. But anyways, people use his failure and his drug addiction as a reason to say, oh, well, therefore, all of his advice all the way from 2016 was vapid and unnecessary and silly, and he's a terrible person because he can't even live up to the ideals he espouses. But that misses the point of what an ideal is. Like, matter of fact, let me Google what the definition of an ideal is. Ideal definition. An ideal is a concept of something perfect, a model of excellence, or the best possible version of something, existing as a goal or standard to strive for, but often not able to fully attain in reality. And so this is once again where I think lefties have kind of missed the mark in their criticism. You set out an ideal knowing that you're going to fail, right? You are not going to be the perfect husband. You're not going to be the perfect wife. You're not going to be the perfect father. You're not going to be the perfect mother. You're not going to be able to achieve your professional goals or your personal goals perfectly. What you will be able to do is you will be able to strive towards a goal, and you will be able to fail pursuing that goal. But if you compared not striving towards an ideal versus striving towards an ideal, then you're obviously going to go way further striving towards an ideal and failing than never having an ideal in the first place. And I think you need to understand that in order to last week we were talking about failing upwards. In order to fail upwards, you have to understand that. You have to understand that. Jen Winkler says, yeah, Proud Boy has got her high. Whoa. Hey, Jen Winkler. Disavow. Quick show. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm probably going to engage with chat for another little bit. Like I said, tough day yesterday. But, I'm just hanging out, bullshitting with the community, and then we'll get into the Pisco versus Chud topic. It seems like opinions are varied where the conversation was not particularly productive. But a lot of people, not a lot of people, but 2 or 3 people said they did not expect Chud as a drama streamer to do as well as he did. And I think that's important to show off. Thank you. I got a DM. I got a DM from Vince Wilson. Vince Wilson's a good guy. And he's just saying, hey, man, watching the stream. Know you're going through a tough time. Sorry about it. And, let me know if I can pray or help or whatever. Thank you, Vince. I appreciate you. Hans says, can someone explain to me why ICE is in the city states where they are absolutely not welcomed and not in the states where they would be welcomed? Because the federal government has something called the Supremacy Clause, which means that they are in charge of the entire country. So, Hans Mayer, if we took your logic about this, then during the Civil War, which, by the way, people were saying this during the Civil War, they would say, oh, well, why doesn't the Union government only care about, the states that want to be ruled by the Union? Why are you coming down in the Confederacy and messing with the Confederacy? Kind of omitting the fact that the Confederacy was engaged in slavery at the time. So, like you saying like, oh, why is the federal government engaged in city and states where they're not wanted? Because it's the federal government, bro. They're in charge of the entire thing. They're in charge of the entire thing. And if you want to make an argument about the morality or legality of mass deportation operations, that's where you should be making your argument, not whether or not the federal government has the authority to conduct operations within the United States. That's a silly argument. Jonah says, Pearl froze several times. Only way it could have been worse is if she did the fent bend. Honestly, $20 is $20. I think that's Randy Chang saying that he would take $20 for the finger butthole. For the finger butthole post. Listen, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, yeah, Paul, everyone has a price. Yeah. Yep. Beef says I do it for free. Nice. TS Phantom says, if Connor was going to justify grape, well, no country is wanting that. Yeah, but like at the same time, okay, imagine you're in Florida, which is already a crazy state. And imagine China says phosphates are necessary for us to develop as a nation. And we're going to use them for peaceful means. Okay. We're not going to use them for bombs. Don't worry about it. We're not building bombs. We're just using it for peaceful fertilizer or something like that. And you're like, no, Chinese government is a rival. We don't want to give you our phosphates. And also that's going to disrupt the environment. And then the Chinese are like, well, we'll let you be a sovereign state and we're going to buy you from the United States and we'll put, $20 in your checking account. And you're like, no. And they're like $50. And you're like, no. And you're like $100. And you're like, no. And then they're like $1 million. We will put $1 million in your checking account right now. You'll never have to work ever again. We'll come in, we'll leave you alone. We will just go get the phosphates. We'll build a few military bases. And you and your life and your progeny, you will be fine for the rest of your lives. I mean, it's a little bit more difficult to say no. I'm sure there are people who, based off of like national loyalty or rivalry or concepts of sovereignty, I'm sure there's tons of people who would object on ideological grounds and might even stick to the principle on ideological grounds. But I'm telling you, there's a certain level of material wealth that you get up to where at some point you're just like, how important is my ideology if I can live in comfort and happiness for the rest of my life? And not only can I live in comfort and happiness for the rest of my life, but my progeny are able to do whatever they want to do for the rest of their lives. That's a huge sell. That's a huge sell. So anyways, Barabbas says, Trump doesn't know what the word no means. I swear to God, I hate Trump and Miller so much. True. Daniel says $5 and done. Yeah, but see, you guys are looking to it as a good thing. You guys are crazy. You're crazy. I'd rather get paid than have to pay. I'd rather pay than have to pay for it. Yeah. This is the kind of highfalutin conversations we have on the Counterpoints channel. Paul says, you saying they get $1 billion and a finger? Guys, the finger up the bum was supposed to be bad, not good. Fashion 40 says, walk around with your missus, then hey. All right, getting a little spicy there. Beef Supreme says, funny Enrique did January 6th, now works for ICE. Makes sense, really, how many Proud Boys you think work for ICE? Oh, plenty. Morally Neutral says, in the summer, I was doing $35K a day. Oh, steps? Holy fazoli, that's a lot. That's a lot. When you get the drugs out of your system, not being condescending at all, I'm being earnest. When you get the drugs out of the system, you should probably go for that. You'll live forever. Patriarch like 500K? Yeah, see? Everybody's got a number. Sultan Al Fahim says the amount of minerals in Greenland has so many uses, plus the money for ships docking and port money. And not just that, Greenland is a huge territory. So if global warming is a thing, then, guess what, Canada? Guess what, Greenland? We're coming to colonize. Christian Blair says, reminder that Obama had a controversy over a tan suit. Yeah, the comparisons are lacking. Shaved Dog Butt says, did you see my dinner last night? I need you to rate it out of a 10. 10. I did see it. I was a little busy, but what was it? It looked like a bone sticking into like a steak. And then I thought it was beef. I don't know if it was beef. You could tell me. But it did look delicious. I was very jealous of you. I was very jealous. I think I had chicken and rice last night. Hans Mayer says, hey, Jen, you are probably absolutely right with the interpretation. Gotcha. Dana Calico Cloud says, Connor, he is talking about the GoFundMe for the Detroit auto worker that POTUS flipped off for calling him a pedo protector. Worker suspended, made a GoFundMe, now at $400K. Well, good for him. Good for him. He didn't even need to get a finger up the butt. He did something else and he got money. Jonah Boy says, well, whatever issues are going on, you got roughly 100 of us sending parasocial love. Well, thank you, King. I appreciate that. I do. Christian Blair says, not a lot of content, unfortunately. If you want other content, there is that Destiny versus Pro Ice younger dude that you mentioned. I heard that was AIDS, though. I heard that was AIDS. So, I mean, maybe I'll put that on the back burner, but realistically, I think Pisco versus Chud is where we're starting. We'll do a 2-hour segment, and then I'll basically put it up to a vote of Pisco versus the World on Wick TV, the Destiny versus the Zoomer Conservative, and then also a Pierce Morgan panel. I'll just put it up to chat on what they want to do. Chris says, what up? What up, Chris? Beef Supreme says, I'm about to throw the Ford worker guy some money. I hope he can retire from this incident. F Trump. Good for him. Patriarch says, if you're taking content suggestions, I want some William Spaniel. That's what we need to do. At the end of, so what we'll do is we'll probably do 2 slop segments first, because let's be real, the slop is where the viewership is at. But I do understand I actually have like legitimately intelligent, sane, kind, smart people who want some geopolitical insight. I will react to a William Spaniel or a Ryan Getty. And honestly, I would not mind creating, there should be slop content that we have built up. And I know I'm like referring to my own content as slop, but we should have like slop content that we know is going to metrically do well. And then we should have like good content that we know is actually going to offer some like historical geopolitical insight and actually be like, you know, broccoli for the brain, so to speak. And I know Christian Vlaris is interested in that. I know Patriarch is interested in that. I know Sen Patriarch is interested in that. I know Grassroots is interested in that. And those are the Oilers. So realistically, like, we still need to build as a brand. We still need to get a broader audience. We still need to do broader audience content. But I will not care if we start making it a tradition to do chat interactions in the morning, 90-minute to 2-hour segment of slop, a second 90-minute to 2-hour segment of slop, and then an hour to 2-hour segment of meat, of prime rib. So yeah. Patriarch says, if you're taking content suggestions, I want some William Spaniel. You're the one who inspired my rant. Jonas says, Chud was a killer in the debate space. Christian Blair says, some of us know. True. Shaved Dog Butt says, Chud did an IRL debate as well. I know. He ruined a modern day debate. He ruined a modern day debate event because he showed up with like a certain prompt, and then the other guy didn't want to debate the prompt. And then Chud was just like, well, I guess you're an idiot. And he didn't want to move the debate off of the prompt, but I think you need to move the debate off of the prompt in order to do that. Kay says, yeah, I have a 7-pound dog who will hopefully live forever. There you go. Chud is just a drama lolcow. I don't know. Lolcow. I'm sorry. I participate in the drama space. A lolcow is somebody who does consistently embarrassing behavior to the point that you can return to them in order to milk them for content that makes you laugh. I don't think a lot of people milk Chud Logic for content that makes them laugh. Matter of fact, last thing that I can think that Chud was engaged in where people were trying to milk him was realistically his very early Discord kitten drama. And besides that, I can't really think of a time where people were actively trying to milk Chud. I really can't. Maybe when he was fighting Mr. Girl, but I would even say that, in my opinion, he wasn't the lolcow in that scenario. He was trying to counsel Mr. Girl into a more prudent, a more prudent approach to the Destiny report, and Mr. Girl basically told him to go F himself and burn the bridge. So I don't even think that was that. I don't even think that was that big of a thing. Oh, okay, cool. Sacred Snow also sent a kind message. Thank you. Right. I remember. Thank you, King. But yeah, realistically, I just got to deal with what I got to deal with, right? I got to deal with what I got to deal with. But, you know, the kids are happy and healthy. I'm happy and healthy. Wife is healthy. So you just got to do what you got to do, right? Beef says, also Chud is slow and did not stomp Pisco. He was having trouble following simple questions of logic, and it was a little bad for Chud. Better luck next time. You say that, but we know that you're a soy liberal, Beef Supreme. No offense, please don't leave the community. Adam Notcardo says, Chud became a lolcow, feels bad. I don't know if that's true. I think you guys just don't like him. Yeah, digital blackface was amazing. Short says, we're going to go over the Turkey Tom allegations. Now, that sounds like some primo slop. When did that break? Did that break in the past 2 weeks, or did that break in the past 24 hours? What are the... I can tell you off the cuff. Turkey Tom is a drama commentary video essayist, right? And he's done video essays for a really long time and he's always done well. He started live streaming, and because he was so popular as a video essayist, he actually did really well live streaming. I think he was between 500 and 1,000 times, or 500 and 1,000 viewers by the time he quit. But he did not like the live stream format. He thought that it made worse content. He didn't like his audience. He didn't like it that much, so he quit. Now, the background drama is that he was dating a girl. I think her name was like Kai or Zai or something like that. I forget what her name was, but they were beefing over something. And I think it was like an online relationship and they broke up. Well, what happened was while Turkey Tom and this girl were on and off again, she started dating Larix. And Larix is hilarious because Larix was a drama commentary YouTuber who was small, but I actually used to watch him. I thought he had a good voice. I thought he had decent insight. I thought he did decent in commentary. I thought that if Larix kept going with commentary, he would actually be a successful commentary streamer and content creator. But Larix eventually decided, hey, this commentary stuff, I'm grinding a lot. I'm not getting a lot of results. I'm out. And so he dipped out and he became a soft boy. Like imagine the K-pop Demon Hunters. Imagine the boys from K-pop Demon Hunters. And he's that kind of soft boy. And he became a soft boy and listened to music and live streamed him listening to music. And then just started like raking in dollars from like 40-year-old divorcees and 15-year-old girls stealing their parents' credit card and gay men who wanted him as a boyfriend. And he just started like raking in cash, allegedly. And so he changed into that. And then recently he started wearing makeup and cross-dressing, and he's still with Turkey Tom's ex-girlfriend. And so people have accused Turkey Tom's ex-girlfriend of feminizing men in quick succession. Samson says memeing is such a cop out in a debate. Well, let's see it. We'll engage with it momentarily. We're at 52 minutes. I'll get cracking in a second. Beef Supreme says, and for now we call Chud Logic Pearly Chud because he did a moment where he froze and didn't respond. So rude. Find the Tom Zoo clip. I do love Tom Zoo. I love it whenever he does an accent. I love when he did this arc where he was covering split personality disorder people. And he was covering the ones that were like most skeptical. They probably did not have split personality. And he kept becoming like Big Greg or something like that. And so he would like zonk out of stream for a second. And then he would be like he was either like a brutish English guy, like an English pub guy, or he was a brutish English black guy. I forget. But either way, he would just like say something incredibly offensive. And then he would pretend to like, zonk back into the Chud Logic persona. And then be like, whoa, was that Big Greg? Conservatism says Chud's performance boils down to what you're critical of. He's performative, yet he reads about 3 court cases, but he didn't want to discuss them. He just yelled and acted like he has ground to stand on. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll check it out momentarily. Well, QC John says, didn't Vivian Wolf and Booksmarts attempt to give Chud a verbal lashing after the digital blackface thing too? I'm sure they did. I'm sure if Booksmarts didn't, I'm sure that Mix Vivian Wolf did. AK Batu Sai says Chud and Fabian Liberty doing a 2 versus 2 about child labor laws and winning was hilarious. That's awesome. I don't remember that one, but that sounds like a classic moment. Grassroots says, when I have children, my dog is still my child. My children will be my dog's pets. You say that. You say that. But I will tell you, there's something underlying biological just overrides your brain, and your kids are just like if you want kids, if you love your kids, if you want to take care of your kids, they're the main thing. They're the main characters. You're no longer a main character in your own story, which is interesting. Fashion 40 says, bruh, I really F with y'all. Really thoughtful community for real, for real. I mean, we try to. I know that I drag you guys through drama slop for metrics, but, well, I still try to draw insights from slop. Jakar says, that's where we are. Fiance and I don't have kids yet, so our cat is basically our family. Should hopefully be last, though, thing we do to have together before marriage and kids. Good, Jakaris. That kind of trauma bonding over a shared responsibility over something serious can bring you closer together for sure. Shaved Dog Butt says at some point Connor is going to have to stop reading every single comment. At some point, but that point is not today. Jorgen Peterman, indeed. Sounds like a perfect place to get into too much trouble, says Anonymous Chatter. True. Hood Monkey says, Connor, what are you doing? If you're about to watch this level of R-slurred Pisco watching, you need the ODST helmet on so your brain doesn't leak out of your ears. Not yet, King. I'll pop it on. Do you guys have pet insurance? I think they're asking about the cat stuff. This is Connor's way of explaining why there are no longer Republicans. Kind of. Kind of. Yeah. Eat a poo poo. What's up, Grid? Good to see you. Good to see you, Grid. All right, let's get cracking. Got a couple of super chats that came in though. Fell Runner with the 2 says goals and general thoughts on modern ice strats. Well, at the risk of upsetting Grid, I don't think this is sustainable. I don't think this is going to be lasting past the Trump administration. So there have been price shocks in the construction and agricultural industry, and without a vision for how the country is going to continue into the future, I think that we will be going to kind of a status quo in reference to immigration, illegal immigration, agricultural labor, and construction labor. Maybe it'll change for the better. Maybe the pressure will make people actually, not treat these people as indentured servants and slaves. However, my expectation is that a sane Democratic establishment candidate probably beats JD Vance. And then if JD Vance wins, JD Vance will be an infinitely more technical president than Donald Trump ever was. And effectively, you're not going to have an execution of the MAGA agenda. You're going to have populist rhetoric surrounding MAGA while JD Vance and his cronies slice up the social safety network to the benefit of their cronies. And it'll just be like a techno-feudalist America. So, I mean, that's my prediction. The only good news with the JD Vance presidency is it'll probably be more competent than a MAGA a Trump presidency. That's the only good news. The rest of it's probably bad. The good news is I'm white, straight, and male, and I code as Christian, so I'll be fine. But I wish luck to my gay Jews of color in the purge. That will be JD Vance's presidency. Anonymous Chatter for 10 says, I saw your out of context compilation. I was dying laughing. I'll have to start saving clips for you. Thank you. I don't expect anybody because I can't pay you. I don't get enough money from shorts in order to justify paying somebody to be an editor. But if you guys do have something that's like, God, that's a fire moment, just get a timestamp and send it to me in a DM, and I'll try to add it to the compilation. So, anyways. Hood Monkey asks a naughty question. So naughty. I disavow. All right, let's get cracking though. Let's get cracking. I could probably just hang out and BS with you guys, but I want to keep the stream momentum. I want to reward the 100+ people who are hanging out with us today. Like the stream, share it with your friends, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, engage with chat. We have a funny, interesting, cool community that I parasocially love and appreciate for hanging out with me. And yeah, let's pull up Chud Logic versus Pisco, which should be hilarious. At minimum, it's going to be funny, right? Then Lib and Learn. Hold on real quick. Destiny talks to Hutch and IRI about Lib and Learn debate, plus Hassan embraces something 44-minute clip. I'll pause that on the docket, because if Hutch and IRI are not like back in orbit, but back in orbit, you know what I'm saying? Like they're willing to talk to Steven. That might be, excuse me. That might be something that would be worthwhile for the memes of Destiny being a spicy meatball who likes to fight people and be crazy, and then Hutch and IRI, in my opinion, being the same person, but realistically being like sane liberals who are actually like optically and reputationally concerned, and then them fighting about what's going on. That could be good. Could be good content. You guys seem to love it when libs fight libs and libs fight leftists. Chud Logic Pisco Let's type that into search. Let me see. I thought that Pisco, excuse me. I thought that Pisco had a smaller, not a smaller, but he had a live, and the live was like an hour 45 minutes, so that would be easy. But he unlists his VODs, which good for him. That's good for metrics. But I'll back out. I'll just use Chud Logic's video. 3 hours and 45 minutes. Okay. Well, we'll obviously fast forward until people are actually on screen. Give me a second. Is Pisco ever on stream? All right. I have successfully pulled it up. I'm just trying to find the beginning. All right. Fast forwarding to the beginning. My apologies. Sorry for the dead air. It's actually setting up the stream. Come on, bud. Uh-oh. Chud's like, you're farming already. Vazraka! Thank you for being my resident lurker who donates. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Anyways, quick show before we get cracking. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you to the 4 people who have already donated. I am going to improve the video quality. I'm going to increase the volume. I'm going to present or invite. I think the audio is fine. It sounds loud enough to me. I'm going to present it to you fine fellas at home. Excuse me. We're going to bring it up and we're going to get cracking. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, philosophy nerd, Marine Corps, and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I got a special dramatic brain poison for you today. Okay. I got Chud Logic, who is a drama streamer who used to be in the Twitch and YouTube political debate scene. I like him. I think he's a good content creator. I think he's funny. Some of my chat hates him, but it is what it is. I would say he's actually, despite having a lot of really aggressive rhetoric and meme rhetoric, he's oftentimes kind of like a non-woke lefty. And what I mean by that is he probably believes in universal health care. He probably wants trans adults to be able to transition without state intervention and even to be helped by the state. He probably doesn't hate immigrants. He probably is just like a little bit racist to them because he thinks it's funny to throw elbows. All in all, like in general, he's actually like a pretty principled lefty. But the reason why he codes as a right winger, and I think he's going to open up this debate saying he's a fascist, is because he doesn't like people breaking the law, flouting the law, attacking police officers, destroying social institutions, all that kind of stuff. And so he's kind of like almost like a lefty conservative. And what I mean by that is like left-wing policy wants to conserve social institutions, and kind of an interesting guy. So I actually really enjoy his content. Whereas Pisco, I think, is a liberal, progressive, meaning that he probably is a liberal. He does believe in maximal human freedom, but then the progressives or the leftists will make some arguments about something in reference to technocratic policy, and he'll follow them down that logic and he'll adopt it for his own. Now, Pisco obviously is, I'm going to be ableist, an autistic, legalistic, former lawyer, debate bro who's still in Twitch and YouTube politics, whereas Chud, like I said, has moved into the drama community. So it's probably going to be a meme debate. It's probably going to be a little silly. There's probably going to be goofs and gaffes and weird things thrown into the actual substance of the conversation. But truth be told, I'm excited to get into it with you guys today. So quick show, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let's go. Up.
This.
No, I'm sick, bro. How you doing?
Dude.
Wait a second. I gotta show people your beautiful mug.
Dude.
1 second.
It's been a minute, dude.
What? It's been, how long has it been since we talked?
Years, probably. I'm a fascist now. I don't know if you
Years?
heard. I think so.
What the fuck? I thought
feel
you were
like
like a communist.
Wow, that's a. I was well. Let's just say I've had a political awakening. I don't know if you've heard of a guy called Nick Fuentes. If you're familiar with his work.
I'm sorry for laughing, but like Pisco, I said, hey, the dissident right is correct that these 4 things are going wrong with society. That, existential technological evolution, mass demographic change on a very fast rate, income inequality, and something else. These things are, the dissolution of the social fabric. These things are happening. They're bad for society. They're fueling radicalism. And that's what I agree with on the dissident right. I just think their prescriptions suck. And then Pisco was like, you're a Nick Fuentes groiper. So having like Chud open this debate by saying like, yeah, I'm a Nick Fuentes groiper. I know it's a joke. Mad funny.
I dabble.
I've got to say, listen, I want to be up front. I was going to make jokes about you getting deported, but I felt that was a bit much. So, I think we'll leave that at the door. Okay.
Do you understand that we have Trump as the president now? That like I'm Hispanic and that could be taken as racially insensitive?
Yeah, of course. But that's what I do. I do racially insensitive jokes. But I said I'm not going to do it. Now. I said I'm not going to do it, bro. I'm being nice.
Well, typical British person. Say they're not going to do it, but you bringing it up means you're kind of doing it. Yeah, What's up, man? Listen, it's been a minute. It's been a fucking minute. I'm glad to talk to you.
I'm glad to talk to you too.
Tell me.
I'm glad to talk to you too. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, because I need to get something straight.
Yeah.
Did you rape Stardust last night?
No, what are you saying? What are you saying? Why are you saying this?
Conceptually,
you do
conceptually.
No, what are you?
What do you think I used to do, bro? You never watched my content, clearly. No, come on. What's going on with Stardust, bro? Tell me.
She calls into my. I'm doing something with Wick TV. You know him? Ever heard of him?
I'm familiar with Wick. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, this is my show, so I'm going to be pausing intermittently overall because there's some deep cuts here, okay? Stardust straddled the Twitch and YouTube political community, the drama community, and weirdly enough, like Richard Spencer, she was doing like a few interviews with dissident right-wing people. Nick Fuentes knows who Stardust is and is kind of friends with Stardust. And so, it's kind of funny how high Stardust was able to climb in reference to like clout and, who her friends were and this, that, the other. But truth be told, I haven't really heard a lot about her since probably a debate between her and I think like Beckett and Chud and something. And it was something around like her and her boyfriend, Beckett of Crabs, like breaking up because it was around the time of Hunter Avallone almost getting murdered. So I'll try to make this as brief as possible. Hunter Avallone was a large conservative skit YouTube creator. Okay. And then he went lefty and soy and lib and broke up with his wife, and his wife did something crazy during their divorce. And, a lot of people like memed and dunked on him. But Stardust was kind of like sweeping for and supporting Hunter and Carissa, I think her name was. She was trying to be nice about it while still covering the drama. And she felt like she was getting insight from them, but realistically, the insight was kind of sweeping. The way that she was covering it was kind of sweeping for the Avallones. And so Chud and a bunch of drama folks started attacking her and attacking the Avallones. And then Hunter, because this is not relevant, but entirely interesting, Hunter Avallone started living in a different apartment than his wife, started dating like a really nice, like redneck girl who had obviously been abused. But then her ex-boyfriend was a psycho stalker and came over to their house and tried to murder Hunter and almost murdered Hunter and his girlfriend. And so who was it? Stardust was debating whether or not Hunter had done the right thing while he was almost being murdered. And the drama people were being incredibly rude and incredibly mean about that. And that's the last time that I really heard of Stardust interacting with the space. That's the last time that I heard it. And so, I'm happy that she's still out there. I'm happy that she's still throwing elbows, but Chud has not been a fan of Stardust since the Hunter Avallone coverage.
Familiar with his works. He does this thing where he brings in like D-tier celebrities like me to come in and have like
From the Ashes says, how much to expedite Destiny React? Like $1,500, King. We're probably locked into this for 2 hours. If you amongst the chat, thank you for the donation, by the way. But if you are amongst the chat and they want Destiny content of Destiny Hutch and IRI yapping about current events, I'm down.
Like I don't know, some kind of struggle session, and everyone comes in and says stuff. And she was among the many callers who called in and said that someone was like racist towards her, and I thought that was fucked up, and she reported him to the police.
Okay, I got to be honest with you, man. I think you got fucking goy walked a bit there, to be honest with you.
What the fuck does that mean? Goy walked. That sounds like a Groiper term.
Well, I don't know if it's a Groiper term. I saw it on Twitter and thought it was funny. I don't know if Stardust is Jewish actually, but I think you were too kind of subservient to her. You know. Also,
what do you mean
Indian,
subservient?
You guys don't like the memes. I like the memes just fine. Sorry, real quick. I know I'm interrupting the flow, but Fashion 40 asked something important. Connor, can you answer this unrelated question? Why do you drink your tea out of a glass and not a mug or a teacup? Because I boil my water to 212 degrees. I could probably reduce the temperature, but realistically, that's a temperature that I know that is going to work. 212 Fahrenheit, I'm assuming, right? I think 212 Celsius would actually melt my body. So it's really stinking hot. And if I stick it in a mug, I'm basically melting my face, melting my mouth, burning my mouth for the first hour that my tea is in a mug if I put it in a mug. Whereas if I put it in a glass radiates enough heat outside of itself. It does not maintain heat well enough. And so as a result, it actually gets cold relatively fast. And dude, I like, basically I'm having like a black tea latte. You know what I'm saying? I got 2 bags of black tea. I got a little bit of almond milk, and I got like 2 things of stevia. I mix it up together. It's not enough of a kick compared to a coffee, but it's still like enough to get the day started. And that's what I'm looking for. Anyways, back to the content.
Well, you know, you kind of bowing down to her.
I'm like, yeah, it was racist. Like, what do you want me to say? It was racist. Bowing down. Like, I'm going to look like an asshole if I'm like, it didn't hurt your feelings and it's not racist. It was racist. And so what did you want me to do? What did you want me to do?
I've got much to teach you, it seems.
What did you want me to do?
We'll start with the law today.
Wait. Let's role play. Let's role play. Let's role play. So I'm going to be Stardust. Ready? Pisco. Well, I was, this person is like your best friend, and he called me, you know.
Don't care, bitch. Don't care.
Really?
I'm sorry for laughing. I'm sorry for laughing. Does anybody know who they're referring to? Who was Pisco's friend that was being racist to Stardust? Who does anybody know?
Hey, you would do that.
Well, I mean, probably, yeah. I mean, I'm a very big believer in excessive force. So, you know, I'll be on
clearly. No, but Stardust was like complaining about some person who attacked her. If I
Substance the Twitter clipper? Is that a person? Substance the Twitter clipper. Okay. Hi, Miradol. I think we used to be friends on Twitter. Then I made you angry about some cop thing, and then you stopped being my friend on Twitter, but that's fine. My Twitter has since been nuked. But hi, good to see you, Miradol. If that's true, sorry, I should just let them tell the story. I guess I'm just curious what egregious behavior somebody would participate in that would warrant reporting to law enforcement. I understand if you use the tools. If somebody says, no, we had a DM about it and then we made peace. Oh, good. That's good to hear, Miradol. I'm happy to hear that. But good. God bless old Connor. God bless old Miradol for that. But my question is, what warrants reporting to law enforcement versus if somebody sends you something like schizo, unhinged, kind of like sexually suggestive or whatever, you can blame somebody for that. And then you can typically get them banned or at least like a suspension or something like that. Somebody says a casual 1500. Doobie, where are you at? We all know that you love Destiny content. Thank you for the chip. First T says the person is a Queen and Chud chatter in Clipper named Substance. Okay. Well, at least we know who it is, but we don't know what the egregious behavior was that is related to reporting them to law enforcement. Maybe Chud and Pisco can offer us some insight.
I say that, you know what they say, right? What? You know what they say?
What do they say?
They say that I cultivate a community of snarkers. They say this.
Yeah. Well, I know about your little call with Queeman where he told you to be more chippy. So I'm wondering if that has impacted that.
I won't say that. Well, listen, Chud is saying my call with Queeman. It was a call in my Discord that was illegally recorded against my rules. All right, but it wasn't like anything beyond that. Queeman is Queeman like your friend?
Well, you tell me, dude. You've spoken to him more recently on a voice call, apparently. So you tell me, bro.
Well, you're both British. I'm told that Queeman comes from your community. That's what people tell me.
Holy Fazoli. Razzle Smasher says he didn't call the cops, lol. He's memeing. The guy sent pictures of severed cow heads to Stardust to taunt her after she made a joke on Twitter about Sherry. Woof. That is bananas. Okay, that's a little spicy, meatball. Yeah, that's a little spicy. That's a little spicy.
He does, but I've had to cast him out because he's unfortunately been too attacking with some colleagues of mine. He's a Hassan fan. He's gone after all the commentary guys, and they don't like me anymore. So I'm kind of raped, basically.
Who are the commentary guys? This is Nicholas Diorio,
Nick Diorio, Willie Mack Show.
Tommy I learned who Nick Diorio was. He blocked me. I've never spoken to this man in my life.
Oh, he does
Nick
that.
Diorio.
He does that. Yeah, he likes.
I haven't, but I haven't talked to him.
Okay.
I haven't said a.
Oh no! I have to start drawing things. Sorry, I'm so involved. This is great for me. Okay, this is great for me. I know this is probably terrible for you guys. So let me explain real quick. Chud had an exodus. Okay, he's much like the Jew Moses. Okay, Destiny was keeping him in content slavery for a long time, just like whipping his back, which is going to be even funnier when I draw this in a moment. And so Chud is much like Moses, and so Chud led a drama exodus from the DGG community, where the people who were into the drama content for Destiny, but also didn't like the way that Destiny conducted himself, and also did not like the way that he treated Mr. Girl, they left, and I'll be drawing Steven. Instead of the Mad King today, he's going to be like Pharaoh Tutankhamun II, who is estimated to have been the Pharaoh at the time of the Exodus. And then Chud Logic is like Moses, and he brings his people into the Promised Land, and the Promised Land is commentary. But in commentary, there's a bunch of Canaanites, okay? And there's many tribes. And in the land of the Canaanites, there's hostile factions, like the Babylonians, I would say, and the Persians. And I would say that those are Turkey Tom, and those are, Turkey Tom and Augie RFC. And then there's friendly people like Nicholas Diorio is he's a large guy. I'll be nice. I actually like Nicholas Diorio's content a lot. But Nicholas Diorio is he's the prostitute in the city of Jericho. You remember when Israeli spies or Jewish spies, they go into like the city of Jericho and they're walking around and they're kind of spying on stuff and they're taking a look around. And then they almost get caught by the local city guard, and the city guard wants to find them and kill them and put their heads on pikes because they know the Israeli army is outside. And so Nicholas Diorio is like the prostitute that became a part of the nation of Israel, who protected the spies, protected Queeman and protected Chud Logic's people on their exodus. And as a result, they became a temporarily honored person. Rahab, there you go. Thank you. I knew somebody would know the reference. Rahab. And so Nicholas Diorio is Rahab. And but then what's happened since then is that Israel has conquered the commentary community. They have conquered a vast territory in the Eastern Mediterranean. And now it's a question of whether or not the Babylonians and the Persians are going to come and try to stomp out the fledgling state of Israel. Patriarch says, don't compare Jews to that bunch of arslers. I will. And not only am I going to compare it, I'm going to draw it. All right. Hey, we just figured out what our first paint was going to be today. Let's go.
It's because he's worried of your great legal knowledge. but he shouldn't be.
Sorry, to be honest, I was gonna do. When I was originally thinking about this, I was gonna do Lord of the Rings. Okay, I was gonna do Lord of the Rings. Like I was gonna make Nicholas Diorio the steward of Gondor, who's a steward and is trying to maintain power on behalf of the long lost king, but he jealously does not want to let the new king into the kingdom. And I was going to make, like Chud Logic, like Aragorn. And I was going to make, anyways, I had analogies for Lord of the Rings for all the various characters. But I think I'm going to go with the Jewish Exodus. I think that's funny because, Chud Logic and Queeman sometimes make anti-Semitic comments. So I want to, this is hella long. Well, if you're talking about me, I talk a lot. I don't know if you're new to the stream or not, Officer Nasty, but I do talk a lot. If you're talking about the content, we're not going to get through all the content. I think you guys know me. I watch 30 to 45 minutes of the content. I turn it into 90 minutes to 2 hours of content. And then we typically just miss out on some key moments because I talk too long. So my apologies, but we get excellent mind maps out of the drawings. So let's go.
About what?
Well, exactly. Good question. I'm about to ask you the same thing, bro.
Fuck. Well,
anyway, no, wait a second. Sorry, dude. I thought of a better joke and it's too late now. But what I should have said to you when you asked that, what have you done? You failed to realize that.
Christian Blair's, I'm definitely going to take professional feedback from a Oiler. You're saying this is my biggest criticism outside of Connor being late? What is? Tell me specifically.
Ethan Klein always wins. Fuck, that would have been so much better, dude. That would have been so much better.
Oh, shit. Fucking Kleins are doing this. I don't have anything inherently against the commentary class or commentary community or whatever the fuck it is you guys call yourself. You just do like drama stuff. You do like Christian.
Yeah, sure. Drama, rapes,
What?
Yeah. I mean, I've kind of retired the format, but I'll still talk about like if someone gets accused of some sexual misconduct.
Christian Blair says, not finishing the content sometimes, the good content anyways. Let me give you some feedback back, and we can try to play this out. So I have no problems with finishing good content. So for instance, if this was 2 hours long and it was fire the whole way through, and we knew that we wanted to react to it over a course of days, Nicholas Diorio does that. So for instance, I think he did content nuke Ethan Klein. Yeah, he did content nuke Hassan Piker, excuse me. And he did it over like multiple viewings, right? And so he has like 3 2-hour segments, and I think he has 1 6-hour segment. And so if there's like a specific piece of content that you feel is going to be like a cornerstone of the Twitch and YouTube political zeitgeist for a prolonged period, and actually seeing all of it is relevant to its commentary, I have no problems with you dropping in the chat and being like, hey, this is something that you should you should watch in full. Then I would be down for that. That's not a problem. Got you. Okay. Yep.
I know you were terrified to go over Destinies. I get it. It's fine. Being a former Orbiter as well. We're from the same plantation. I totally get that fucking situation. Okay. But
these are racially and sexually offensive remarks you're making. I just want to say that I disavow you.
Okay, I'll try and rein it in a bit.
Plantation?
Because seriously, dude, I do want to have like a serious conversation, okay?
All
It's
right.
me and it's you.
All right.
Okay. So can we get started where we began with this? Because you're actually quite rude about me and you're being very nice now. So I need to challenge you on this.
Rude to you? I said, fuck you.
Yeah, you said,
Did you
fuck
take it
you,
personally?
Chud dumbass, because I said that I believe the takes I saw on Twitter were motivated by emotion, fear, or politics. And I think that's true.
Yeah. Yeah. And you took it personally because you what? Believe the kayfabe?
I wouldn't say I took it personally. I just thought it was rich coming from you, right? Because you're a fucking dumbass, bro. Okay? I actually listened to one of your takes and when I looked into it, and it turns out you're just wrong.
Oh, so you did a little fucking research? I didn't prepare by watching your shit. You have your people like sending you clips of mine?
Dude, I didn't need to watch you, do any research. I've watched 50 hours of body cams. 50 hours of body cams. That's all I need.
There's needed context. There's needed context. So the person who told me, by telling me, I mean added me on Twitter, with that clip was Substance, was this Twitter account Substance.
Yeah,
there was also apparently in my Discord.
Yeah,
and that's the person who Stardust called her, or sorry, sent a picture of gore of a cow. That was like and among other things that he did that were racist. So it actually does tie into our intro there. But yeah, that's how I knew what you said. I didn't do like fucking research into your takes. And just 1 second, like someone's at my door. I don't know why. I might be killed. Just 1 second.
All right, go on.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward this, but if you're sending somebody gore videos with implications of like violent harassment, I'm not gonna care if Stardust reported you either to social media tools to get you suspended or banned. I'm also not going to care if she reported you to law enforcement because she actually thought that you were like a legitimate stalking, doxing, harassing freak. I have no problems with that. So the last 30 minutes are legit just Chud screaming, "You're an R-word, Pisco." Dang. I mean, that sounds base to me. Anonymous chatter for 5. Thank you for the chip, King. I'm figuring out the drama community is a bunch of tough talking wannabe tough guys that are actually thin-skinned men who gossip like old women. I know, but like, don't we all like gossip? Is that really such an indictment? What I don't know, man. It's one thing to have, how do I phrase this properly? It's one thing to know that you spend a ton of time and energy that you might regret on your deathbed listening to people talk about inane drama as a coping mechanism for mortality, right? That's what I would say. Sometimes everything's heavy, everything's serious, everything's crazy. You know, there's dead people and famine and disease and this, that, the other. Sometimes it's fun to just listen to 8 hours of, we all used to be friends. One of us is fat. One of us is like skinny and kind of effeminate with a shrill voice. And one of us is trans now. But the trans girl guy was bullying the fat gay guy, and now the other fat straight guy, and now the skinny guy are bullying the trans guy, and you know, like just hours upon hours of just like stupid inane shit that goes nowhere that you listen to while you're doing the dishes or while you're cleaning up the house or while you're doing whatever. And I don't know, man. Like I just want to stan the commentary and drama kings real quick. That while I do think that almost none of them could take a punch and almost none of them would know how to fight their way out of a wet paper bag, they do provide us with beautiful, beautiful, beautiful content to distract us from the serious shit in life. Hans Meyer says, "Hey, I found a case for officer included hazard Barnes versus Felix." Cool. First T News says, "But just to be clear, I also read hours of the Wall Street Journal, both news and opinion section every single day." Well, there you go. You gotta have the same way that we have a diet of food, right? You need a certain amount of protein, you need a certain amount of vegetables, certain amount of fruits, certain amount of carbs, et cetera, and that's what you need to consume every day in order to be healthy. But every now and then, you just want a little Mickey D's, a little Chick-fil-A, a little Chipotle, a little whatever. Those are the things that are going to make your world better, and they just give you a nice little pop, right? So you can't be eating Mickey D's every single day, but every now and then it's fine. Every day, every now and then. All right, let's continue.
I was about to do a bit.
Where were we? I'm sorry. I'm pretty sick.
No, it's okay. You're making excuses already. I understand. Don't worry.
Okay,
bro. Anyway, we're talking about substance. So here's the thing, right? You were baited by a clipper, right? I didn't really have that big an issue with you. I was talking about how everyone is along political lines on this.
Sorry. First T News says, "That reminds me, Wendy's is starting a new Biggie Bag meal. This is very tempting. I need a Wendy's sponsorship. Apparently, it's only $6.
And hasn't actually looked at anything, and I included you within that, right?
Don't bitch out now. You said, "Oh, it's political. He's got a bias," as though that's informing my take.
Well, okay, it is informing your take, I believe, and I can explain why I think that. But beyond that as well, okay, I wasn't even like directing it at you. It was a very broad comment, but it was clipped and sent to you in order to provoke you, right? When I said, and this is where we can get into the conversation, I said I saw one of your takes and thought, oh, that's interesting, but I looked into it and turned out it's totally fucking false and wrong, dude. Your claim that there needs to be lethal force justification for each bullet fired, not correct, untrue.
In virtue of what is it untrue?
When an officer decides to use lethal force, okay, there is precedent for this, that they don't need to justify every single bullet fired. They only need fire until the threat is extinguished.
So
I hope they don't talk past each other. If they talk past each other, I will fast forward. Okay. And what I'm just going to tell you guys this straight up, because we've had people pop in a chat and say every bullet needs to be justified, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let me clarify what I mean. Once you reach the imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you are allowed to take action in order to try to prevent, try being a key word, prevent death or great bodily harm, right? And so 3 shots in under a second, you're not evaluating each trigger pull as a conscious choice by the officer. Those are all part of the same action. That 2 to 3 shots are what's necessary in order to prevent his imminent threat or death or great bodily harm, okay? And then likewise, if let's say that you have a mag dump, there's a guy, he's right in front of you, he's got a knife, he's charging you, and then you do like half a mag dump, right? You have 17 rounds, you put like 8 into the guy, and then he falls down. Well, let's say that a round actually goes through his body and hits somebody else. Or let's say that a round actually misses and hit another person. Now, you'll be judged based off of the fact that you were inaccurate, that you didn't hit the target, or there was an innocent person standing behind the target. You'll be graded off of all those things. And when the shoot team comes out, they're going to evaluate each one of those bullets. But what they're not going to do is they're not going to say, okay, in a 3-second elapsed time frame, bullet number 1 is justified, bullet number 2 is justified, bullet number 3 is justified, bullet number 4 is justified, but bullets 5, 6, and 7 are not justified. The reason why they're not going to do that is they're going to understand that within the elapsed time frame of a shooting, which is oftentimes only a few seconds, that effectively the action-reaction gap is such that the event ending, like for instance, like the threat being eliminated, and then the your action to stop engaging in a self-defense action, there's going to be an action-reaction gap where it's going to take a second for you to realize, oh shit, the dude's down, right? And so they're going to give you that 5-second window. Now, what's going to happen though with certain cases is that there was a case, I want to say it was in Detroit, but it was in some Midwestern state. And what happened was there was a guy who had a knife. He was charging law enforcement. He got gunned down, but then a cop put an entire magazine into him over the course of like 20 seconds. Like the dude's down on the ground and he's like wounded or whatever. And he's kind of like moaning and rolling around. But then the cop just kind of like lines up shots and puts like another 5 or 6 shots in him over the course of 20 seconds. And there was an argument about whether or not it was justified. I actually have no idea how the case in court played out. I have no idea how it played out. But the officer's rationale was, I saw him trying to get back up. Therefore, because he had a knife, because he had just charged us, I still viewed him as an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Whereas what the prosecutor against the cop argued was that no other officers were firing. The threat was terminated. He was on the ground. And basically, you just put rounds into him because you fucking felt like it. And I actually don't remember how that case was fought out. But I will argue that somebody like Pisco or a more progressive or liberal prosecutor would argue that the second half of the magazine was totally unjustified because he was already down on the ground. No other cops were shooting, and he took like an extra 20 seconds. Christina says, great to see you in my YouTube feed. #Valor. Thanks, Christina. I just want to warn you, though, because you seem like a nice person. I hope you're familiar with the content, but I'm going to give you a little bit of a heads up. First T News says, also a really good sub is on sale at Publix. But it's nothing to do with what we're talking about, bud. Guys, y'all can chat amongst yourselves, chat about whatever you want to talk about. But instinctively, I like to read veterans of the chat here. And if you're not talking about the content, I'm not going to respond to you. Remind me of that rule, please, so I don't go off onto weird tangents. But Christina, I need to warn you before we continue. Valor Media Network is a noble digital media effort. Okay. Ken Harbaugh is a great guy. The Men Talking Mindfulness people are a great guy. The Gidung people are great people. The new guy who's doing his own show that's done well. Good for him. I forget what his show is called. But that's like the nice restaurant, okay, in the front of Valor Media Network. There you walk up, there's a nice host or hostess. They greet you at the door. They welcome you into the establishment. They walk you to your table. They give you menus. They put in the appetizers on time. They bring you your food on time. And then they present you with a reasonable check, and then they leave, right? That's the pre-recorded content of Valor Media Network. The live stream of Valor Media Network is a bar on the back of the restaurant. And when you walk back there, people are having schizophrenic conversations. They're beating each other with bar stools. They're getting crazy with it, because that's where that's where the real business happens. So if you're more into a casual but almost elite dining experience that you expect to get something substantive out of, I strongly recommend the pre-recorded content. If you want to sit down in a raucous bar and hear people say crazy things and hit each other with bar stools, then you're more than welcome to stay. But I just want to give you that warning before we continue with the content, okay? So, Christina, please be warned.
Oh, right. So that should let you know that deadly force, right, to the extent that there continues to be a pervasive threat, it would continue to justify the firing of bullets.
You're stuttering a bit there, bro. You're stuttering a bit there. I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me make it really clear. Let me make it really clear.
That means that each bullet needs to be justified.
Let me make it clear.
So what you just said proves my point.
Okay, no, it doesn't at all, and you're wrong. And I'll explain how. Okay. Now, I do need to read this. I'm making that clear because obviously I don't know this off my head. Okay. So hopefully that's okay, because I'm not a fucking lawyer like you are. Okay. But this was actually determined in a case called Plumhoff versus Ricard. Okay.
Plumhoff. Yeah.
Yeah.
The SCOTUS decision from the 2010s.
And this was in regards to a police chase. Now, obviously, the violence of the police chase contributed to the decision that lethal force was authorized. But separately to that, they said this: we now consider respondents' contention that even if use of deadly force was permissible, petitioners acted unreasonably in firing a total of 15 shots. We reject that argument. It stands to reason that if police officers are justified in firing at a suspect in order to end a severe threat to public safety, the officers need not stop shooting until the threat has ended. As petitioners noted below, if lethal force is justified, officers are taught to keep shooting until the threat is over. That is the Supreme Court precedent on this issue.
Correct. So you just realized you fucked yourself, right?
How?
Okay. So where in your quotation from Plumhoff does it say?
Gratitude with a 20. Thank you, King. If this chat was a restaurant, it'd be a Waffle House with an expired liquor license where the chefs smoke in the kitchen and drink at work. You're not wrong. I'm going to keep drawing.
Okay.
Thank you for the super chat, King. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocially love you. Thank you for being here.
Every bullet does not need to be analyzed under the Fourth Amendment for excessive force. Okay. That's the proposition that you claimed.
Okay.
So where does it say
hang on a sec. You are now trying to use debate pedophile tactics to get out of this. Okay.
That was your contention.
Show me a case. Don't give me that bullshit about show me the contention. Okay. It's very clear what the ruling says. Okay. If a police officer has authorization to use lethal force, they're allowed to continue to use lethal force until the threat is ended. Therefore, there isn't an individual justification required for each bullet. That's the precedent, okay? Rather than give me your fucking pedophile bullshit, rather than give me your pedophile bullshit, why don't you quote some law at me? No, we're not going to slow down. Yeah. We're speeding up, bro. We're speeding up because you know that you're wrong about this.
Down.
Okay, you know that you're wrong about this.
I know that I'm right. That's why I'm slowing down on Plumhoff.
No, you know that you're wrong, dude. You are wrong about this.
I read this case in law school.
All right, Chud's being a jerk. Let's be real. He's being a jerk. All right. If he keeps being a jerk over it, maybe we'll fast forward a little bit. But once again, I think that Pisco could be making a correct argument that within the context of evaluating each shot, like I said, with the example up north where the guy kept shooting for 20 seconds, where he was taking aim shots at a suspect that was already down. His contention was that the suspect still posed an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm because he was trying to get back up, which is why he was continuing to shoot. And yet no other officers were shooting, and he continued to sustain fire for like an additional 20 seconds. And we could actually Google. Yeah, as a matter of fact, somebody said, can we Google that? Let's Google it real quick. Let's Google the case. Police officer continued shooting case. Trial of formal Uvalde. That's not it. Uvalde. It might be lost to the algorithm, man. This thing was like 5 or 10 years ago. Former Officer Matthew Edward Hamilton is charged with manslaughter in the death of Joseph Thomas Lee Lopez, who was shot on the night of November 2021. I don't think that's it. If somebody can find the case, just describing it again, it was in the Rust Belt. It was a black gentleman. He was walking down the middle of the roadway, and basically all the cops lined up. He charged the line. He got shot. He was down on the ground, and they kept shooting him. And the one cop kept shooting for an additional like 20 seconds past every other law enforcement officer. That was the case. I don't know how it was decided. I don't know if he was charged. I don't know any of that stuff. But if anybody finds that case, let me know the name and I'll look it up. I'm going to keep drawing, though.
I know it better than you, and we're slowing it down.
No. We're not slowing it down because you're wrong. You're trying to slow it down because you know that you're wrong, and you're trying to come up with some little trick or tactic, some Jewish lawyer strategy in order to circumvent the fact that I'm right. You were stuttering.
You wanted a serious debate.
You were stuttering. I'm giving you a serious debate. You were stuttering when you first answered. You were stuttering when you first answered, bro, because you don't have an answer to this. Because you were wrong to say that each shot requires justification. That's what you claimed in your tweet. That's what you claimed in your tweet.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It's true.
Incorrect.
It's true. And it's true. And Plumhoff.
Thank you. It's Dub. This is my favorite Destiny waiting room. Parasocial Love King. Thank you for the chip.
Proves it, and I'm about to show you why. So let's stick on Plumhoff.
Okay, go on.
So the fact that SCOTUS states that it's reasonable to use force in the context of the fact pattern of Plumhoff means they're analyzing every bullet, right? The 15 bullets are all being analyzed. Yes or no?
Okay, I'm not playing your fucking game, dude.
Correct?
I'm not playing your game.
Is the answer yes?
I'm not. I've heard about this, dude.
Analyzing
No, you're not getting me on this, Pisco. You're not going to get me with this. We came from the same fucking...
Dude, I gotta tell y'all a wild story. Somebody said Tyree Moorhead. No, this is Baltimore. This shoot was good all day. And sorry, once again, we're talking about serious topics this morning. So I apologize to anybody with a weaker stomach. You can come back a little bit later. We'll have something a little bit less serious. So what happened here? Bear in mind, guys, I was supposed to meet Tyree Moorhead in 2022. He was killed in 2023. So what happened, for those of you who don't know, Lauren Southern is a dissident right-wing documentarian. And I've worked with her a couple of times. And we went to Baltimore for a video shoot about gun violence in America. And I forget what the name of the documentary was called, but it was sponsored by Tim Pool. So we work for a few days. We're running around Baltimore. We're seeing everybody riding dirt bikes and popping wheelies on ATVs and getting into gunfights. And we're talking to locals, and they're telling us how scary and crazy the West Baltimore is and South Baltimore is. And we're going into all the bad neighborhoods. And somebody actually says, hey, you need to talk to this guy. He's an anti-firearms activist called Tyree Moorhead. And so what Tyree Moorhead was doing in West Baltimore was he was running around and he was tagging, spray painting certain areas, and he was labeling them no shoot zones. So like no charge from the city, no planning from the city, no nothing. He was just spray painting areas, and he was saying this is a no shooting zone. And what was weird about it is that the community on and off actually accepted the territories being declared no shooting zones, where effectively like gangbangers or whatever actually engaged in less violence in those territories. And so as a result, Tyree Moorhead, kind of a schizophrenic guy, but he was kind of like valorized and covered in media as somebody who was in Baltimore, who genuinely cared about the community, who was trying to do something to reduce the violence. Well, and so he was kind of a crazy guy, though. So people were saying, oh, he's like a local fascination. You should go check him out. So we tried to coordinate meeting up with him, but we weren't able to make it happen by the end of the video shoot. And then a year after the video shoot, he gets killed by law enforcement. And I think he gets killed by law enforcement because he's like holding somebody hostage with a knife. And like he's actually either trying to stab or he's holding them hostage with a knife. And so a Baltimore police officer runs up to this guy and guns him down. And I'll tell you, the shooting of this guy was like less than 5 seconds. He had a knife. He was threatening to, he was like holding this person by the hair, and he had a knife in his hand. At that point, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm is easily articulable. And so as a result, this was not the case that I was talking about. Once again, if you have like an elapsed time for a police involved shooting that is less than 5 seconds, that cop's not getting charged and he's not going to jail. So thank you for bringing up a specific case. But Tyree Moorhead is not the guy I was talking about. And weirdly enough, I almost met Tyree Moorhead before he was killed. Weird small world.
Rape dungeon, bro. You're not going to fucking get me on this. You said you need to have a self-defense rationale for these shots, pointing to shots 2 and 3.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
The Plumhoff rationale applies.
No. Under Plumhoff, if you're authorized to use force, you shoot until the threat is ended. Therefore, you don't need to justify each bullet fired.
No, but that's
that simple.
No.
You can disprove it immediately. You can disprove it immediately by showing case law that shows that an officer, as part of their analysis in regards to lethal force, okay, has had to account for each instance of shot being fired within one sort of overall force deployment, if that makes sense. You know, one use of lethal force.
I mean, the proposition for that is from Tennessee v. Gardner. It's from Plumhoff itself.
Stop. Tennessee versus Gardner. How is it from Tennessee versus Gardner? Because that relates to whether or not you're allowed to shoot a fleeing felon. How does that relate to Tennessee versus Gardner?
Because they analyzed the Fourth Amendment deadly force principles in that case, and it's one of the most important critical cases.
And why is it critical? Why is it critical? What's the reason it's critical?
Because it's one of the first times that SCOTUS has confronted the issue, and
what did they decide
where a lot
that
of the
was so
case law is
important?
developed.
No. What did they decide specifically that was so important?
There's a bunch of stuff that was very important.
No, there was one. No. There was.
Are you just trying to quiz me?
I'm trying to quiz you because you present yourself as a lawyer, but you don't know what you're talking about, and that's why you're fucking wriggling. You tell me what was the primary holding in Tennessee versus Gardner right now, without looking it up.
Yeah.
Go.
So, what it is that if there is a significant threat to the public, if the officer perceives it from an objectively reasonable perspective, that the use of force is justified if necessary in response to the threat of serious bodily injury or death to the public or to the officers.
So, what about that relates
under the Fourth Amendment?
Okay. So, what about that relates to the justification for each bullet fired?
Yeah, it's their holding that the use of deadly force as against a person is a seizure under the Fourth Amendment, which must be analyzed. Correct. And of course, every seizure under the Fourth Amendment must be reasonable.
You can keep buying for time. You can keep buying for time. You can no. Keep buying for time all you want. Explain to me.
We're just gonna slow down.
You know that you're fucked here, bro. You know that I fucking researched this, and you know that you're wrong, and you know that you're right. That's why you're saying slow down. That's why you're stuttering. You're done. You're finished. Explain to me. No. Very specific. You claim each shot needs individual justification.
Somebody said a Chavez guy from Houston. Unfortunately, I just Googled it. All those cops were reinstated. So, I mean, that's not the one I was thinking of, but thank you for giving me the case just to take a look at it.
You refer to Tennessee versus Gardner. What about Tennessee versus Gardner says that each individual bullet fired, as you stated, needs deadly force justification? Go.
Because Gardner stands for the proposition that the application of deadly force against an individual is a seizure, every bullet fired is a seizure against an individual.
No, it's not. That was contested. No, it's not. That's contested. That's contested by Plumhoff. That's contested by Plumhoff.
No,
it is contested by Plumhoff.
No,
it is absolutely contested by
this
Plumhoff
is embarrassing,
because it says it. No, it's not
you have to let me
embarrassing.
finish.
You're the one that's
you have to
embarrassed.
let me
You're not
finish the
answering my
thought.
question. You're not answering my question. It's obvious, bro.
I
Everyone can
am
see
your
it.
question.
You're stuttering. You don't know what you're talking about, and I do.
So
and
I
you're
am
fucking
answering
raped,
your question.
bro. Okay, go.
So Chud, what you asked basically, how is it possible that Garner stands for the proposition that every bullet must be justified? Well, the mere holding that the use of force is a seizure in this context is incorporating the Fourth Amendment. And of course, if the use of deadly force is a seizure, and also
somebody says Alvin Cole, Wisconsin. That sounds like it.
Seizures must be reasonable under the Fourth Amendment. It means all applications of force must be reasonable under the Fourth Amendment, which means all uses of force must be justified, in which case all shots must be justified.
Okay.
It's just a logical entailment.
No, it's not. That is contested by Plymouth.
Okay, and I also feel like we're moving the ball here a little bit. Weirdly enough, I'm like with Chud in spirit, even though I think he's being a jerk. So once again, maybe I need to draw this out real quick. So every bullet being fired, and I'm not going to play any violent videos. I'm just going to describe it for you real quick. Let me save this commentary Moses Chud analogy, and then let me do like a new thing real quick. I know this is redundant, and I have a 3,000 IQ chat filled with Giga Chads and Giga Stacies, so you guys don't even need me to explain it. But I do feel like it needs to be drawn because otherwise these people are just going to talk past each other, and it's not going to do anything. So bullet picture. Well, let's see if there's a picture of a bullet. Okay, here we go. Here's a picture of a bullet. So I think that they're talking past each other more than this is actually an object in contention. Okay. So what I'm saying and what I think Chud is saying, as a matter of fact, let's just use the Minnesota shooting in as an example. I think there were 3 rounds fired. Let's just say there were 4 rounds fired just in case. Okay. But I think there were 3 rounds fired. So what I think Pisco is saying by inference, you can say that this is not what he's saying, but I think this is what's implied by saying that each round must be justified. Every time a cop pulls the trigger, each individual shot must be evaluated as an individual action / seizure, and therefore each round can be ruled justified, unjustified, based on its context. Okay? And I think that's what he's saying. And I actually don't have real beef with it necessarily with it being articulated that way. However, I think what people hear, because they're insert ableist slur here, since we have nice people in our chat, I think what they hear is that you actually, when the shoot team shows up, they actually take a look at every single bullet, when it's fired, what it's aimed at, what it hits, the time elapsed since the decide to engage in deadly force, and whether or not that decision to engage in deadly force was justified. Okay? Whereas what Chud and I are saying is that, let me delete this thing right here and let me say these things. I don't even necessarily know if these statements are mutually contradictory. I don't even know if what I'm about to say is contradicting what Pisco is saying. So let me just write it out so it's clear, because they're going to loop, obviously, because it's a contentious debate and they think that they have something that's real in contention. But I'm going to try to articulate it so maybe we could listen to them loop a couple of times and then maybe move it forward if they, to a next point, if they just get wrapped up on this point. So in use of force scenarios, law enforcement is trained to fire until the threat is gone, which means that particularly in short instances, bullets will be treated as working off the same info and context and can be judged as a group. And this particularly applies to the ICE shooting. Because no offense, I know I love you guys. Just know that I parasocially love you before I say the next mean thing that I'm going to say. Is that what people who are hearing Pisco argue is that the guy is on the verge of being struck by the vehicle. He fires into the windshield. He fires into the side of the vehicle. He fires into the side of the vehicle. And so they're arguing that the first shot, second shot, and third shot are not justified. But they're particularly arguing that even if the first shot was justified, the second and third shot are obviously not justified because the vehicle has already passed the ICE agent. But that's not how violence works. There's a action-reaction gap, and there's not a choice that's being made, a conscious choice that's being made with each individual shot fired. What's happening is the ICE agent sees a vehicle coming towards him. He decides that it meets a deadly force threshold. He's going to pull and fire. And so within that, you're talking about an elapsed time frame of maybe a couple of seconds. All three of those shots are going to, because they're right next to each other, they're going to be treated as a class of action. Because by the time he pulls the first trigger, because of the way that human physiology and psychology works, he's already pulling the second and the third. Those are already on the way out. Okay, there is not a shot going off, and then he's like, oh, well, now she's passed me, therefore I can stop the second and the third. No, the first, second, and third are contextually all the same because they're all based off of the same calculation, and they're all within the context of the same action-reaction gap. Now, what I'm also going to say, because I think this is true of both cases, I'm going to label this like Pisco, and I'm going to label this Chud. Because once again, I don't even know if these arguments are mutually contradictory. They might not be mutually contradictory. Let me add one other thing. So time, okay. Let me take this let me take this out here and put this down here, because this applies regardless of whether or not you take Chud's position, regardless of whether or not you take Pisco's position in reference to the shooting. Let me finish up my drawing real quick. My apologies for the dead air. I'm just cleaning up the third thing, because this applies regardless of whether or not you lean more towards Pisco's description or you lean towards Chud's description, which once again, I don't think are mutually contradictory. This is still true after the elapsed time. So elapsed time from perception of threat of great bodily harm or deadly, or what is it? Imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Okay, so it's death. Elapsed time from perception of threat of great bodily harm or death. The longer the time to observe, orient, direct, and act / react, the harsher the judgment of each round fired. Now, I might have to describe this a little bit for you guys. So let's say that you perceive an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. If you have those first 3 or 4 shots, you're probably Gucci, because you're still interacting with the perception of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. But as time elapses, where the person either falls or doesn't fall or dies or doesn't die or throws their weapon away or doesn't throw their weapon away, judgment becomes more harsh. Because if you have somebody who gets shot and you shoot him 3 or 4 times, but then they throw their weapon away, and then like another 5 seconds elapse or 10 seconds elapse, and then you shoot them after that, then those bullets are going to be judged more harshly than the perception of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. And you are going to have a momentary, reasonable reason why you pulled those additional shots. I think this makes sense. I think it should be obvious to a lot of people, and yet we're having a fight about it. And I've argued with soy people in my chat about this description of events. And so I want you to evaluate what I've said. If you disagree with me, I want you to take a look at what I've written and specifically articulate what you think I got wrong. Because I don't think that there's anything wrong in this. I think Chud is being not good faith, but he's forwarding an earnest and intellectually honest argument. I think Pisco is as well. And I don't think they're mutually contradictory, but I want to hear why Chud is wrong from the soy libs, because I do not think Chud is wrong. I'm going to give them 3 to 5 minutes in order to loop on the topic. And then if they loop like too many times, then I'm going to move on. Quick chill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. We're at a 5 out of 10 on the goal. We have another hour left on the goal. The goal is 10 super chats over the course of 2 hours. I do parasocially love you guys, and I want to thank everybody who's donated so far. Anonymous Chatter donated for 20 for Grassroots. Forgot to mention the pile behind the dumpster of our Waffle House. Yep. But thank you, Anonymous. It's Dubois. That sounds like it's W, but it sounds like the way that people used to pronounce W. But it sounds like you combine that with an orc. So it's like Dubois. So thank you for your chip. Grassroots, thank you for the 20. Anonymous Chatter, thank you for the 5. From the Ashes, thank you for the 5. From the Ashes with the 2. Vazraka with the membership. Anonymous Chatter with the 10. Fellrunner with the 2. Anonymous Chatter with the 20. Thank you, kings and queens. Let's continue with the content.
I'll read it again. Okay? Because what Plumhoff says is essentially, to put it simply, because you clearly don't know, shoot until the trigger goes click. If it is determined that force is permissible, you can shoot until the trigger goes click, okay? And as long as the threat has not dynamically changed within that time. Let me give you an example, okay? Because I clearly know more than this about you. If you shoot someone 5 times and they fall to the floor and they're incapacitated, right? That's likely fine. But if you then went up and fired a 6 shot, the 6 shot would be a separate instance of force because it's, substantively after the first 5 shots, and that would likely be considered excessive, right? That's what it's referring to.
Although in Warfare, I do recommend dead checking. That's kind of a meme. That's a video game meme, mostly. But also, if we're ever in like a real no BS war, maybe dead check.
But as in this case, if 3 bullets are fired, no, I'm not. If 3 bullets are fired in 1 second, if 3 bullets,
no, he's not making stuff up. That's actually this is my frustration with Pisco. He's not making stuff up. Chud is not wrong. As a matter of fact, I think what they're saying is not mutually exclusive.
Fired in 1 second, okay, it is highly unlikely that would be
classified. They're all analyzed.
No, okay. They might be analyzed for... No, listen. They might be analyzed for reports.
You can see they're analyzed.
No, I'm not considering that. Dude, you are sick, bro. I was warned about you, bro. Dude, you and I both know that you're wrong. That's what's so funny about this. You know that you're wrong. You know that you're wrong, bro. You know that you're wrong. They might be analyzed for a police report, but not legally. From a legal perspective, Plumhoff sets the precedent that you can fire until the trigger goes click. Okay?
No, it's literally opposite. So Plumhoff is holding that it's reasonable under the circumstances to fire that many shots. It's not saying we don't analyze the shots. It's saying we analyze them.
You're
and we
trying
assess
to
them
find
as
some little trick because your original your original claim was you need to have a self-defense rationale for those shots. That's
and
not
there
true
is in
because you.
Yeah. Christina, I actually think this is a good faith question, and a lot of my chat doesn't like my answer. So every bullet has a story. What would be an example of the bullet shot at Renee Good? So I think that if you are trying to evaluate the bullets on an individual, like objective reasonableness standard, then the first bullet could potentially be justified under the imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. But then the second and third get more difficult to justify as imminent threat or death or great bodily harm because they were taken at angles that suggest that the vehicle was already past the person being struck by the vehicle, right? So from an individual bullet analysis, which I think Pisco is advocating for, and I think that that's what you're poking at, the second and third shot get really hard to justify. However, what happens, what I'm telling you, and Jeb Tam brought this up, and it's something I was trained on, and et cetera, is like the action-reaction gap is something that's real. So anybody who's been in a real adrenaline out scenario, you've been in a bar fight, you've been in a fist fight, you've been in a gun fight, you've been in a knife fight, you've had a abusive person abuse you, you've been assaulted either physically, sexually, socially, whatever. I think you guys can all attest to the fact that simultaneously time seems to slow down, but I've been in those scenarios and time does not actually slow down. Your perception of things keep up. And so as an example, I've told people about this story before. I had a naked guy in red sneakers charge me while I had a gun pointed at his chest. And my brain kicked into what I think a lot of people refer to as time dilation, where simultaneously time was faster and slower. And realistically, like studying the physiology and the biology of somebody in one of those actions, one of the things that they brought up is that in an adrenaline out situation, your adrenaline will effectively like overwhelm your body with blood pressure effectively. And people will oftentimes get tunnel vision where their eyeballs are focusing on the individual levels of threat. They'll focus on the aspect of threat, but then not just that, your eyeballs click into overdrive where it's effectively the shutter speed gets increased on a high definition, slow motion camera. So it's not that time isn't unfolding at the same speed. It's that your perception is simultaneously decreased because of tunnel vision and adrenaline, but it's also increased where what you're perceiving within what you're looking at is increased because of the increased shutter speed of your mind's eye taking more pictures more quickly. And so when this guy is in this scenario, if he was under the same adrenaline time dilation effect that people experience under extreme duress, then probably what happened was if you took the camera, the body camera and or cell phone footage, then shrink his perception down 70% because of adrenaline, to the point that if he was looking at the person, that is probably all they saw. They only saw 30% of what was going on. Then not just that, the instinct to pull in fire is a moment, but second and third shots all elapse in under a second or two. And so as a result, those are all going to be evaluated as a part of the same mental and physiological calculation. And that's what Chud is saying in my perception. So that's where I feel like it's unfair for people who say each round needs to be justified. Yes, that's true. But if you take the physiological action reaction gap and the perceptions of somebody in a high stress scenario, then these are going to be treated, especially since they elapsed in such a short time, they're going to be treated as a solitary act. So, anyways.
You need one self-defense rationale for all three bullets based on Plumhoff and what it says. It's that simple. So first off, and you're wrong. Go.
So first off, Plumhoff is not just a self-defense rationale. It's a defensive public rationale. Yep, and even putting that aside, Plumhoff isn't saying you don't analyze those shots. What Plumhoff is saying is we've analyzed those shots.
I'll give them a second to loop.
And we find them to be reasonable. That's why it's so preposterous you're citing it, right? Plumhoff is analyzing every one of the shots, and you're claiming that it's standing for the proposition that you don't analyze the shots.
If lethal force is justified, officers are taught to keep shooting until the threat is over. That is what they say.
You think that's responsive to what I just said? You're like you're like Pearl in that debate she just had.
I do think they're talking past each other a little bit.
Okay.
What is alimony? What is alimony?
Because you want to throw some fucking red meat to the audience when I heard you got fucking gaped, bro. Didn't you officially lose your fucking debate? Is that because you were sick then too? You're wrong about this. It's that.
That was mean. That was mean. For those of you who don't know, Pisco debated dear friend of the channel, Ryan Mulally. I know a lot of my chat hates Ryan Mulally, but they went to World War debate in Atlantic City, and they had a podium-style debate. And what I would say is that morally, I'm with Pisco. To what end do we take the interpretations of the 14th Amendment from, was it the 14th Amendment? I think it was the 14th Amendment. To what degree do we take the contemporaneous, meaning same time? I already know you guys know contemporaneous because you guys are my chat and you have 3,000 IQ and you're brilliant and you're gigastats and gigachads and gigastacies. But contemporaneous arguments from the 19th century were that illegal immigrants were not covered under the 14th Amendment, and that you had to have a parent. It was like somebody who helped write the bill say that in order to be considered under the jurisdiction thereof, then you had to have a parent that was under the complete jurisdiction of the United States of America. And they also say that in reference to, there was a Chinese immigrant who was born in the United States, but his parents were not diplomats. They were just like people with valid work visas. They were ruled as having, or the person born was ruled as being a citizen because their parents, during their immigration status, were under the complete jurisdiction of the United States. Now, what Pisco argued, which I want to agree with, but obviously is tough argumentatively, and I did see this in chat, which I liked, was that, well, if you look at the way that the 14th Amendment is phrased, it actually makes no specific reference to the parentage of the person born in the United States. And if they wanted that to be the law of the land, they shouldn't have just like written that in op-eds. They should have put that within the amendment itself. And so at that point, I agree with that. They wrote the amendment poorly if they wanted to exclude illegal immigrants. And then not just that, but like, what harm are we trying to prevent? Right? Like, what harm of people coming to the United States because they think it's a good place to live, because they want economic opportunity, because they want educational opportunity, because they want to make the world a better place, because they want a better life for their children? What harm are we preventing by having immigrants come to the United States because they want a materially better life? And if we made integration a key part of our public education system, why is that not sufficient for basically creating a new generation of patriotic Americans? So I thought Ryan did a good job. I thought Pisco did not as good of a job. I want to agree with Pisco more, and I do morally, but I also think that Ryan's arguments were valid and potentially sound. Anyways, back to it.
Simple,
they did a poll of the MAGA audience,
Pisco,
and yeah, I lost the MAGA poll.
Pisco, answer this question alone, okay? It's your turn to answer a fucking question.
All I've been doing is answering your questions.
Cite me relevant case law.
Xena says, what about after the shooting? Did they get her medical attention promptly? Honestly, man, if somebody's skull is split open and they don't have a pulse, medical attention kind of becomes secondary compared to treating it as a shooting scene. There's only certain medical things that you can recover from, and having your head blown open is not one of them.
Where it's a similar circumstance, multiple bullets fired within a matter of seconds, and that has been determinant on whether or not force is reasonable.
I don't have a on-point fact pattern from the perspective of,
So you don't have any relevant case law. So just to be clear, precedent is against you. As much as you say otherwise, you're wrong.
No,
any relevant information to back up the idea that each individual bullet gets analyzed.
Wait, no. That I just proved and
it doesn't
dunked
exist.
On you.
It's because it doesn't exist.
Wait.
No, you didn't.
That's
you can say you don't put on me as much as you
for.
want, bro. It's not fucking working, dude. People can see through you. You're stuttering. You're weak. You haven't got any fucking examples, okay? You will not win this war, dude. You will not win. You know that you're fucking wrong. You know you've been speaking out of school, okay? You know that you don't know as much about self-defense as you claim to.
Why don't we just have a debate?
Because I'm fucking sick of people saying things that aren't
you're
true.
Sick now.
Yeah, I'm sick. Yeah, people are saying things that aren't true, okay, and then they come on and they can't back it up, and you're using all these weasel tactics.
Remember when Logan Paul?
And I know that you're bullshit because I've read about
Remember
this.
Remember when Logan Paul boxed at like one guy who like pretty much gave up the fight by like doing illegal stuff in the boxing arena? I forget. Like he went after his girl or whatever. You're kind of that guy. You're just like doing a DQ right now and just like making the conversation impossible because you know you're gonna get blown the fuck out.
Yeah, dude. Conservative liberalism and beef supreme. You've been with me for the entire week, guys. You've watched the entire content. So I don't know why I have to answer this question, but since it's contextually relevant, I'm going to address it. So conservative liberalism says, what do you think of the odds of a cop knowing he can justify a shooting by his position, also knowing he can justify a killing by continuing to pull the trigger? Big think. And then that's not quite the same question, but who is it? Where's the other guy? Beef Supreme, as told by ex-cops, the fact is he is not following training or policy will also be used against him. He can't fall back on training in this case. So what's interesting, this is actually an interesting point that you guys are bringing up. You're asking, can officer cause jeopardy be used in order to justify a shooting? And can an officer use the context of officer cause jeopardy in order to kill someone? And I think the answer is yes. I actually have a specific story, and it's kind of difficult to go for. But basically, there was my buddy, who I love, excellent cop, excellent human being, love him to death, Mr. Jake. If Jake is listening to my VODs or watching live, then I love you, Jake, and I think you're one of the best human beings who was ever put on this planet. But in reference to Jake was on a call with a suicidal guy with a gun. And the suicidal guy with a gun was in the backyard and had a shotgun, and he was going to kill himself, but allegedly he had passed out from drugs. And basically they were approaching the guy, and then Jake's partner, not really his partner, but his zone partner, said that the guy like moved the gun on him, and then he blasted him away. Like the cop blasted the guy away with the shotgun. Now, Jake, it was dark. The body camera was not able to pick up the area. I'm trying to think of what else. It was dark. Body camera wasn't able to pick up anything. There were no other witnesses. There was just the two people there. And so, but he wrestled with that for a long time because he didn't see the guy make a furtive gesture. And so as a result, he's like, what is within the realm of possibility that this guy moved and I just didn't see it? What's within the realm of possibility of it being dark and therefore I didn't see it? But I really don't think I saw a furtive gesture. Was my zone partner being an aggressive a-hole and used this as a pretext? And he really wrestled with that shoot for a long time because he didn't know whether or not it was justified. And he basically knew that, suicidal guy with a gun, furtive gesture claimed by a cop, that's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. And yeah, so can cops, let's assume the most charitable thing, it's a good shoot. You have a firearm, you're threatening to kill yourself, you're threatening to kill other people, you're intoxicated out of your mind, you make a furtive gesture with a firearm, you're going to be killed, right? It's just the nature of the beast. You're posing an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself and others. Well, yourself might not be so relevant, but you're posing an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to others, which is why you're being killed. Now, but let's take the ultra uncharitable read, which is effectively by approaching a suicidal person with a gun, you're already in jeopardy, right? But that's the nature of the job. Cops are expected to do dangerous shit all the time. But then let's say, I'm not saying this is true. I'm saying that let's say hypothetically that there was a dangerous situation and a cop just wanted to kill someone because he felt like, I want to know what it's like. I want to know what it's like to kill someone. Could they use the jeopardy that they are currently in order to justify a bad shoot, pretending it was a good shoot? And I think the answer is yes. And I think that's scary. I think it should be scary to members of the public. I think it should be scary to law enforcement officers because while it might be rare, I think it's entirely possible that there could be murderers and bullies on the job who are using the job as a pretext to look for someone that they could kill. So I think that should freak everyone the fuck out. Yeah. Anyways, kind of a heavy topic. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here. Your Giga Chats and Giga Stacy's for being here. Let's continue.
Okay, explain to me, you blow me the fuck out. Explain to me how each bullet is going to be analyzed in this shooting. Go.
You started with the notion that it's possible for you to sandbag me with cases as though I haven't heard of Plumhoff or whatever, and as though that Plumhoff stands for the proposition that you don't analyze.
First, he says, have you considered that Chud speaks loudly, uses slurs, and makes fun of DGG? I have.
Every shot, when what Plumhoff was doing in responding to the lawsuit by petitioner was specifically to analyze their contention that each of the shots wasn't justified. And what Plumhoff stands for is you analyze them, right? Plumhoff is holding they're reasonable. It's not holding you don't.
I'm going to fast forward 5 or 10 minutes because I think that the subject is what's relevant here. The people who are evaluating the shooting are the people who can evaluate each bullet. The person doing the shooting typically cannot evaluate each trigger pull and should not be reasonably expected to do so. So there, from the police officer's perspective, a class of shots can elapse within 1 or 2 seconds. And all of those, from a law enforcement officer's perspective, are going to be judged as a single action. But from a state attorney or a shoot team's perspective, they're going to be evaluating each shot fired to see if it stands the scrutiny of objective reasonableness. So even if they're looping, I'm going to fast forward 5 or 10 minutes because, whatever. Hopefully they move to a different point.
So the reason is because I'm like a teacher right now. I'm trying to reach these kids.
Have you seen Marvel movies? Have you seen Marvel movies, bro?
That's a Bosch deep cut reference. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. Enjoy the psychic damage.
I'm trying to reach you.
Do you think Carl Rittenhouse should have submitted to the mob? What do you reckon? I've seen a Marvel movie where that happens. You get that one?
Yeah,
that one?
I don't know what you're talking about. What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about referencing movies? Why are you not citing law? What, you went from Chauvin?
I'm trying to...
Go back to Chauvin. Explain. Go back to Chauvin. I don't care about movies. If I wanted to learn about movies, I'd go to a fucking movie review site or watch UFAP. Talk to me about Chauvin.
If you're gonna be snarky, I'm gonna be snarky back. And the reason I'm bringing up Chauvin isn't to, like, I don't know, mind fuck you. It's because I think you're low IQ, and I'm trying to bring up...
I'm not mind fucked.
I'm trying to bring up cases that are...
You're wrong on Chauvin for the comparison. It's crazy how wrong you are. And anyone that knows about this knows that I'm right, because it's an insane comparison. You thought you'd fucking roll me like you did with Hutch. Hutch is a fucking retard, bro, and didn't look into it. But I did, and you're full of shit,
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're full of shit,
Hutch is my boy. Don't talk shit about Hutch. Don't talk shit about Hutch.
Too late, I did. Seriously. He's a fucking retard. Continue.
Why would you say that? That's fucked up. Anyway, the reason I brought up the Chauvin case wasn't to say that it's the same fucking case. It's for the discrete point that every use of force needs to be analyzed across all of its application. That's what they were doing in the Chauvin case. They were analyzing the use of force across the entirety of the application of force. I'm not citing it for anything else. Okay. It's just an evocative example that low IQ people can understand because the case is famous.
And one of the reasons, right, it's likely that wasn't considered reasonable is because it happened over 7 minutes and there was multiple inputs of information that added to the totality of circumstances that undermined Chauvin's case. This happened in 1 second, and it's got the precedent of split-second decisions. Okay, the court accounts for that when they're assessing totality of circumstances.
No, of course, I'm not citing it for the proposition that it's on all fours with this case. I'm just citing it for the proposition that the application of force is justified every time it's applied. You don't stop analyzing it just because in a previous second it may have been justified, even assuming it.
Okay, I think this gets back to object subject. I'm going to fast forward a little bit further. See if they're... Oh, okay. Nice. They're breaking down the video. That's cool. Let's check that out.
This is a fucked up thing that happened, okay? Holy fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Okay. You want me to unmute? I'll unmute.
Yep, sure.
I would argue this is officer cause jeopardy right here. Walking in front of a running motor vehicle of a stranger you do not know when you know that you might have to detain this person. So as a law enforcement officer who was already dragged once and allegedly got a dozen stitches as a result of this, and also, who was it? Wick presented either like DHS or some law enforcement policy that was effectively stating explicitly, do not stand in front of a running vehicle. Now, I don't know where he got that. I don't know if it's photoshopped. I don't know if it's on the DHS website. Let's just presume it's DHS policy. At this point, by walking in front of a running vehicle with the phone, he's still conducting lawful law enforcement operations, which is documenting a person who you might have to detain. There's no problems with that. But he arguably could be in for a heap of trouble of officer cause jeopardy, where he's already knowingly, arguably, because he probably signs the policy, arguably knowingly violating policy, presuming that Wick was telling the truth.
That's the first point of relevance here.
Yeah.
For demeanor. I think it's I don't think it's dispositive, by which I don't think it resolves the case.
Okay, before we do this, can you just remind me of the 3 gram factors?
It's not a test like that. It's not a 3 gram test. It's a morass test. It's like a
no, hang on
it's like a Gestalt
wait.
test.
Okay, you're a bit off the mark there, because the 3 gram factors
I'm not.
tend to be the most important factors when analyzing these. Well, just tell me what they are.
No,
If you know, you must know them, so just tell me what they are.
No, there's no such thing as the 3 gram factors. I'm telling you, the court specifically
No.
rejected that kind of distillation of the test. The test is objective reasonableness.
So you're saying there's no such thing as the 3 gram factors? Am I understanding this correctly?
I'm saying that it's a misnomer to think that it's like a 3-part test.
No. Wait a second. You're misunderstanding. I'm not saying it is a 3-part test, i.e., those are the only 3 things you can look at, right?
Yeah.
But they are specifically cited in the precedent as 3 things to consider alongside other things. So can you just tell me what they are?
Yeah. So I'm not sure what you're referencing. It's possible that the reference relates to, reasonable necessity, the use of force, whether or not there's a threat of imminent serious bodily injury or death.
Are you reading this, by the way? Are you reading this?
No, my hands are right here. I'm looking at my chat.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're getting it from your chat. Got it. Okay, interesting.
Oh,
interesting. You're getting it from your chat.
I don't know if I'm. I don't even know if I'm right.
You're getting it from your chat, bro. It's so obvious, bro. Okay, I can tell you. I can tell. It's okay. You clearly don't know. Okay, you clearly don't know. I'll read it to you. Okay, I've got it here,
not
bro.
Like the 3 sacred factors. That's not.
No. Okay, I didn't say there were 3 sacred factors, but your
Baby Seal Club says, I think any jury will find him guilty of murder or murder 3 more likely. I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all. I'm going to let them continue to break this down, but I mean, we've covered this a ton in the past week, which is effectively like you have to break it apart. Tactics, policy, legality, morality. Okay, these are 4 parallel but separate things. So I have good tactics, good officer safety. I think while I was engaged in the service, I think I routinely did have above average officer safety. But the truth is, in adrenaline out moments, you get lackadaisical, you get a little crazy, you do something dangerous sometimes. Sometimes you do something stupid and dangerous. I'll share this really briefly. My partner and I went to a kidnapping scene. Okay. Doors busted open. Call is woman called into 911, was heard struggling on the phone. And also, basically like we don't know what's going on. And she has a beef with her ex-husband. Okay. Well, I see a door ajar when I pull up on the scene, and I'm like, I need another unit to clear this shit. Right. Because we just basically got like a call, sounds of a disturbance, and a hang up, and she's beefing with her ex-husband. Right. So I wait for another unit and we go clear. And let's just say that the scene appears staged. The reason why it appears staged is because as we're going up, if you were trying to trash somebody's house, you're not going to grab their picture and put it on the ground. You're going to grab their picture and you're going to fling it across the room and smash it against the wall. And so basically, like, there were pictures that were on the hallway because it's stairways going up to like a second level condo, townhome, apartment, whatever you want to call it. And the pictures were taken off the wall and placed on the steps. And I'm like, that's fishy as a motherfucker, but I have to treat it like it's real until we figure it out. So we go up there. We check that we're clearing out the common area. Common area is clear. Couch cushions are flipped. Everything else is flipped, all that kind of stuff, but still flipped in a weird way. Go into the bedroom. We clear the bedroom. And then we actually find her chained to handcuffed to her bed. Not in a sexy way, in a very non-sexy way. But realistically, it was like kids' handcuffs with like latches on the side that they were still metal, but they were kids' handcuffs with latches on the side so you could let yourself out. That was kind of weird. And then we go to clear the bathroom and the closet. Well, what happens is I go to clear the closet while my partner goes to clear the bathroom. He's clearing the bathroom, but we had split while we were clearing. And he walked back from the bathroom to go clear the closet. And then I come out of the closet in clippable moment right there. I come out of the closet and I basically bump into his gun. And we were moving so fast under the perception of a potential violent threat. Maybe we're about to catch a kidnapper in this house. And the reason why I put myself in front of my partner's gun, and reasonably, if he was startled, he could have shot me in the guts. Luckily, it probably would have hit my soft armor. But reasonably, he could have shot me if he came around the corner and I startled the fuck out of him and he thought I was the kidnapper. And I'm lucky that he didn't pull the trigger. But that's the kind of thing where like special forces, infantry, law enforcement, and all that kind of stuff, they train, because that's the kind of crazy shit that happens under adrenaline. That's the kind of crazy shit that happens when you're in a high stakes scenario and you're betting your life on how you conduct yourself physically in moments that elapse within a couple of seconds. And so I made a mistake and I almost got shot because of that mistake. So anyway, so like, I think my beef with the ICE agent is not that he walked in front of the vehicle, because stupid cops do stupid shit all the time. I think my beef is that he did it twice when he knew that there was a stronger than average reason that she might flee. And he's already been dragged by a car, so he should know better. And allegedly, it was departmental policy to not walk in front of running vehicles. Still need to verify that fact. But that's another reason why I'm, let's just call it critical of the officer involved.
Okay. Something, and you're referencing something about her demeanor.
I'm not quoting anything.
No, sorry. You're referencing her demeanor, okay? Now, totality of circumstances evaluation could include a demeanor. I don't disagree with that.
Correct,
right?
Yeah.
But then I'm questioning you about the ground factors, and you clearly don't know what they are. And the ground factors, right, a very important factor.
Hold on, sorry. Josh CFC says something I disagree with. I feel like quote unquote nature of the job only applies when a cop does the shooting. When they shoot out of fear, that kind of makes the statement meaningless. But I don't know what you're talking about. Are you saying that an emotion of fear should not be present at the time of a shooting? Because I'm just going to tell you, people are afraid all the time. The people in hardcore communities are afraid all the time. Cops who work those hardcore communities all the time are afraid. They're just brave. That's why people valorize law enforcement. Because let's face it, 99% of us in this chat right now, we're going to wake up, we're going to go to a job tomorrow where there is a strong chance that we are not going to be killed while doing our job, right? Whereas if you're a cop who works in West Baltimore, you know that it's entirely possible that you could get killed through the course of the job. And not only do you know that it's possible that you could get killed through the course of the job, there's people who have been killed recently. In 2021, there was a female law enforcement officer in West Baltimore who was ambushed in her vehicle and she was killed. So she was just doing her paperwork on the side of the road, chilling, and then some dude just walked up to the side of the window and blasted her, right? So you know that it's rare. It's rare. There's probably 100 cops who work West Baltimore. But she knew that the risk was rare. She didn't think it was going to happen to her. She didn't think it was happening to her until she was taking rounds to the face, and she probably didn't even know what was happening by the time she was dead. So you know that you're volunteering for that risk. And then not only are you volunteering for that risk, you're also seeing the outcomes of other people's criminal behavior. You're seeing people who are killed or injured in traffic homicides. You're seeing people who are killed or injured in homicides. You know what it looks like to be grievously bodily harmed or killed, because those are the things that you respond to as a law enforcement officer. So anyways, I think you guys don't give enough. You guys are better than average. But I think the average person in the public does not give credit for what it's truly like on an individual level to work this shit. Christian Blair says, you talked to Destiny about his stochastic rhetoric, right? You plan to include it in your next Miami Live convo? I don't know. I feel like he won the doxing war, right? Totally immoral, but he won. So what do you want me to say about it? Baby Seal Club, I'll move on after this. But what does the ICE agent's comments after the shooting say about his state of mind, if anything? You'd have to tell me. I haven't seen them.
Because they're what the court would tend to weight, and they're referenced specifically in the precedent that's set.
Okay. Right? Congratulations.
Okay.
I don't know what that was about. Are you like...
Well, clearly, well, you're talking about this and you don't know some of the fundamentals. That's what I'm saying. And it's embarrassing.
No, it's people's like inaccurate perceptions that there's like a X factor test.
I never wait. You're misrepresenting my position. I mean, I can't be honest. Okay. I thought you were a good faith guy. You're misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm saying the ground factors exist. Okay, they're referenced all across the fucking US in terms of the law enforcement training, even, which is separate to the law, right? because they're the three most important things they tend to look at. You can look at anything as a totality of circumstances. And in fact, the recent Supreme Court precedent in 2025 reaffirmed the totality of circumstances analysis.
Yeah.
But the 3 grand factors are the crucial.
Miradol says ICE officers are notoriously badly trained. That could be true, but this guy's a 10-year veteran of the force. So he should have engaged in these operations before. I think they said that he'd been dragged by a vehicle before. So him doing this is psycho. And then also, if he's violating policy, I hate to say it. Listen, the way that police department policy works is you go over your policy in field training and you have to initial each part of the policy and then sign the page. I mean, at least that's what we did at the city level. But we were told as cops, hey, like, we're going to go over the policy and we're going to train you right. But basically, if you F up the policy, if the administration likes you, they'll sweep for you and they'll give you excuses for why you violated policy in order to serve the law better. Whereas if the administration hates you and they want to get rid of you, they'll use your violation of policy in order to burn you. So, yeah, poor training probably contributed to this, but a 10-year veteran shouldn't be poorly trained.
Ones that tend to make or break cases. Okay.
Where is that? In virtue of what is that the fact?
Well, let me read the thing to you. Okay.
Wait, no, is this AI in virtue of what?
It's the actual law. It's the case, the Supreme Court decision.
It's not AI. It's just tell me it's not AI.
No, it's not AI.
Yeah, Timothy Douglas, I'll do a drawing for you.
You know, AI is not good for looking at this. This is the actual wording of the Supreme Court decision I'm about to read to you.
All right, go for it.
Okay. So it's it says, because the test of reasonableness.
Wait, from what says? Sorry. What says?
Do you want me to? Okay, I can read the whole thing. It's just a bit more laborious.
No. I want to know what the thing is.
Graham versus Connor, 1989, that set the precedent for objective reasonableness, which is about, which introduced the totality of circumstances broadly. Yeah. Okay. Determining whether the force used to be effective, determining whether the force used to be effective in a particular seizure is reasonable under the Fourth Amendment requires a careful balancing of the nature and quality of the intrusion on the individual's Fourth Amendment interests against the countervailing government interests at stake. There's a bunch of quotations here. I don't know if you need that, but continuing on, I can send this to you if you'd like as well. Our Fourth Amendment.
Graham versus Connor.
Okay, well, you don't know the Graham factors, so you don't really know it that well.
Well, I don't know them distilled like that, but I know the case.
We know the case, but you've not researched this, because the Graham factors are one of the things you undoubtedly find in research about this, because it is fundamental to discussing use of force. And you because you don't know.
Keep reading your Graham factors. Where does it say the Graham factors are the most important?
You wanted me to read all of it? Not all of it, but this part I'll read all of it. Our Fourth Amendment jurisprudence has long recognized that the right to make an arrest or investigatory stop necessarily carries with it the right to use some degree of physical coercion of threat thereof to effect it. See Terry versus Ohio. Because the test of reasonableness under the Fourth Amendment is not capable of precise definition or application.
Oh, weird. It sounds like you're saying there's no mechanical application.
I never said
it's not.
No.
Okay,
exactly.
cool.
But listen.
Right. Yep.
However, right? Its proper application requires careful attention to the facts and circumstances of each particular case, including the severity of the crime at issue, whether the suspect poses an immediate threat to the safety of the officers or others, and whether he is actively resisting arrest or attempting to evade arrest by flight. Those are the Graham factors. Those tend to be the most important ones. But you can look at anything in totality of circumstances if you want to. You can make an argument, right?
Okay. No, I'm asking for the justification that the Graham factors are the most important factors in all these cases.
Okay. Well,
where does that establish?
Okay. I'm not saying they're the most important factors in every case.
You literally
because when you look at case law on this, when you look at case law on this, right, what it tends to come down to, right, is these three factors are the things that they look at like more than any other, but you can use any in your presentation of this. So you could talk about her demeanor. That could come into this. Her demeanor would weigh in her favor, right? I agree with that. Yeah. But then if they're looking at it and they're like, right, we're weighing up her demeanor. So for example, if someone had a good demeanor, but they pulled out a gun, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but
the demeanor would work. The demeanor would work in the office. The demeanor would work.
The demeanor.
Sorry, go on.
Wait, what you're categorizing as the Graham factors her demeanor plays into one of them, right?
No.
The notion of whether she's
no. What I'm saying
an immediate
is,
threat to the safety of wait, let me finish my fucking thought, bitch.
Go on.
Whether or not she has a particular demeanor is relevant to an analysis about whether the officer reasonably apprehends an immediate threat. And so you're acting as though, her demeanor is in isolation of what you're characterizing as the grand factors.
No, you're totally misrepresenting what I'm saying, actually. You're totally misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm saying because you know that you're fucking raped, dude. And unless there's some fucking libtard, Pisco, DGG, a fucking retard in chat, everyone knows I'm correct about this, okay? Her demeanor is potentially relevant as a totality of circumstances analysis, okay?
That's all I'm saying. I didn't say anything more.
Okay, but
I even said
but listen,
it's not dispositive.
The reason the grand factors tend to be more crucial is because to you, right, what is more indicative of a reasonableness of using force? Analysis of a demeanor or analysis of them pulling a gun out on you?
I think pulling a gun out would be more important than demeanor.
Right. So you agree then that these factors that they put in the case are likely to be more important than whatever fucking half-baked activist retard argument you've made up about demeanor, which is possible,
I think that
but it's likely to be outweighed by the other factors presented in the case, isn't it?
No, I say it's your false assumption that her demeanor doesn't play into the analysis of whether she's a threat.
I never said the demeanor doesn't play in. Wait.
So then
when did I say her demeanor?
How are you removing it?
When did I say her demeanor doesn't play into it?
Something else.
When did I say her demeanor doesn't play into it? Quote me saying that.
So it does play into that. So you agree that her demeanor. So since you never said that, sorry, you didn't. I said that you said it. So therefore, you agree that the grand factors include an analysis of her demeanor, right? The most important factors include an analysis of her demeanor. Yes or no?
No, they don't.
Oh, but I thought you said it was inclusive of that.
Right. Listen, no. You're totally misunderstanding, misrepresenting me. Okay. It's about a totality of circumstances. Okay. You can argue her demeanor had an influence in this totality of circumstances, objective, reasonable analysis. Okay. But that
I would. I'm glad that you concede that.
I didn't. No. I didn't concede it. Okay. I didn't concede that. I just said.
Well, you literally are.
No, I'm not conceding. I'm not conceding anything, bro, because I'm right and you're wrong, and I've looked into this, and you know it. In deep down, you know it. But you've got to save face and do your aura farming to these people that love you. I see through you, dude. We grew up in the same rape plantation, dude. You know it, but it's okay. I'll let you save face. Okay. I know, I know you're not as popular as me. It's okay. Go on.
The question about whether she's an immediate threat to the safety of the officers or others is in part factually determined by her demeanor, and so I'm not understanding why you're like, it's the grand factors,
because her demeanor could contradict
not demeanor,
that.
mate.
No, listen. Her demeanor.
It could, but it doesn't here.
No, sure. It doesn't here, but I'm saying that you can look at the demeanor, right? But if the demeanor is conflicted by them presenting an imminent threat to you, right? It's more likely they're going to be more concerned with the imminent threat. For example, they're not going to say, well, they were being really nice and friendly, and then they pulled a gun out. Their demeanor, though, was part of the totality of circumstances, so you shouldn't have used lethal force. That imminent threat is going to be more determinant in how the court looks at the objective reasonableness of that use of force. Yes or no?
Yes. Sorry if I only took that on partially, but I had an example that flashbanged me while he was talking about context of friendliness being evaluated in its totality of circumstances. There's a Las Vegas shooting. I think it was Las Vegas. Somebody could double check for me. But there's a domestic violence shooting where a cop is taken by surprise by a gentleman with a revolver and shot in the face and killed. And what happened was they came to a domestic violence call that didn't have immediate signs of domestic violence. And so he's like, hey, bud, let me, talk to you over here or whatever. And the guy was compliant and he was friendly and he was nice. And yes, sir, no, sir, blah, 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 blah. He was acting like the perfectly compliant person. And then what ended up happening was the cop was like, hey, do you have any weapons on you? Anything that's going to poke or prod me? I need to search you for my own safety, et cetera, et cetera. And the guy's like, nope, don't have anything on me, blah, 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 blah. And then while they're continuing to have the conversation and the cop's going to search him, the suspect or the detainee pulls out a revolver, shoots the cop in the face, and he kills him. And so that's where, for me, like, you see, you guys, hate to say it, but the civilian population who has never engaged in like military, first response, anything like that, you guys look at this video of a woman saying, I'm not mad at you, dude. I'm not mad at you. I don't even care. And you go, oh, well, she's nice, so I can just take my guard down completely. Cops don't think like that. Okay. Matter of fact, I would say right before somebody runs on you or somebody starts a fist fight, sometimes they'll be nice to you in order to get you to drop your guard. That way they can get the jump on you. So as an example, we're taught as law enforcement officers to not put our hands in our armpits, not to put our hands in our pockets, and basically to keep our hands like right here in like a low ready stance where we're effectively either ready to grab the gun or we're ready to bring our heads up in order to protect our head. And there's lackadaisical cops who start, especially when they're on the job for a while, they start putting their hands in their pockets. They start putting their, they start putting their hands in their armpits. And what ends up happening is they get corrected by more senior law enforcement officers who have seen people who weren't ready for a fight or ready for a foot chase because they were in an improper lackadaisical position. So just pretending that like, oh yeah, somebody is nice to you, you can totally drop your guard. It's absolute cope. Total cope. So I just, cops live in a different world than you, and you need to understand that. I'm going to pull up the drawing that I made for somebody. I think I made it for Timothy Douglas. Timothy Douglas says, Connor, officer cause jeopardy. When you say this, do you mean it's justified or unjustified? I get confused when you say it. Intuitively, that says that it means you're saying that it's unjustified. So let's take a look at this. We have 4 barometers of what we're evaluating in reference to this shooting: tactical, policy, legal, and moral. Okay. When it comes to tactical, I'm just going to say it. This dude had dog shit tactics. Okay. Dog shit tactics, and specifically walking in front of a running vehicle with a person who may be a detainee is dangerous and stupid. That's just true. But tactics has nothing to do with legality or policy. You can have terrible tactics and get yourself killed or get yourself injured through terrible tactics. But the law enforcement establishment and the courts are not going to sue you for being stupid. Plenty of people are stupid, right? So the tactics were terrible, right? Let's get that out there and let's put that out there, which adds into the morality. Okay. So let me put an X here for tactics. Terrible dog shit tactics. Okay. Policy, according to whoever's policy, whatever WIC showed, that there is written policy that you do not walk in front of walking vehicles. But as I've just told you today, as somebody who worked in law enforcement, if you engage in bad behavior that violates policy, if the administration likes you, they're going to sweep for you and they're going to say, oh, it was adrenaline, it was heat of the moment, it was this, it was that. As a result, we're going to forego enforcing administrative punishment in reference to this policy. Whereas if they don't like you, then they'll be like, oh yeah, fuck this guy, he violated policy, let's fire him. And you've seen that. You've seen that. Matter of fact, who was it? Christian Valeris brought up the Houston police officers. There were 4 police officers who were fired, I think, by the police chief after being involved in a questionable shoot. And the police chief's argument was effectively like, they didn't care about human life. They were reckless in the way they conducted themselves. They violated 3 or 4 policies. Therefore, they're fired. Fuck off. And then what ended up happening is, as a part of the union shit, they were allowed to appeal their firing and appeal their policy violations. And so as a result of the police chief presenting a weak case in reference to the policy violations, they got their jobs back. So once again, it's kind of, policy is very flexible and it has almost nothing to do with outcome, I suppose. It's very political. Now, legal. Vehicles, even vehicles at low speed, are judged reasonable threats of death or great bodily harm, and the citizen has the duty to surrender to lawful authority. She knew they were a lawful authority, and a cop was in front of her vehicle when she chose to flee. She chose to flee anyways, putting the cop in danger through her actions based on imminence of death or great bodily harm. Cop was legally justified in the shooting. Officer cause jeopardy could change case law in the future, and this is a prime example. So I'm with officer cause jeopardy, but with the law as written, I don't think you're getting a conviction out of this. Like my statement from day one was, there's a 99% chance he's not getting hit with policy violations. There's a 99% chance the feds aren't charging him, especially with the Trump administration. But I also think there's like a 70-30 chance that he's not even charged at the state level. And even if he's charged at the state level, I think there's a 99% chance that he's getting out of it. So from a legal perspective, I actually view that as a green light for the officer. Now, moral, I'll put red. Okay, I'll put red because I want you guys to hear me when I say this. I think that the cop's recklessness, his stupidity, him being dragged in front of a vehicle previously and getting 12 stitches, his unsound tactical approach, his lack of officer safety, I think it partially caused this incident. I think that morally he is partially responsible for what happened in this incident. But I also think that if Renee Good had put her vehicle in park and turned off her engine, she wouldn't be dead. Right. And so from a moral perspective, I think Renee Good has partial responsibility for her own death. But I do think that the officer is largely responsible. But if you want to reform law enforcement such that in the future, we no longer have Renee Goods as a result of American cops being trigger happy, you have to focus on officer cause jeopardy as a legal concept, and progressive and liberal lawyers are going to have to fight for that to be enshrined into law as a part of deadly force doctrine. And if you don't do that, there's going to be plenty more Renee Goods. There's going to be tons more Renee Goods. So when you guys like soy out and you say, oh, he violated policy, oh, he had bad tactics, oh, it's morally bad. If you don't change the law of the land, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything at all. And then also when you say, oh, he's going to go to jail for murder, probably not. Like, honestly, I would bet there was somebody who was saying that like, oh, I think he's going to go to jail for murder, maybe murder 3. I'll bet you $100 he doesn't. I mean, it's grassroots hegemon's money, but I'll bet you $100 he doesn't. So, you know, what do you want from me? I'm going to let this play out though, because I actually want to see them break it down a little bit. And so I want to see them go through the video. So I might let it run a little bit longer. I did run on chat interaction for an hour before we started stream. So I'm going to let this run a little bit longer than typically, because I actually do think it's incredibly interesting. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We're at a 7 out of 10 on the goal. We have 15 minutes left. Okay. So if some chippers want to throw $2, $5, $10 into the chip can, you know, if you're brokies, you're paying your bills, you're taking care of your family, you're doing whatever, I don't care. Take care of your people first. Okay. I'm doing fine financially. Everything's fine. Everything's going to be fine. But if you want to help me hit the goal so I can reset the goal, then please chip. Anyways, let me save this. And I hope I answered your question, Timothy Douglas. What is this? Minnesota shooting, Tim Douglas multivariable analysis. There you go, Tim Douglas. You are immortalized in the stream. You have a drawing named after you.
I didn't
yes or no? Yes or no?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, what's more important? What's more important to analyzing this? Someone pulling a gun or someone having a smile on their face? Which one?
Pulling a gun.
Right. So by her demeanor, what's more important here? What's more important here? Her demeanor or the arguable threat of her driving a car towards or away from the officer?
Oh, yeah, no, I think that the car analysis is more important than her demeanor.
So
but I didn't claim otherwise.
Why did I have so much friction on this then? Because I was saying, no, you didn't.
You spazzed out because you have a low emotional maturity.
Okay, you didn't know what the gram factors were. Okay, you've been exposed on that, right? You didn't know because you've not looked into it.
The gram factors.
Look it up, bro. Yeah. Look it up. It's real. Okay, it's a thing. You didn't know that. Okay. You argued the demeanor, and I said the demeanor can be included, but these gram factors are likely to be more determinate or more influential because a threat is more important in analyzing an objective reasonable analysis than demeanor. End of it. You lost. You're raped. End of story.
I'm going to say one more time, right? Like her demeanor clearly factors into the question of whether she would pose an immediate threat. And
right. But if I cite the Las Vegas thing where a guy was nice up until he shot a cop in the face, demeanor is part of it. It's not all of it. And Rob Go Slow says, I thought I was a moderator. It was nice while it lasted. I didn't demod you, bud. We're just split. Between Counterpoints Politics and Valor Media Network. I wouldn't be surprised if you were still a mod on Counterpoints Politics. You just weren't modded on Valor. So I just modded you. So there you go.
So you're saying the gram factors are more important than her demeanor, as though her demeanor were hermetically sealed and separate from the gram factors.
Well, no, it's a totality of factors. It's a totality of the circumstances.
No, I'm saying specifically the gram factors. This question about whether or not she's an immediate threat, which is, I agree, highly relevant. Her demeanor is a factor that one considers when analyzing that.
Yes, it's something one considers, but that is likely to be less
Timothy Douglas says, Connor, how did the guy get the drop on the officer if he was actively going to search him? Sounds like more of a training issue. Yeah, the action reaction gap. So I'm gonna slap you digitally right now. Let's go full screen. Okay. Now, what you need to do, I want you to sit in front of your screen. I did this with Pisco. Maybe I did this with Pisco. Maybe I did with somebody else. Okay. Now I will admit that there is lag, and I will admit that I'm talking to you through the internet. But I want you to try to. I'm going to slap you, but you cannot move until I move. Okay? You can't move until I move. I'm going to stare at you for a few seconds. I'm going to hang out. Up. Now, how long did it take? Now, obviously, internet connection, lag in the stream, all that kind of stuff. But how long did it take for you to react to me dragging my face across the screen so you knew that I was about to slap you versus you responding and trying to slap me? And the truth is that the action reaction gap is typically between a half second and 1.5 seconds, depending on who you are. And so if somebody goes for a gun, which is something that can instantaneously kill you, and you pull it out and you fire almost instantaneously, then effectively by the time you realize that they're pulling is the time that you're already smoked. And so that's the thing. It's like law enforcement officers and a lot of people practice their draw, and they try to get a draw in a shot sub 1 second, because if your reaction time is a half second and you get your draw down to less than a second, then your draw, if you see an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you've got your ability to respond down to 1.2 seconds, which, by the way, could still be too late. It could still be too late. 1.2 seconds might be too slow.
It's important than the crime issue, whether they pose an immediate threat or whether they're trying to resist or flee. Those tend to be the most important things they look at. You could put anything you want in there. You could say the weather, right? You could talk about how many people are on the street. You could talk about whether the officer had taken a shit or not, okay? But these 3 grand factors are so crucial because they tend to be the most determinant in terms of analyzing whether use of force was objectively reasonable.
I'm going to try one last time to make sure this gets across.
Go on.
Do you agree that one under the grand factors would analyze her demeanor?
No, because that's not part of the grand factors. The grand factors.
Of course it is.
No, it's
of
not.
Course
the
it
grand
is.
factors. No, you're misunderstanding. Totality of circumstances is everything. The court said there are grand factors. There are 3 things: the type of the crime you're trying to detain them for, okay, or investigate or whatever, right? The immediate threat to the safety of the officer and whether they're resisting arrest, right?
My question is,
those are the grand factors. Those are the 3 most important. Demeanor is another part of the totality of circumstances.
All right, I'm going to fast forward past demeanor. If you guys don't understand that demeanor is not the totality of circumstances, I don't know what to do for you. Just because you have just because you know everything hindsight doesn't mean that demeanor is everything. That's the main point.
I've got to rape you. I'm going to look bad. That's what it is. Okay. Do this with you for 5 hours. Okay. This is why you're underplaying the antagonism here, because she was in the road beeping a horn. For
no doubt, no doubt.
So
no doubt.
And the thing is, mate, look, let's just not be too gay about it, right? I don't fucking like ice. You don't like ice, okay? But that...
I prefer you not use this heteronormative language.
What do you mean, Dave?
Well, you know exactly what the fuck I mean.
TS Phantom says you're giving high standards to law enforcement, which have significantly decreased quality in their members and accountability. That's actually not true. So if you look at cops in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, you basically needed like a high school diploma. Now it's uncommon to be able to get a job without an associate's or a bachelor's. It's also uncommon to, basically you either need to be a military veteran or you need to be 21 years of age. You typically have to do a pretty thorough background check. You have to do a psych eval. You have to do this. You have to do that. Now, you could say that there's still a lot of R-slurred, fat, under-equipped, stupid, tactically inefficient, dumbass cops out there. And I'll agree with you. Like I've said previously, a third, similar to all employment scenarios, a third of them are the worst dirtbags you've ever met. A third of them are average Joes who are just doing their best. A third of them are the best human beings that you've ever met. And so whenever I tell you about the best human beings I've ever met in law enforcement, it's because they're heroes. They're actually my heroes. They're the people that I think about and I get like a little bit swelled in my chest because I'm heartened by who they are and what they are, and I love them for what they are. But that doesn't mean that I couldn't tell you plenty of stories of dirtbags that I hate. But the truth is that over time, over the past 50 years, this is probably the law enforcement generation that has been held to the highest standards. And if you go back to the 70s, 80s, 90s, and thousands, you're actually going to see substantially lower standards for who serves in law enforcement. So what you said isn't true.
Are you fucking serious, bro?
Yeah, it's triggering for me.
Oh my God. Right, but the thing is, you'd agree with me that regardless of what you think about ICE, I think about ICE, whatever, it doesn't change, obviously, the legal precedents and whatnot, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think it changes it. And that's why I'm not throwing out like a lot of people are like, oh, ICE can't even arrest, mate. They can't even arrest, mate. I'm not like doing that.
No, sure.
I'm,
And, I know, yeah. I mean, that is like, there are some really terrible takes. But then, the thing is, well, the right had reflexively bad takes too. So it's just so happens that, well, I think they're largely correct on some stuff.
Okay.
Okay, go on.
All right.
Conservatism says good doesn't have the responsibility that an armed officer charged with the duty to protect and serve has. Morality informs laws. You fight for legality. We fight for morality. I'm telling you, you're wrong about legality, but I wish you well in your fight for morality. I think officer cause jeopardy should completely revolutionize use of force. I think that we should effectively be training our law enforcement officers like, yes, you have the ability to engage in deadly force scenarios. You have the right and the responsibility to defend yourselves and others. This is an important part of your job. However, if you are instigating a scenario in which you are being reckless tactically, you're being reckless morally, you're being reckless legally, and as a result, you partially cause death or injury to another party, then you might be opening yourself up to civil liability. I think that's reasonable. So, I mean, if you want to fight for it, go for it. I don't care. I'm just, I'm a white guy on the right side of town. I'm not going to dedicate my life to it. But if you want to throw some money towards a police reform organization, if you hear somebody talking about officer cause jeopardy and how it should be instantiated into law, throw them a $5 super chat. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Jeb Cush, by the way. People can't comprehend the pressure that any person you interact with could be armed. Most people that want reform don't remember this basic fact. Sure. Timothy says, Connor doesn't mean anything. Do you mean that a judge would disallow the prosecution from advancing his violations of procedure to a jury or instructing a jury to dismiss it? No. Policy, violations of policy, it can absolutely be forwarded in front of a jury because it can attest to the recklessness of a law enforcement officer who is knowingly violating policy. So 100%, I think that could be a part of a court case. I just think that you can't incarcerate somebody based off of policy violation. Like a policy violation can be illegal, but is not necessarily illegal. Okay. So like, it could be my policy that in order to take a poop on the job, I need to deactivate my body camera because the people back at the station don't want to hear me taking a poop. That could actually be part of the policy, is that like in intimate areas like bathrooms, body cameras should 100% be deactivated unless there's an active crime going on. It is this police department's policy that body cameras will be shut off in intimate areas. And there could be a reason why. Let's say a police officer forgets that his body cam is running and he walks into the police station locker room or shower area and he films somebody like nude or naked or taking a poop or peeing or, jacking it. And they film that. And then because it's a part of a bigger court case, that has to be submitted to the court. And it's publicly embarrassing to somebody to be seen naked through body camera footage. There could be a reason why that policy was written. And yet, if somebody violated that policy, they could be, if they don't like you and you do it repeatedly, they could write you up on a formal charge saying, if you keep violating this policy, even though it's not a legal standard, eventually we're going to fire you. And I've had plenty of friends, I think including me, who were written up on policy violations because it was said, this is bad behavior. It's not illegal, but if you keep doing this, you will be fired. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure when I did a warning shot for a black bear, I think I was written up on it. Because we're not supposed to do warning shots. Weirdly enough, I think my chain of command said if I had killed the bear, then we would have been fine. But because I did a warning shot, that was a violation of departmental policy. Sign this document. If you do a warning shot in the future, we could take more severe discipline action against you. So once again, what I'm trying to articulate to you is basically that policy can correlate with legality, but it's not the same. Okay. And policy can be cited in court, but unless there's a criminal statute that's being violated, you can't be incarcerated for violating policy. You could be fired or dismissed, right? Or administratively sanctioned.
Go on, go.
So I'm taking, I think a reasonable officer takes into account her demeanor, takes into account the words she's saying.
Yep.
This is an asshole. And by the way, I'm even putting aside the possibility that the officer themselves is trying to provoke a self-defense situation. That's not even part of my analysis.
Yep.
Although I think someone who would make that argument would take into that, like what this motherfucker says afterwards and what she's saying there. All right. So we keep going.
Yeah.
That's okay. We don't change.
So, also, sorry, can you just say, why do you think he's filming the car? What's your take on that?
I'm assuming this for a law enforcement purpose.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I agree.
So you know, it'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former.
So there's antagonism coming from her as well. Maybe he doesn't know that's the wife, but there's someone else that's being antagonistic towards him too, amongst the broader antagonism in the street, right? So you'd be on edge in this situation, right?
I don't think he's on edge. I think he's like pissed off.
Okay.
Do you think he's afraid of her?
Wait, what does pissed off mean to you?
I just caught up with chat. I blocked it. I dodged it. I parried it. You missed. Oh my God. Sacred Snow says, joke's on you. I put my butt in front of the camera and now you slapped it. You're gay now. Patriarch's reaction time is 200 milliseconds. Yeah, it can be. But I also think that you're thinking the second the synapse fires. Okay. You're thinking, Patriarch, I think you're thinking that reaction time, as in my eyeballs recognize that something is happening and I'm firing an electric signal down to my body to react. And so you say reaction time is like 200 milliseconds. I also think cats have a crazy reaction time, right? Connor, have you seen the Michael J. White Kimbo Slice punch reaction lesson? No, I think I have actually. I think I have. Yeah, damn. Rip Kimbo Slice, man. Rip Kimbo Slice. What a weird, crazy guy. For those of you who don't know who Kimbo Slice is, Kimbo Slice in the thousands and the tens, he was a giant black homeless guy. I think he was homeless. And he was incredibly physically powerful. I'll bring up a picture of Kimbo Slice. But Kimbo Slice started fighting. I don't think it was bum fights. I think it was like some kind of underground boxing thing. And so Kimbo Slice was just this brawlic. I do not use the word brawlic casually. He was just this big, strong, fast, vicious fighter. And so as a result, like, I think he did get, I do not think he did well in MMA. I think in MMA, he ended up getting beaten pretty easily by other people who were in the MMA. But Kimbo Slice was nasty in a street fight. Nasty in a street fight. Like, if you see the dude, I think I remember one time there was a street fight I watched from Kimbo Slice, and he punched a dude so hard that the skin and muscle was like hanging off of his face. Like, he basically cut a guy with a powerful punch so hard that he actually cut the skin and muscle. And then the dude's like, I think he broke his jaw too. But I think the skin and muscle was hanging off of the guy's face. That's how hard he hit this guy. I would not want to fight Kimbo Slice in a million years. I'll fight Hassan Piker. I'll fight anybody in Twitch and YouTube politics. I would not fight Kimbo Slice. I might not fight the Nazi guy who's crazy. I might not fight Sam Hyde, because honestly, Sam Hyde's like chaotic homeless person energy actually reminds me of Kimbo Slice now that I think about it. So I think I would fight everybody in Twitch and YouTube politics except for Sam Hyde. Unless we did like a sparring and training match and I realized actually he's not so hard and I'm harder than Sam Hyde. If I could train and spar with Sam Hyde and he wasn't that hard, then I would fight Sam Hyde. But just like off the rip, if you're like, Connor, agree to a fight with Sam Hyde for 20 grand, I'd be like, nah, I'm good. I'm not trying to die. And then same thing with Kimbo Slice, dude. I would not fight Kimbo Slice. I would not fight Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson would also kill you. But anyways, I think he passed a few years back. I think he had heart issues from doing party drugs and from doing steroids. He also hung out with a bunch of pornographic actors and actresses in Miami. Overall seemed like a lost guy, like kind of a lost soul, but all in all, like mad respect for being like a king of underground backyard boxing. So rip to Kimbo Slice.
Can you describe the definition of pissed and
annoyed?
Off? Okay.
Annoyed, not necessarily afraid or in apprehension of a reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death.
Sure. I think that you could call that like on edge. I mean, I don't know. Did I feel like we're getting into the semantics of it? But like, he's frustrated. He's like frustrated, and yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and I think an objectively reasonable officer should not be like fucking like that. I think an objectively reasonable officer has seen enough in their day to day, and shouldn't.
Jeb Kush says, not all fat cops suck, frowny face. We had a really huge fat cop who was one of our trainers at the police academy. And I was like, why is this guy a trainer for a cop? It doesn't look like he could run from the desk to the door to leave the room. And it's because he's fucking brilliant. That's why the fat guy was an amazing cop. And that's why they let him train new police officers. It's because he had a JD already before he became a cop. I think he worked as a lawyer beforehand. He became a cop out of a sense of civic virtue. He was fat. He wasn't that tactically good. He wasn't that great of a shot, but he was a brilliant legal mind. And so he became a detective. He made amazing cases. He put a ton of bad guys away. And so as a result, all the CrossFit guys, even me, by the end of training under him, I was like, I get it. If you're going to be a fat cop, everybody thinks patrol cop. They think it's like foot chases and gunfights and all that kind of stuff. No, like 90% of it is like paperwork and shit. So if you're a fat cop, which is fine, there's plenty of fat cops. You either need to be a good shot or you need to be amazing at paperwork, or both. Do not be a fat, useless piece of shit. Okay. That's it. If you can't run, know how to fight. If you don't know how to fight, know how to shoot. If you don't know how to shoot, know how to do paperwork. If you can't do any of that, you suck.
Be like trigger happy because some woman is protesting them.
But hang on a sec, right? I mean, the thing is, you're talking about like an officer, right? I think that there has to be some thought process about, and this is where I start to look like I'm defending ICE. There is a lot of antagonism between ICE and communities at the moment, and you're seeing it in videos all over Twitter. And I think there is a sort of temperature around ICE that is leading to citizens to engaging in very provocative behavior, ICE responding in kind, and it's creating this kind of loop of antagonism, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree that a reasonable officer would take into account the fact that there have been violent actions taken against ICE in recent months. I don't doubt that.
Thank you, Zen Patriarch, for getting us to the goal. Zen Patriarch took us all the way. I'm going to start another goal. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. We have had 15 people donate so far today. Thank you kindly. Very much appreciated. What's today? Today's Thursday? Yeah, today's Thursday. So kind of a chill week. We're just kind of like rolling out the week. Like I said, there's some drama on the personal front, but nothing for y'all to be worried about. And overall, I love doing this job. Thank you for watching the content. Thank you for engaging with chat. Thank you for chipping if you're able to chip. Thank you for oiling if you're able to oil. Thank you for letting this be my job. I genuinely do appreciate it. Thank you. And also reset for goals. So over the next 2 hours, if we could have 10 super chats, even if they're all from Real Serious and they're all worth the equivalent of 7 cents because they're 100 Argentinian pesos, that's fine. I'm just happy to be here.
Okay.
But there's also lawful protest activities that happen, and as well as opposition, which is not.
Yeah, but her act. I mean, it's difficult to determine because unfortunately she's passed away now. But blocking the road like this is unlikely to be a legal form of protest, right?
Yeah, and Fatsimo, if that's true, sorry for interrupting again. The ICE agent who fatally shot Renee Good last week in Minneapolis, Jonathan Ross, suffered internal bleeding to the torso following the incident. If that's documented, okay, if that's verified by news outlets, and if there's a medical report showing that he was actually struck by the vehicle and that he did suffer internal bleeding as a result, it's done. It's over. It's over. That he will not get convicted. I'm just telling you. Like, I could be wrong. Maybe I could get my, maybe officer cause jeopardy or whatever will do it. I'm telling you, if he argued that he was an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and he suffered great bodily harm as a result of the actions of a civilian who refused to surrender, and he killed said civilian, he's not going to jail. He could be fired, maybe, probably not. He could be civilly sued for a wrongful death suit, maybe, and the ICE would take that on, and they would probably fight it and either settle it or whatever. But he's not going to jail. I'm putting that from 99%. I'm putting it to 99.9. That if the ICE agent has a medical diagnosis showing internal bleeding the same day immediately after this incident, it's over.
I doubt it's legal to do what this woman is doing.
Sure. Okay.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car.
He calls him fat. Would a reasonable officer be triggered that they...
some ugly lesbian fucking having a go at him. Jesus.
Yo, so do you like hate gay people now? You hate trans people now, right? That's what people told me.
Yeah, the narrative
like
is because
people.
I got caught out messaging a few trans back in the day. Now I've got some sort of like pathological hate towards them.
Yeah, what is this? True. What is this like? Ugly lesbian, ugly like transvestigation type stuff? Like, what are you doing?
Okay, she's a lesbian and she's ugly. It doesn't get much deeper than that, bro. Sorry, do you think she's attractive? What is your objective, reasonable belief about her attractiveness?
F you, Chud.
This is beautiful.
Okay, dude. Dude, this feels so bad. We're laughing about when we're getting shot, dude. Come on, can we just lock in for
I'm not laughing about that. It's just like you felt the need to like denigrate this person.
You're laughing about a widow, bro. Dude, come on.
You're serious. The one that calling her an ugly lesbian. And you want me as...
I'm just
what do you want me
to
do with that? Listen. I'm supposed to ignore that?
Okay. That's just quick, dude. Come on, please. Just focus. This is fucking crazy. Go on.
Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the...
I think so. You start to see her moving her wheel to the right. Agreed?
Well, hang on a sec. Right? I can see it, but I don't know that the officer is necessarily perceiving that.
Would an objectively reasonable officer be perceiving this?
Well, the thing
that's actually Jeb Tan had an argument about that, where there was some case law that he was citing where due to proximity and focus and adrenaline and this, that, the other, that it's not reasonable to expect an officer to calculate the trajectory of wheels from a vehicle that's several feet in front of them. I don't know if that's true. I haven't read the case law. I'm just saying that Jeb Tan had an argument for this.
Is an objectively reasonable officer may be perceiving it. They may not. An objective
would be. No.
An objectively reasonable officer could perceive many things in these circumstances. An objectively reasonable officer may perceive that there's a 2-ton hunk of metal that is reversing and is imminently about to drive in a way that it looks like it's coming towards them from their perspective.
I think what you're suggesting is an objectively reasonable person, officer might have their like dick in their hand and just be like la da 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 da. No, an objectively reasonable officer looks at the car in relation to their body and the driver.
Okay, that's not certain that they're looking at the driver. It's not certain what they're perceiving. This happens so quickly, and I would say,
in your mind, as you see this, do you separate that out? No, as someone who's watching this,
you're doing 20/20 hindsight. That's not advised by the Supreme Court. You're sitting in the count.
Yeah. I'm seeing people fighting about internal bleeding in the chat, like, oh, it's a bruise or something like that. Yeah, obviously you need to follow up. You need to follow up. You actually need to go get the med reports. I'm not taking that on face value. I'm just telling you that if it's the case that it's not, somebody saying like, oh, if you shake Trump's hand, then you get internal bleeding. Yeah, if it's not like that, then it's over.
Council chambers and you're calmly pausing, rewinding. It's about the officer on the scene, what they're perceiving. I would say that in a moment like this, when a car suddenly reverses, when you're walking towards the front of it, okay, you're more likely to be perceiving the fact there's a massive piece of fucking metal maneuvering in a way that looks like it's going to fucking squash you to bits.
And do you think that an objectively reasonable officer in response to that would step to the side?
Here's the problem that you've got. an objectively reasonable officer could do a great many things here. Okay, just because one option is reasonable doesn't mean that another option is unreasonable. So an officer may choose to step to the side, okay, but just because that exists doesn't mean that a reasonable officer would then not be authorized to use lethal force in the situation, because a reasonable officer may decide that based on the totality of circumstances, that is the best use of force in that given situation.
No, okay, so Fatsimo says, internal bleeding just means bruising, right? Well, yeah, but we obviously have to have the context for it in the photos. So, for instance, internal bleeding can mean a lot of things. And typically, is it a contusion? Is a contusion how they typically medically describe a bruise? Contusion definition? Excuse me. A contusion is the medical term for a bruise, an injury from a blunt force like a fall or a hit that damages blood vessels under the skin, causing blood to leak into surrounding tissue, leading to pain, swelling, and discoloration. So here's the thing. If this guy has this, and that's what they're saying is internal bleeding, then I'm going to be like, all right, like, okay, whatever, who cares? Now, I've seen people, I don't know if you guys have ever seen like a seatbelt bruise. I've seen seatbelt bruises that'll make your mind spin. This one, right? This is a seatbelt bruise, bro. If you showed me something like this, then I'd be like, is what it is, right? Look at this one. Look at this female seatbelt bruise. I know females bruise like more easily than other people, but if you showed me something like this, then I'd be like, it's over.
Just what use of force? To stand there, to not move to the side is the best use of force?
No, to shoot being the best use of force. So obviously,
I know, but that's what I'm asking.
No, standing aside isn't the use of force. Standing aside is retreating, right?
Well, I don't know that it's retreating from the entire encounter, but do you think an objectively reasonable officer? I'm just asking.
No,
you can say
no, it
yes,
is.
yes, but
Stepping aside is
positive.
retreating. Stepping aside is retreating.
Baby Seal says, what's the chances he has a legit medical injury but was let go of that day? Yeah, I think I'm with you that when I hear internal bleeding, I don't think of bruises. I think they typically refer to that as a contusion, if they're being honest. I think with internal bleeding, I'm thinking of like a vital organ. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking like you get punched so hard in the spleen that there's liquid leaking out of your vital organ, and they have to keep you overnight for observation to make sure that you don't bleed to death from inside. And if the bleeding continues past a certain point, then they actually put you in for surgery to see if they can stop the bleeding from the vital organ. So I feel like they're implying, if you had $1 to donuts, if you had to make me guess on this, okay, my guess is he might have a bruise. But I want my libs to realize that the bruise could be nothing and it could be serious, right? So if the bruise was nothing, then I'm with you guys. If the bruise was like that seatbelt bruise where it like went across the chest or whatever, then I would say he got hit. And at that point, once again, it's over. Now, if it's the admin exaggerating things by calling a bruise internal bleeding, then yeah, I think they're playing with the words, because when I hear internal bleeding, I don't think contusion. I don't even think serious contusion. I think a vital organ or blood vessel is damaged to the extent that you're bleeding on the inside, and you have to have serious medical observation and or surgery and or medication to prevent bleeding out. So yeah, if they show the pictures of the internal bleeding and it's a bruise that looks like what my son has when he falls on his knee, that would be a lie, in my opinion. That would be a lie. Thank you for the 20. Somebody dropped a little bit. Thank you. Alex, Alexi Time 3511 for the 20 says, the meta is that there is a campaign of provocative defense being perpetuated by DHS that is trying to provoke an event that led them to fabricate a BLM narrative. This sort of event is intentional and inevitable. Well, not only that, when we were on the WIC TV thing, somebody said that CBP got in trouble in the early 2010s for creating officer-involved jeopardy, where they were using that as pretext to shoot and or kill illegal immigrants into the United States. So, yeah, if this is like an ongoing problem, then of course it needs to be investigated. And I think the law needs to change. I think that use of force scenario should probably no longer be as simple as imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. I can do a mag dump into you and nobody can say anything about it. I think it needs to go to, was I tactically and per policy in a smart way affecting my lawful duties as a law enforcement officer, or was I reckless, negligent, or malicious to the point that I helped cause a death? I think the law needs to change. Yes.
That would be considered retreating before using lethal force. Of course it would.
No, I'm not saying that you retreat from the situation. And
no.
Yes, Rob, I'm with you.
Even that's not what retreat means. No, you've got it wrong. Retreat just means retreat? That you take a potentially safe route to get away before you then use force. So stepping to the side would be considered a form of retreat, which is not required by law. Something that law enforcement officers are not obligated to do. So they're not obligated by law. They're not obligated by law to do it.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that a step to the side is considered retreat for those purposes. But even putting that aside, assume it is. I'm just asking you the question.
Oh, we can take a Christian Blair's. Thank you for the 5. We can take a look at Barnes versus Felix now in a second. I just want to wrap up them covering the actual video.
Would an objectively reasonable officer? You can say it doesn't matter that he didn't. You can say that, but I'm just asking you the question. Yep. Would an objectively reasonable officer step to the side in the moment?
Possibly. But
I'm not asking possibly. I'm asking would they?
Well, the thing is, objectively reasonable officer doesn't mean that there's one best option. It means there's multiple options, right? And we can get into this in detail. None of them are particularly good. He can shoot. He can step aside. He can jump on the hood. The reality is her maneuvering the car creates the jeopardy, and the officer is given a split second to respond, and they're making the best possible decision that they can with all the things that they've got in there. They don't have to do a threat matrix analysis in 0.5 seconds of all the various options and pick the best one to do. All that's asked is, based on the circumstances,
I'm not saying that.
Would an objectively reasonable officer do this and use force? And the answer is yes.
I'm just asking, what, in your view, what would an objectively reasonable officer do in this situation? Would they get out of the way of the car?
You're asking for one particular answer, and the reality is there is no one particular answer, because an objectively reasonable officer could do many things in these situations, okay? And one of those things that they could do is pull out their gun and use force.
So all right, so I'll ask you, are you telling me that one objectively reasonable action the police officer could take in this situation is to be in front of the car in this moment?
Well, they weren't in front of the car until she started maneuvering.
No, I'm not asking. I'm not asking that. I'm asking, would it be the case that among the objectively reasonable actions that an officer would take, that standing in front of the car or persisting to be in front of the car would be among them?
Okay, but the thing is, right? You're looking at what
you can answer
you're
that
looking
or
at.
Not.
Okay, but the thing is, it's a dumb question when we're talking about use of force, because it's not about
if it's dumb, just answer it.
Is there an option that means that you don't use force?
All right, I think I'm good. I think we get it. If I was to follow this all the way down the rabbit hole, then I would keep going because, number one, it's interesting. Watching Chud Logic, who is a drama streamer now, come back into the Twitch and YouTube political debate scene in order to throw elbows is funny. Pisco being autistic and legalistic is always fun. But I do think that we need to get something more substantive out of it and then change gears, because we're already hitting 3 hours now. So that's probably a 2.5 hour segment right there. And I already said that we were going over for it. So let's take a look at Barnes versus Felix. Christian Valeris brought this up. Barnes versus Felix 2025. I think somebody was saying that this was an officer cause jeopardy situation, but let's take a look at it. Barnes versus Felix. Officers must be held accountable for needless deadly force. Ashton Barnes was driving a car his girlfriend rented, which had unpaid toll fees. Constable Felix stopped them. When the car started to pull away, Constable Felix decided to stand on its runner and fire his gun into the car before he could even see inside. Then he fired a second shot. A bullet struck Barnes in the head, and he died. Okay. Barnes's mother filed a lawsuit claiming that Constable Felix violated her son's constitutional rights by killing him. The district court granted Felix qualified immunity. The Fifth Circuit agreed, holding that the reasonableness of a police officer's seizure is determined based on only on the moment of threat. In other words, all that mattered was that Constable Felix was in danger the instant he opened fire. It didn't matter that Felix put himself in harm's way by stepping onto Barnes' moving vehicle, nor that he killed Barnes over unpaid toll fees. Cato, the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, and the Center for Policing Equity filed an amicus brief asking the Supreme Court to reverse the Fifth Circuit's decision. The common law, the Fourth Amendment, is based on protecting human life by limiting when officers could use deadly force. They couldn't kill someone just for fleeing from being arrested for petty charges. Officers could only use deadly force to defend themselves if someone forcefully resisted them. Forceful resistance versus whatever resistance, passive or active. I could see that. Upholding these traditional rules is important for restoring public confidence in police. A toxic combination of legal limits of liability and economic motives to collect tolls unfairly benefits Houston constables like Constable Felix. But the Supreme Court could promote better, safer policy by confirming that no one is above the law. Ashton Barnes didn't die because he threatened anyone. He died because of Constable Felix's bad decision, and the constable should be held accountable. Okay, yeah, I mean, dude, this is it. We go back to my drawing. Okay. Timothy Douglas, thank you for inspiring a beautiful drawing that I think accurately summarizes exactly what we're fighting over. Is this Tim? Is this my Tim drawing? Let's see if we can pull it up real quick. Yes, this is it. So I think it's immoral in Felix versus Barnes for the officer to put himself in danger by stepping up onto the runner of the vehicle and then arguing that because the guy was fleeing the scene, he was in danger, therefore he needed to kill the driver. Okay, I think that's immoral. I think based off of legality that the Fifth Circuit just reaffirmed in this case, that vehicles even moving at a slow speed are judged reasonable threats of death or great bodily harm, and the citizen has a duty to surrender to lawful authority. This applies to Felix, or this applies to Barnes as well. He knew they were a lawful authority, and that a cop was in danger as a result of their actions. They chose to flee, putting the cop in danger through their actions. Based on imminence of death or great bodily harm, the cop was legally justified in shooting. Yeah, this is a 2025 decision. So Felix Barnes actually reasserts exactly what I just said, or what I've been saying for days now. Officer cause jeopardy could change case law in the future, and this is a prime example. I think Felix versus Barnes could be argued for officer cause jeopardy. Policy. He might have violated policy. Jumping onto the runner of the vehicle is probably not departmental policy. There's probably a policy explicitly saying that if somebody is fleeing and you do not have a violent felony, you are not allowed to engage in deadly force and you're also not allowed to pursue them, right? And then same thing with tactical. Hey guys, is it tactically sound to jump onto the runner of a sports utility vehicle when it's fleeing you because the guy has, $50 in unpaid tolls, right? Probably not. Probably not a great tactical decision. So, yeah. Well, Samson, you're saying just imagine officers running in front of cars and then firing because it's moving. That's the precedent being established. That precedent is already clearly established. It's already clearly established, Samson. This has been the law of the land, not for years. It's been the law of the land for decades. So, I mean, you guys are kind of just catching up to the way violence and law enforcement works. So anyways, if you guys want to pressure your local congressman, have them write up a thing about officer cause jeopardy and call it a day. We could pass new legislation. You're saying that's not the decision in 2025? Okay, let's look at the 2025 decision. I'm not reading all this shit. Summarize it for me. You can summarize it for me. Read the Epstein file or read the Einstein folders. True. Let me check out the Wikipedia real quick. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oral arguments were heard on January 22nd, 2025. The court issued its decision May 15, 2025. Whether court should apply the moment of threat doctrine when evaluating an excessive force claim under the Fourth Amendment. Majority opinion, writing for a unanimous court, Associate Justice Alina Kagan rejected the Fifth Circuit's moment of threat doctrine as too narrow. Courts must consider all the relevant circumstances to evaluate whether an officer's use of force is reasonable. The moment of threat doctrine would have excluded from consideration the seriousness of the underlying reason for the stop, which is the case for a trivial unpaid toll. The seriousness of the crime is one of the Graham factors for evaluating whether use of force was objectively reasonable. Justice Kagan said a court cannot review the totality of circumstances if it has not put on chronological blinders. The decision is limited to expanding the narrow time frame of the moment of threat doctrine. The court's decision did not answer any open questions about officer-created jeopardy. The court remanded the case with instructions to consider a longer time frame under the totality of circumstances to determine the reasonableness of the shooting. Okay, I mean, that puts it into legal gray area, right? So that opens the door for officer-created jeopardy, but it still hasn't been argued successfully in court. So, yeah. Did I find the guy who got shot over 20 times on the ground? Nope. Sure didn't find it. It was a guy who was like high on PCP at the time. Maybe that was, maybe that's the key word defining the case. Guy high on PCP shot 20 times after he's on the ground knife. Could have sworn to God it was in Minnesota. That's in Orlando. Blake Brown. It might have been Blake Brown. No, it's not Blake Brown. Laquan McDonald sounds familiar, but I don't think it might be it. It might have been Laquan McDonald. Guys, can we take a look at this? Can you guys if you're not into violence, can you look the other way for a few minutes? I think this is it. It might be it. We'll take a look. This might be it. So he's running down the middle of the thoroughfare. He has a knife. He's waving it around. He does pose an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. I think somebody goes for a tase, but they start shooting. And then I think this guy, sorry, you guys seen it? I think that he's still on the ground, but he's still moving around, right? And the cop is still shooting. So I think the cop used the furtive gesture of Laquan McDonald trying to get up in order to justify the shooting. Although that's not the one that I remember. He was shooting for like a full 20 seconds. Maybe this is it without the audio, but once again, I don't want to tempt a YouTube community ban. So let's take a look real quick. What happened to the officer charged in Laquan McDonald's case? Jason Van Dyke, the Chicago police officer convicted of murdering Laquan McDonald, was sentenced to 81 months, nearly 7 years in prison in 2019 for second-degree murder and aggravated battery, but was released in early 2022 after serving just over 3 years due to good behavior. A decision that sparked significant controversy and further scrutiny of the Chicago Police Department. Okay, he was convicted. Okay, he was convicted. That's interesting. Good, right? Yeah, no, I mean that makes sense to me. I don't know if it's as bad. We had the volume shut off because again, I don't want to trigger YouTube. But I do think that, okay, 3 years for murder is crazy. I mean, he murdered a guy who was running down the roadway with a knife on PCP and waving it around and not listening to law enforcement commands. He probably could have shot the guy 3 or 4 times and put him on the ground, and that would have been ruled a good shoot. The reason why it was ruled a bad shoot was because he kept shooting, right? He basically took like aimed shots at the guy as he was on the ground. So yeah, so I don't, what are you going to do? But anyways, do you guys want a Destiny palette cleanser or do you want a William Spaniel palette cleanser? Destiny, I just saved the video so I can pull it up. The Destiny palette cleanser is him catching up with Hutch and IRI. So apparently Hutch is back in orbit, but we could check that out. Alternatively, we could take a look at the new William Spaniel Venezuela geopolitical episode. Ryan Nowicki says Destiny. Fellrunner says Destiny. Keep Your Bilstein says Spaniel. Conservative Liberalism says Spaniel, but I haven't admitted anti-Destiny bias. Do what's best for the channel. I'm down for either. Dick or Spaniel. Let's do both. Let's do both. Let's do both. All right. I'm going to leave this up to Christian Valeris, okay? I know Christian Valeris has spent all of his money on guns, but I also think that Christian Valeris is calling us to higher behavior. Go with what's best for the channel. What's best for the channel is it's Destiny. It's always Destiny, bro. It's always Destiny, bro. I'm DGG and I want Spaniel. That's okay. We'll do Destiny today, and we'll do Friday. What Christian Valeris said is, let's do Geopolitics Friday. Yeah, let's start dedicating some time.
You were not made to be like other men.
Time to serious content. Let's actually make it a conscious attempt to have a balance between real things and fake things, or never say do Destiny. I do what I want. Also, another one that's available is Hutch. Hutch debated Sitch and Adam, but it was about the ice thing. So, you know, I feel like I might be a little bit iced out right now. So I think I want to do Hutch IRI Destiny. Why not? They talk layer 4. All right, cool. Let's do it. It's 40 minutes. Easy content.
But they have been going crazy.
I have not. All right, let me pull this up. Let me expand. Let me do an intro, get cracking. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. Today, we're going to be breaking down Destiny versus Hutch and IRI. So they're catching up in reference to the Minnesota shooting, and overall, in reference to Orbit. I think that it's good that people are starting to interact with each other again. Once again, I consider myself a friend of Steven, but I do think he's a flawed character who has done some bad things in his personal life, and we don't agree on the Docs War, and we don't agree on a whole bunch of things. But overall, he's an interesting, spicy political commentator, and it's a shame that he basically lost 90% of his orbit by being a dummy. I think that's the nicest way that I can put it. That being said, Hutch is a liberal gentleman who oftentimes gets into fights and spats with more progressive members of the left-wing coalition. IRI is a very pragmatic electoral guy. They're both successful streamers. So watching the gang get back together in order to fight about current events is a blessing. So let's go ahead and pull these cats up. Let's see what they got for me. From the Ashes for $2 says, give me DGG or give me death. Indeed. I'm going to use the restroom, but I'll be right back.
But they have been going crazy over this ice shit. At least they are genuinely doing Ice Watch right now. Okay? No, take that back. Nope. I'm being honest. I don't care about all the other shit. At least they are fucking stepping on the fucking gas pedal and actively spending all of their time and all of their resentment towards the people that are actually doing this cruelty. Would
you accept us on back, or do you think discriminating from the internet is the best course of action? Anybody that I need full apologies on everything.
I know, but why would that?
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Play it on repeat. No, man. Okay, let me just say this real quick. I don't think Steven would take anybody back into orbit, right? Like, so for instance, like if Hassan wanted to like go get drinks or go to Miami or go to this club, I don't think that's happening. But I think that if there's like a fire opportunity to create content, I don't think people have to apologize in order to make content. Matter of fact, it might be better if you don't apologize and then reach out to create content. So I don't think that's true. Oh, geez.
That changed. Why would that change whether they blame Republicans more than Democrats?
Never. He said as much. Yeah. I definitely believe him. I need to go get some water. I'll be right back.
Democrats.
Are you playing dumb right now? What are you doing?
No, I'm not.
On this, why?
Now, when they get
now there's live and learn content. Excellent. Our cup runneth over, kings and queens.
back, you're so right. It's on Eastern Europeans are just ungrateful to the glorious Russian colonizers who civilized them them right. I know it was a big mistake to give literacy to Eastern Europe. I know. Just don't worry about it. Okay, take a day off. We'll get back to you tomorrow. Big mistake. I agree. 90% home ownership rate, literacy improving. Major mistake.
That's too far. Rewind. 431, 41.
They shockingly think there is this like liberal slant here. And I will say something right now that I haven't said before. Shout out to DGG.
Holy shit. Is the world fucking ending?
I believe I'm saying this. But they have been going crazy over this ICE shit. At least they are genuinely doing ICE watch right now. Okay? No, take that back. Nope. I'm being honest. I don't care about all the other shit. At least they are fucking stepping on the fucking gas pedal and actively spending all of their time and all of their resentment towards the people that are actually doing this cruelty, rather than trying to fucking focus on how they weren't wrong or how the left is somehow responsible for this. Okay? Now, when they get back, you're so right. It's on Eastern Europeans are just ungrateful to the glorious Russian colonizers who civilized them, right? I know it was a big mistake to give literacy to Eastern Europe. I know. Just don't worry about it. Okay, take a day off. We'll get back to you tomorrow. Big mistake. I agree. 90% home ownership rate, literacy improving. Major mistake. Horrible take us on. The people that actively make your life worse shouldn't be praised for being right once in a blue moon. I hope.
I was told that this was Dusty Hutch and IRI. Here we go. Fast forward it for you.
Then shut down fucking.
Oh, so Jonah said, is Adam 22 still a thing? Destiny should link up with him again. Seeing Destiny talk to figures in hip hop was funny, lol. Listen, King. The only thing that I've seen from Adam 22, for those of you who don't know, Adam 22 is a guy who reviews hip hop stuff, and he has a wife named Lena, and Lena is a pornographic actress. And prior, they had shot content together as a part of their social media empire, and they made a ton of money. And then he allowed other male pornographic actors to interact with his wife, and then he got upset about it afterwards. Now there's a argument as to how much he's playing up the upsetty spaghettiness for content and for clicks and for this and for that. But also nothing wrong with that. I think there's something wrong with that. But yeah. Tough all around. Tough time. Tough time to be polyamorous. I'll put it that way.
And everything and fuck it. Because what the fuck is the difference at this point?
Yeah, Rob says Adam 22 is about to box the guy who held hands with his wife.
We're already leading the country from the White House. It is not even the whole executive branch. It is just the White House that is dictating all of our fucking policy right now. What the fuck changes if the government shuts down formally? Fuck it, shut it down and let's accelerate. Well, I'm on the acceleration train now because we're on the tracks.
So cringe. So wrong. I will argue with him in person. When you have signs of rebellion in the Republican Party, when you have state level actors who are rebelling against MAGA, when you have everybody maneuvering to profit from Trump's corpse, when they're on the verge of getting stomped in the midterms, that's not the time to be more unhinged. That's the time to start building political alliances in order to maximally capitalize on the Trump movement falling apart. Now, that's just my 2 cents.
All right, let's fucking drive it off. Fuck it, why not?
The bitch down.
No, then you exploit the shutdown for as much political value as you can extract, and then end the shutdown. Because you guys cannot seriously be justifying like several months of not sending SNAP payments for a Republican Party that's not.
As opposed to right now, where we're on the precipice of just not sending SNAP payments to blue states.
Is this old? This was 5 hours ago. Is there a conversation about a new government shutdown? Talk to me, chat.
The IRS facilitates our tax collection, right? There's no way to get around that. Like, I don't think a state can do anything to circumvent the IRS collecting taxes off your paychecks.
He's playing Arc Raiders. This is recent. From the Ashes for Two says, Upsetty Spaghettiness says, yep, Connor is 100% a dad. Well, I'm trying to keep it, trying to keep this show PG, you know? It's a family show after all.
I'm not sure.
Earlier, I was watching Hutch.
Gonna abolish it?
Abolish what? The states?
The IRS.
Well, no, you fucking love they love the federal government right now. They love the federal government right now. Earlier, I was watching Hutch, and he speculated that you'd agree with Emma from the Majority Report that local police should be violently clashing with federal agents. What are your thoughts?
That she's an R slur. Just gonna cut ahead. Not smart.
Bazed. That's all I'll say about that.
I'd say morning Dan and Moot take that local police outnumber the fucking feds. They should start doing something about it.
Indeed. They do.
This is how Dan and I got into a fight last time. God, you guys are a bunch of Fed posting freaks. Can we're supposed to hang out this weekend for Steven's birthday. Can we do an anything else episode where we just sit around with a 6-pack and yell at each other? Can Erudite and I moral frog on Dan and Destiny and tell them to stop being such like soy Fed posting freaks? You think that's going to be good? You think that's going to be good? You think local cops getting into shootouts with ICE is going to be good? Are you dumb? What's wrong with you? What? It's the exact same thing, man. It's this. Okay. Do you remember the BLM tweets? Do you remember the BLM burn that down, get these animals out of here NBA tweet? There was this tweet. They were within hours of each other. I forget what it is. Does anybody remember NBA BLM tweet, burn it down? Here it is. Here it is. This is Chris Martin Palmer from the NBA saying, burn it down, burn it all down. And then this was a tweet. I don't see the date. I don't see the date on it. Do we have the date somewhere? God, I want the date. But anyways, then the next thing he says, they just attacked our sister community down the street. It's a gated community, and they tried to climb the gates. They had to beat them back, then destroyed a Starbucks and are now in front of our building. Get these animals the F out of my neighborhood. Go back to where you live. Bruh, no offense. This is Destiny and Dan talking about how it would be great for local cops to be getting in running gunfights with ICE. It would be great in Minnesota. It wouldn't be great in downtown Miami.
I am.
Off the table. Snaps off the table through September, so we don't have to worry about that. But Hutch, you wouldn't support shutting down the government over major reform to ICE? You don't think the public would be behind us on that?
Well, hang on. What you just told me changes the calculus. What did you just say? Okay. The SNAP payments are what now?
SNAP payments are off the table through the end of the fiscal year. That was part of the deal the Democrats made to fund the government.
If that's the situation, then I would be way more amenable to a prolonged shutdown. But I'm not. I'm not. Yeah,
that's part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just think that there might be some momentum here to force some changes from ICE and how Trump is using them with this shutdown.
I want to push Hutch a little bit in our ritualistic conversation.
All
right, Hutch. Why the fuck does it change anything? Trump was already illegally withholding SNAP funding.
True.
So if it changed your calculation and then Trump started illegally withholding SNAP funding in month 2, and you'd be like, but it's funded till September.
The courts forced his compliance there. The courts checked him on that, on withholding SNAP payments.
That wasn't enough for you to be assuaged at the time that the shutdown was lifted by Democrats. There was still some runway.
Oh my God. I just got teleported back to September. Okay. Can I tell y'all something? Okay. If I needed to figure it out, where I needed to do something in the next 24 to 48 hours and I needed to find a meal and a place to stay, I would be able to do that. Okay. I would be able to probably raid what's left in my checking account. I would be able to raid what's little space I have on a credit card. I would be able to go to friends or family and say, hey, I'm really tapped out right now. I'm having a tough time. Can you, help me out? This is temporary. I expect to be able to hit you back on this date. I have grassroots hegemon. I have Christian Valeris. But like, I have people that I could go to if I was in a pinch. Okay. And so as a result, I have that flexibility. Whereas some people, particularly in the working class, their next meal is in doubt. Okay. So you can, like, they are reliant on a check coming through from the federal government on the first of every month, in order to be able to buy enough groceries for their friends and family. They don't have a strong social support network. They don't have people they can go to in emergency. And if they have friends and family in their social support network that they could go into an emergency, some of those people are in just as much trouble, if not more trouble, than the people who are already on the brink. Okay. And so what Hutch said in September or October during the government shutdown that I agreed with is that it's very easy for people who know not only where their next meal is coming from, but they know what the next month is going to look like. And they also have things where if this month went totally sideways, they have the kind of friends and family and social support network that they could go someplace and they would have a roof over their head and they would have food. Okay. So casually arguing that we should shut off food for political benefit for tens of millions of Americans who do not know where their next meal is coming from is dumb and myopic and self-centered and dangerous. And it's not you who's in danger. You are volunteering other people to be in danger. So that seems very morally convenient, I suppose.
No, we've already had this conversation, though. I said that I think that they could have gone.
Should we shut off food if it means 1 million people are not butchered? Maybe. Who are the 1 million people?
And like a little bit longer is what I said. But like,
you want your cake and you want to eat it too. You want your cake twice. Number one, start typing right bong and stuff. Number two, yeah, I want a functioning federal government. Correct. I want a functioning federal government. I also want poor people to stop being so lazy and develop better social safety networks. But, we'll wait for hell to freeze over and we'll see which one happens first. CD Sockdem says, yeah, but if the poors don't get to buy food, demand goes down, supply goes down, and affordability is solved. Duh. All right, anyways. You guys are pissing me off. It's okay. Let's go.
Literally like 1 or 2 more weeks. But there does get to a point of diminishing returns. Like if you do have a prolonged shutdown that lasts for like 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, then you do risk the political benefit of the shutdown fight that we had in the first place. Obviously, that benefited Democrats substantially. Like we've seen the polling, they overwhelmingly blame Republicans correctly and Trump for the expiring tax credits. But if you keep a shutdown going for like 4 months, especially given that it was also going into holiday season, you do run the risk of like people just at some point saying, okay, this just needs to end. And then you lose all the political benefit that you got in the first,
which is what happened.
First place. And so I think
wait, who does Trump or the Democrats?
No, the Democrats.
Yeah, but what is feeding that intuition? I mean, we saw the Republicans being blamed. I don't understand what feeds the intuition that Democrats be blamed as opposed to Republicans. That's what I never understood.
Can you not understand what I'm saying? Like if it's a 4-month shutdown, a 5-month shutdown, then you're talking about
why does that change who will be blamed for it? That's what I don't want to know.
Because people will feel directly the impact of that shutdown over time. Like you and me, maybe we didn't feel the impact of the shutdown. Right away.
Why would that change who people would blame?
Because people at a certain point don't want to do those sacrifices.
I know, but why would that change? Why would that change whether they blame Republicans more than Democrats?
Are you playing dumb right now?
Because at some point they just want the government to fucking work and they don't care.
No, I'm not.
On this, why would they shift?
Why would they switch their target of who they blame?
Not very nice.
No. You're not understanding what I'm saying. At a certain point, if people experience the chaos, especially going into holiday season with air travel, people are, all over the country, stuck in airports for like.
Yes, they'll blame Trump more.
Literally.
Yes, they'll blame Trump more.
No.
You'll be more mad at Trump.
You don't understand the risk of that person in that moment saying, I don't care who ends this shutdown, but someone needs to end it. And at that point, you have lost some of that political value because people don't
in
care
virtue
at
of
that
what?
point.
In virtue of but like they were blaming Republicans. So what? Why would they change?
We're
from being?
Why do they always argue over differing institutions? I think Hutch is a little bit too optics pilled sometimes. I think Hutch is he's like my community. Whenever I say something and you guys are like, oh, the optics are they used to be. He's just a little bit too much like it always has to be optics and rhetoric, and there can never ever be a principal position on anything. I'm exaggerating it, but I don't know.
Ranger Nation Dub says, Connor, poor should stop being lazy. The poorest are the most productive class and don't hang time to build social safety nets because they're too busy being poor. Listen, I'm not talking about the working class and poor at the same time, even though I understand the working class is poor. Okay. So the working class, if you spend 40 to 60 hours a week working, and then your spouse spends 20 to 40 hours a week working in order to make ends meet, and you take care of your family and your social connections, not only do you have my love, you have my respect. Like, you are what makes this country function. And I'm sorry. I hope that we can fight for a more dignified lifestyle for you through political activism, and also Republicans stopping to be twats. Okay. Now, that being said, just as an example, there are family members who do, or there are families who do just live off of the government dole. Grandma works and pays the mortgage. They get food stamps for their kids. They don't do shit with their kids. Their kids don't take education seriously. And then their kids either end up on the dole, on disability, or they end up being criminals. Okay. I'm not talking about all the blacks. I'm talking about some, okay? Some elements of the Appalachian white working class and some elements of the inner city criminally inclined black community. I'm sure Hispanics have somebody equivalent to that as well. But if you guys want to see like the perfect not racial version of this, there's an episode of Justified where they go out into the hills of Appalachia, and there's like this family. Obviously, it's a fictional setting. I get it's a fictional setting. Justified dole gun play. I forget where it is, but there's this thing where there's this like redneck Appalachian family who their dad was some like gangbanger or something like that, but he was like collecting disability or some shit, and he died. And so they just like kept pretending that he was alive so they could collect his disability. And then when the cops show up to investigate the dude's disappearance, they start threatening the cops with guns over their welfare. They're like, you're not investigating this crime, because if you investigate this crime and take away our welfare, we're going to kill you. Right now, is that an extreme version? Absolutely. Is it a fictional version? Absolutely. Do I think there's probably some Appalachian redneck white trash families that live off of disability and welfare? Probably. And so of course I morally differentiate between the people who work 40 to 60 hours a week and the people, and the partner works 20 to 40 hours a week. And and that's what they got to do to get by, versus the people who all they do is they wake up, eat and shit. Right. I've met the people who just wake up, eat and shit and go back to bed.
Hutch doesn't necessarily think that, but I think he's a little bit too much on that side sometimes.
The drain
What
here.
do you mean, like a principal position, like not willing to bite the bullet sometimes on shit?
As in, I would say,
oh, wait. IRA might come in for a second. I don't want to repeat the same conversation. Hold on.
I love IRA.
That's what you sound like.
You got to do TikTok with the guy, man.
I'm doing it. Okay.
Ooh, breaking news.
Well, I mean, I just said that. Someday I'll do it. That's what I'm going to say. Sorry.
That's breaking news. No. That is breaking news right there.
Shut up.
We'll talk about it on the morning show, everybody.
Waiting for him to respond to me. What I say, I think that I think it is worth. How strongly do I feel this? I recognize this is a privileged take. I recognize this might accelerate us towards a really bad thing, but I think it is worth it to shut down the government indefinitely until you get some kind of commitment, rule, promise, whatever you need to solidify it as much as possible to ban the president of the United States from selectively withholding federally promised funds. That is just beyond the pale. I think that's like a bare minimum. I think you could shut it down forever until that happens, I think.
Do you think it was wrong for them to do this over underage drinking laws or whatever? Or upping the law for drinking back in the day?
I would have to see what the process was like for that and everything. Like, were there already federal funds given to highways and all of that, or?
Not sure, yeah. I just know, like, the big meme is, like, apparently chat, like, back in the day.
Fast forward a little bit. Ranger Nation says most people, especially black people, work a lot. There's literally John Henry syndrome of black men working themselves to death and medical issues disproportionate to other races. Yeah, you're right. And those people disproportionately have my love and support. One of the things that I got frustrated with Actual Justice Warrior, okay, when I came out of law enforcement, of course, like 1350 was a thing, right? People said, oh, despite being, 13% of the population, the black community is responsible for half of all homicides. And if you check out like the FBI UCR, that's relatively speaking true. Now, what I argued with AJW about Actual Justice Warrior, who's kind of like a conservatarian guy, is I was like, well, if you actually go into these communities, there could be 3,000 black folk, and the amount of people who are participating in crime as a vocation is like 100 people. Okay. So I want you to think about that. So out of 2,900 people, or out of 3,000 people, 2,900, they wake up, they get dressed, they brush their teeth, they go to work, they work their ass off, they get home, they pop on Netflix, they go to bed. And that's what they do. And then out of 100 people decide, well, the system's rigged. I don't like being poor. I don't like being working class. I don't want to do what the man tells me. Historically, I've been disproportionately fucked over. Therefore, I'm going to go into crime as a vocation. That way, through burglary, through drug dealing, through all that kind of stuff, I'm going to make way more money than my working class peers, way more fast. And if I'm a criminal, I'm a criminal, right? If I die early, or if I die from drugs, or if I get killed or whatever, who cares? I'm going to get mine, basically. It's like a really in a corner attitude. You feel like you're in a corner, therefore you might as well be a bad guy, right? And so that's around 100 people out of like 3,000. And so out of that 100 people who are engaged in that kind of mentality and criminality, there's maybe like 5 to 10 people who are actually violent. Like, not only do they have that mentality of, I'm going to get mine, I'm going to do whatever I need to do in order to survive, fuck being working class, fuck the minimum wage, fuck Target, fuck McDonald's, fuck Taco Bell, fuck all these corporations. You want to back me into a corner, you want to make sure that I have bad education, you want to make sure that I'm a bad guy, I'll be a bad guy. But not only am I a bad guy, I'm going to embrace being a bad guy. And if I need to kill someone in order to get what I want, I'm going to kill them. And that I would say, at least in my city, out of a population of 3,000 people, that was maybe 12, right? It was maybe 12 people that were actually like either violent or murderers in order to get what they wanted. And so my frustration with the AJW types, or my frustration with the conservatarians, when they're just like, oh yeah, disproportionately black people tend towards criminality or whatever. It's like, yeah, on a statistical basis, you could say that, if you look at the white community, the amount of people who are willing to be hardcore criminals, out of that 100, you're only going to have 30 or 50. And then out of the murderers, instead of having 12, you're going to have 5 within a sample population. But if you actually look at the communities, punishing the 2,900 who are doing the right thing every single day, just on virtue of being associated with a bad group through skin content, and or treating the 100 criminals who probably could be oriented towards a better lifestyle if there was actually like social programs that try to put them on the good path, but treating them as if they're the totally irredeemable murderers and drug dealers and shit. It's just like a recipe for disaster. And we've been engaged in this like benign and malevolent neglect for decades and arguably centuries. Yeah, melanin content in their skin, excuse me. Melanin content. But AJW boiled that down because I made that precise argument. I was like, yes, disproportionately statistically 1350. However, if we actually look at the breakdown within 1350, here's all these people that we could save and put on a good path versus here's all the people that are probably irredeemable and we need to treat them harshly through the criminal justice system. Death Lily says, who's Connor arguing against the ghost of a one guy? Yeah. So somebody said, Black. I think I read that. I think it was Ranger Nation Dubs. I think I read their chat before I went on my rant. Yeah, it's Ranger Nation. Most people, especially people work a lot. There's literally John Henry syndrome of black men working themselves to death in medical issues, disproportionate to other races. That's what spawned the rant. But I think that the mistake that Ranger Nation might be making, maybe it's not a mistake, it's up to you on how you perceive it. But when you say, well, black people disproportionately work their asses off and they die earlier due to diseases of despair or overwork, that can be true. And those 100 dirtbags could still exist. And the 12 murdering dirtbags could still exist. So, and Ranger Nation is responding. 1350 is so bad and annoying because it really is like 1 out of 50. It's the 1% of blush folk commit 50% of homicide. People like AJW and Nick, I think, actually thought most of the 13 actually did crime because of the meme. Yes. I think that they think that the 2,900 people who just wake up and work and put food on the table, pay their bills, watch Netflix, and go to sleep, I think that they think that they are complicit in the criminality. I agree with you. Ranger Nation. I just don't want to sweep for the 12 scumbags, and I don't want to pretend that the 100 scumbags aren't doing bad shit. I want to give the 100 scumbags a way out, and I want to incarcerate the 12 scumbags. Right? Right. All right, we're all on the same page. We solved systemic racism, guys. We solved it. I hope you guys are proud of yourselves.
But they could build that into the budget that he signs, that he has to spend money and he can't take away from certain things.
I guess, or I think it might even just be a verbal promise from the president, because process and procedure means nothing. Because I feel like, isn't the budget already, like, it has to be spent that way? Like, that doesn't have to be added. Isn't that just like how the budget works? It's supposed to be, right?
But the language could be stronger. So, for example, there was some.
Oh, hey, can we admit that Destiny's Arc Raiders character looks like Gordon Freeman from Half-Life? Can we just admit that right now?
Language included in a recent bill that, like, if Pete Hegseth didn't do something, he would lose 25% of his travel budget. And that was enough to threaten him and make him do something. So there could be additional things added like that punish the administration if they don't come through. I'm with you. Like, we should be fighting.
Matter of fact, can we agree that Destiny should Gordon Freeman max? Can we agree? I think Destiny should Gordon Freeman max. I think he should get this exact haircut. I think he should go for the goatee. I think he should get black rimmed glasses. I think he should buy a orange and black heck you suit, and he should walk around town with a crowbar. My argument is that he should Gordon Freeman max. He would have to work out. I'll help out with that. From the Ashes for 5 says, I blame Republicans for the overly negative perception of us. I remember growing up and hearing the most wild generalizations from Republican media. I agree. I think that from the Ashes, I think a lot of this could be solved unironically by a barbecue. Okay. I seriously think that in the hood that I policed, that they would sometimes have community events where it would be a community barbecue, and they would use the park in order to use the community grills. They're basically like charcoal grills, right? It's just like an area that you can throw charcoal and then cook what you want, eat what you want, hang out and all that kind of stuff. And it was great for the community. It got a little rowdy After 10 p.m., it got rowdy. We had to shut down a few neighborhood barbecues after 10 p.m. But up until 10 p.m., it was a beautiful event. You know, community was coming together. People were talking together. People are eating food. People are yapping. People are exchanging contact information. It was great. It was great. So I think that unironically, a park community barbecue between whites, blacks, Jews, gays, Hispanics, and all that kind of stuff, I think it would do fudging wonders for community relations. I think it would do great. So, yeah.
On every must-pass bill, we should fight and we should demand things and we should insist on them. So this is a great example, like I brought up on the show. Let's increase ICE training.
He might be reacting to old content. You want me to fast forward and see if Hutch comes on? I think this is IRI jumping into the chat right here. Here's IRI. Wait, is IRI not already in the chat? Right here. IRI's talking. This is also new content. He's playing Arc Raiders. It was uploaded 5 hours ago. Let IRI cook. Just because he sounds boring as hell and he looks more like Gordon Freeman than Destiny does right now, doesn't mean you can't give him time to cook. Let him cook.
Oh, like whatever it takes.
I think, I don't even think this is too much. I feel like for this next shutdown, we're not even a year in yet, right? 6 days, right? I feel like it's worth it to do some stuff where, like,
Ranger Nation says, if I had $1 for every time I was told you're one of the good ones. Well, guess what, buddy? You're one of the good ones. One of the good coggers.
I think keeping the government shut down until literally like civil war over certain things, like I know the ICE thing is a thing that is brought up a lot, and I do think that maybe there's a play to be made there, but the idea of selectively pulling funds from some states, I think there should be some demand that somehow, I don't know if it would be some Senate rule or some executive order. I don't know how you would do it, but there has to be.
You know who we don't allow? We segregate the gooners. Okay? There's like the family people, like kids, hanging out with kids, you know, partying, raising families, all that kind of stuff. And then like we push the gooners off to the side. And we make Christian Vlaris in charge. Was it Christian Vlaris? Was he the king of Goonopolis? Was it Christian Vlaris or was it Beef Supreme? I feel like we picked a chancellor of Goonopolis. So one of those guys. There's like, we like fence them off. You know, we keep them away from the sane people. Pile people, family people.
A way to make that not okay, because that's probably one of the most egregious and disgusting things that the president has done that doesn't even get that much attention. That's just so clearly and obviously and indisputably wrong.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Hans Mayer, you're in the goon. You're segregated into the goon area.
They could include that in the budget, that Trump can't do certain things, that those funds have to be spent or whatever. Now, he could still go against that, and then it's a matter of what do we do now? But there has to be some trust, but they could build that into the budget that he signs, that he has to spend money and he can't take.
Conserve liberalism. I disavow your statement about IRI's talking cadence. I don't find it funny at all. Matter of fact, let me read it out loud so chat can appreciate how not funny it is. IRI's problem is that he has the vocal equivalent of a lazy eye. I disavow.
Go away from certain things.
I guess, or I think it might even just be a verbal promise from the president, because process and procedure means nothing. Because I feel like, isn't the budget already, like, it has to be spent that way? Like, that doesn't have to be added. Isn't that just like how the budget works? It's supposed to be, right?
But the language could be stronger. So, for example, there was some language included in a recent bill that, like, if Pete Hegseth didn't do something, he would lose 25% of his travel budget, and that was enough to threaten him and make him do something. So there could be additional things added like that punish the administration if they don't come through. I'm with you. Like, we should be fighting on every must-pass bill. We should fight, and we should demand things, and we should insist on them. So this is a great example, like I brought up on the show. Let's increase ICE training.
Yeah, wait, is that
47
thing,
days right now, right?
Is that actually true? Is that, I haven't looked, is it really they're drafting people in and giving them 47 days of training to make them ICE? Is it people coming from other law enforcement backgrounds, or?
Yeah, what I'm reading is it's like 6 weeks of training for new people. I haven't read too much on it, but yeah, there's something like 47, 48 days of training before they start. We could demand that be doubled or.
Miradol, I disavow.
something like that, just to say, hey man, this is something we care about. It seems like the public cares a lot about it too.
I also think
here's
oh god.
Well, my thing is, like, overall, the Republicans and Trump are going to get blamed for a shutdown and anything bad that happens. Yes, Democrats will get blamed, but we don't need to win, like, the people over by 10, 20 points. Like, even just them getting blamed 5% more is enough to win elections.
Sure. And we're already on a...
Okay, but oh my God, this is what pisses me off, okay? I need to read this book. It's called, like, 48 Rules of Power. And I think I need to read it because I need to understand the Machiavellian mind. As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to pull it up in a moment. But my frustration is that, okay, do you guys know, as a matter of fact, I'm going to try not to be paternalistic. We're not trying to win elections just to win elections. Okay? We're not just trying to win elections. And I say collectively, we as patriotic Americans. Patriotic Americans should want to win elections so we can have competent people in charge of our government. And so we should pass legislation that actually affects Americans in a positive way. Okay? That's why we should want to win elections. So if you win elections by shafting tens of millions of Americans, by forcing them to go garbage, go searching for food in garbage cans, then you're kind of a piece of shit. So this is where I feel like the overly electorally focused people, they totally forget what the whole point of wielding power is, which is to advocate in the interest of the American people. And they just kind of look at it as like a numbers and optics game. Okay. And this was my criticism. There was one time that I was on a Dylan Burns panel, and I think in front of IRI, maybe Hutch, I was like, electoralism sucks. Okay. And all of the criticisms of electoralism that I have then I have now, which is we spend a shitload of time and a shitload of energy canvassing, going for elections, advocating for policy, lobbying, all that kind of stuff. And 99% of the energy is wasted because the second that the person actually gets into office, they don't have the ability to execute the agenda. And since they don't have the ability to execute the agenda without broad support, effectively like 99% of energy in American politics is wasted. And so what happens is we have this like technical class of electoral pundits who are not trying to figure out like how to, lead America into a new golden age. They're trying to figure out how to win the next election. And I would say if we're having an argument about, well, if starving people, through cutting off their SNAP program, if it helps, if it hurts the Republicans 5% more than us, then we win the election. It's like, bro, that's like some psycho shit. You know what I'm saying? Bong and stuff says you couldn't be Machiavellian. You talk too much. I mean, that's the truth. Death Lily says, Connor, morality only works if everyone is on the same plane in the game. The Republicans aren't, and trying to drag them back isn't working. I don't agree. Thomas Dudley says, low-key, Clausewitz does a better understanding of how power is done than 48 Rules of Art and War. Most people who quote On War haven't read it fully. Christian Blaris, which is why I recommend it. Ooh, okay. Okay. I always quote Clausewitz with the war is diplomacy by other means. I always quote him there, but I have not read On War. So I am just as guilty of the crime of which you accuse others. Fellrunner says the point is not to win. The point is to punish the current policies of the right. Hutch is worried we might not win because of it. Destiny is saying we need to respond to ICE. Okay. Good Grief Riff says we were trying to save the Republic here, bud. Sorry, win that election or don't. Yeah, but you want a republic, right? You don't want to rule over the ashes of a burnt out hellscape. AK Batu Size is like, skip the head 20 minutes. What did I miss? Just IRI coming on, and they're arguing about political efficacy of starving people. From the ashes for two says, Connor, you're always invited to the cookout, brother. Thank you. I still need to try oxtail. Somebody at the cookout in 2019. It was after the cookout. I was walking around with a bag of Sour Patch Kids, and I was like, hey, y'all want some Sour Patch Kids? And he was like, nah, you got some oxtail though? And I was like, what's oxtail? And they're like, you never had oxtail? And I was like, no. And he's like, well, you take an oxtail, you chop it up, you cover it in delicious herbs and spices from the Caribbean, and then you eat it like a kind of jerky. And I was like, wow, I've never had that. So I still haven't had oxtail yet, but I need to fix that.
And path, I think, right now, right?
Yeah, we're not going to blow that by shutting down the government. The government was shut down for 43 days, I think, and nobody gave a shit at all. I think Trump would have buckled eventually because the economy would have suffered. Like airports would have slowed down and stuff like that.
Maybe, yeah. The I think demanding Kristi Noem is gone too. I think it's reasonable. I can't believe.
Nice, Thomas Dudley. Nice.
The fact that she came out and just lied. It's so acceptable to just lie about ongoing investigations. She said so much dumb stuff. Did you see her Jake Tapper interview?
Yes.
And she defended all of it. Like
dressing her.
Yeah.
Do you think this is an act of domestic terrorism? Like, I think that's a valid question. And then she still lied about the event. Like, oh,
yeah, they were stuck in a snowbank and all that. Yeah, she was ramming them viciously. Like, although the only problem with that is that Trump also mirrored the language in a truth. And probably several truth posts, so I don't know how that would look, but yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like we have to start making big demands, and if it goes in a really, really bad direction, at some point I think we just kind of have to accept that, because I just can't believe it's only been 1 year. It's just crazy. We're like on the verge of considering like an invasion of Greenland. This is like the No New Wars party. We're probably bombing Iran within the next week. We've already deposed Venezuela's leader.
Yeah, but the cult's fracturing, dude. You're about to win. Can Democrats not seize victory or seize defeat from the jaws of victory? Can you just not? Can Democrats just stop? Can they just stop doing things? Because whenever they do things, they make things worse. Can y'all just like stop doing things? Because oftentimes when you think you're doing something, you're actually making it worse instead of making it better. So if you actually just like shut up and let things play out, you'd be better off. That's okay. This is what people posted. Counterpoints: we need a handyman chat for sharing projects and repairs we deal with, facilitate productive male bonding. That's true, Rob. That's true. But 303 Cage Rooster has an AI image of Vote Beef Supreme, President of Mount Goon, Muscle Manhood, and Mountain Pride. Amazing. Vote for Beef Supreme, President of Mount Goon, a cut above the rest. Vote for Beef Supreme, President of Mount Goon, a cut above the rest. I love it. I love it. This is, in my opinion, this is capturing the essence of the song "I'm Gay," the AI song. I think you have caught the essence perfectly. I think you did a great job. Well, who is it? Christian Blair says, how did beef steal my throne? Dude, you need to make competing stuff. You need to make a competing poster. You need to get into your local AI shop and start writing up Christian Valeris for Goonopolis. You need to go Art Deco, but the Art Deco skyscrapers look like phalluses. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Greenland, Denmark is sending troops to Greenland. Like,
yeah, we got to draw a line, man. Republicans won't do anything, so we got to. And in the end, your average American knows Trump's the president, so he's in charge of everything. They don't understand how the House works or the Senate. That's why I was making a joke.
Almost like direct democracy is super cringe.
Of like, you think you can go up to any American and say, how many votes do you need in the Senate to pass something? And they're going to go 60 votes and there's only 53 Republicans. And so you need 7 Democrats. They don't know any of that shit. So they're going to blame Trump and the Republicans for everything.
Christian Blair says chesticles, Cotter, chesticles, not dongs. Listen, man, I would vote for the chesticle mayor of Goonopolis over the dong mayor of Goonopolis.
No matter what he says.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what? It's so
sorry,
easy
hold on. I just want to clarify. Hutch did.
Anonymous chatter says, "What did I miss? You missed Beef Supreme's attempt to run for the mayor of Goonopolis. He's made campaign posters. Yeah. I mean, I think they're pretty good. I like them. Like if I was a homosexual member of Goonopolis, I might vote for this guy. You know what I'm saying? So Christian Valeris needs to come up with something that involves women in order to be running for the mayor of Goonopolis, in my opinion. But I think it's brilliant. Miradol says, not gonna lie, I'm a little bit scared about this stuff. It's okay to be scared. You're in the right place. We're all scared. We're all scared, Miradol. The horrors persist, but so do we. Good Grief Griff says, Connor complaining Dems about doing things is like yelling at the movies for the pretty blonde victim of the slasher film to just run faster. She should run faster, bro. She should run faster, bro. You're Danish. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my R slur of a president is bullying your country over Greenland. Truth be told, I don't think that we're going to physically invade and kill Danish troops. I think it would actually just be a violation of... what would it be a violation of? I think it would be a violation of NATO, acts of Congress, war powers resolution, all that stuff. I think it would be. And I don't think we're willing to kill our allies for the territory. What I do think is possible is, what is it? We bully you to the point that you sell it. I think that's entirely possible. And then also, Jimmy Carr actually did like a really, really, really funny thing. Danish troops, I don't think those exist in Greenland. I heard Germany was sending soldiers over, though. Yeah. I thought they said that Danish troops were deploying. I think somebody said that in chat a second ago. Let's Google it real quick. Let's just see, because that actually is wild, right? Danish troops deploy to Greenland. European military personnel arrive in Greenland as Trump say U.S. needs island. Yeah. So it's just saying European troops. I don't care if they're German or if they're Danish. They're, all the same, right? They're all the same. Flappy-headed Northern Europeans. From the Ashes for Two says, when is the first annual Golden Cog Awards? I don't know, but we should probably work on it. I agree with you there. Thank you for the chip, King. We're at 3 out of 10 on the current goal. We're at live for 4 hours and 30 minutes. We did surpass 2 goals today with 22 total super chats. Thank you, kings and queens. I will thank you guys. We're going to keep engaging with the content, but I want to check something out momentarily. What's the thing that I want to check out? Danish troops, invasion, Trump. Oh, Jimmy Carr. Jimmy Carr, Greenland video. All right, this was really, really mean. Really mean. And I know that Jimmy Carr is mean. But if this is a joke, it's funny. If this is serious, it's scary. But I want you to listen to it either way.
You've got the alternative is they take it. Should you sell it? Well, you've got the alternative is they take it. So, I mean, no offense to your fine military. Okay, why don't we just have a quick game? We're just going to ask a question. Hands up, who has a military where they can't even afford blanks, they've just got to say bang? Yeah, it's you, isn't it? It's fucking you. Bang. Yeah, Greenland's got... Well, you sold them the American Virgin Islands, right? Yeah. You sold them that, and what'd you get for that? How much? 25 million. For the British Virgin Islands. Okay, who's the negotiating team? What? We didn't put the fucking autistic boy on the case, did we? What the... So it's when was this? Was it 100 years ago? Even fucking 25 million is... You had a holiday home and you fucking sold it. What, sorry?
You used to say tactics back then. There was a Trump back then.
There was a Trump back then. The same tactics.
Yeah, the pressure to either sell it or they would take it.
Sell it or they would take it. Okay, well, fucking sell it. Have you learned nothing? You could militarize Some people are anti-war, but if you're anti-war, you better get on board with being very pro-suppression. Fuck. How many people are there in Greenland?
57,000.
57,000. Yeah, give me a more accurate figure. Is your name Alexa? You're good at this.
Okay, so if we take this as a joke, right? Like, it's absurd. It's absurd that we're threatening an ally in order to take their territory, where arguably we could achieve the same thing through a status of forces negotiation. Then yeah, this is raw absurdity. I'm sure the people of Greenland could be given a sufficient dollar amount that we would be able to give them military bases and corporations to develop natural resources and this, that, the other, and keep the Greenlanders happy while giving the Danish a cut to the point that the Danish feel happy, right? Like that. We could just do this through an updated status of forces agreement. And yet, Trump seems unilaterally focused on threatening our military and cultural and economic allies in order to obtain a piece of property. Let's face it, through expropriative force. He wants to say, here's a certain amount of money for it to be ours, and if you don't take it, then we're just going to take it. Right? This is also what we did to Mexico in the Mexican-American War. I don't know if you guys remember this. This was back when I was a kid. But Abraham Lincoln said that the Mexican-American War was one of the most immoral actions the United States had ever taken, because effectively we made 2 or 3 offers for the western half of the United States. Mexico told us to go pound sand, and eventually we just used a pretext in order to invade. So, yeah. Mira says Greenland wants to be sovereign. That is their dream, and we have to deal about that. So joining the U.S. is against all they want. Sure. Yeah, and Sen Patriarch says it's property we already use. That's what I'm saying. It's like, what does Greenland have that we need? So let's presume some kind of natural resource that we could develop, and let's presume military bases. Why can't we come up with a number that's beneficial to the Danish, the Greenlanders, and the United States? I don't think it really matters whose name is on the building as long as everybody's getting a fair shake. Yeah. Sen Patriarch says it's crazy enough that even my MAGA pops is saying it's too far. Yeah. I would say invading military, economic allies is bananas. So, yeah, Miradol says, well, maybe we'll want fancier bases, Miradol. Have you ever thought that we wanted fancier bases? You said we already have bases there since 1945. Have you ever thought maybe we want bigger ones? Maybe we want bigger ones, right? Maybe they don't. Maybe the Greenlanders don't want us to build bigger ones because it's going to be a lot of noise. But we got to say, hey, we want to build bigger ones, so here's some money. You know what I'm saying? Hans Mayer says Connor does absolutely not understand there is no price. Yeah, we kind of went over that. Kind of went over that earlier, Hans Mayer. So I'll just be vulgar for fun. So somebody walks up to you and they say, hey, let me put my finger in your bum. And you say no. And then you say, let me put your finger in my bum for $5. And you're like, no. And they're like, 20, no. 100, no. 1,000, maybe. 1 million. All right. That's what I'm saying. You're saying that, are you even Danish, Hans Mayer? You're German. I don't think you're allowed to fight wars for another. I don't think you're allowed to fight wars for another millennia. I think you guys are in the timeout chair for another couple of centuries. You know what I'm saying? From the Ashes for 5 says the guy talks about bombing Mexico and Canada 51st state. This is not a shocker. Even the worst thing he has done to our global standing in 1 year. No, he's terrible. It's totally immoral. I just think there is a moral line that shall not be crossed for no dollar amount. I think is absurd. I think it's absurd, especially if you're not Danish and you're not a Greenlander. So you're volunteering to go fight for Greenland sovereignty? I mean, Hans Mayer, I'm being a douchebag. And actually, I'm being a douchebag about something that's serious. if you felt that strongly about it, why wouldn't you go volunteer for Ukraine? You know what I'm saying? If you're not willing to defend Ukrainian sovereignty, why would you go volunteer for Greenlander sovereignty? Seems like there's a little bit of a moral inconsistency there. And it does seem like there's a dollar amount to which you would bend. Cena says, but in the case, why would Greenland trust the Trump to uphold any deal that he makes? They shouldn't. Trump's a bad guy. Trump is offering $500 billion. Yeah, see? $500 billion, guys. $500 billion. Listen, you have to understand. Let's say that the $500 billion was going straight to Greenlanders. Okay, I know it's not. It's probably going to Denmark. Why is this thing not doing it? But my split cam keeps popping up. Why does my split cam keep popping up? Whatever. Okay, let's do a calculator real quick. Calculator. 57,000 times what? 57,000 is the population of Greenland. Let's do like $1 million. Okay. 1 million. Okay. 57. So this is 1,000 million billion. For 500 billion, you could pay each Greenlander $1 billion. Okay. How much would you sell Florida for? $1 billion? Dude, I would sell Florida for $1 million. Each person gets 8 million. I might have mixed up my zeros. 1,000 million billion. Each person gets 8. Yeah, dude, I would happily sell Florida for 8 million. You know what I'm saying? You kidding me? Anonymous Shatter says, try not to derail. Lying I am. I missed the day news broke. Did you see Trump's led DOJ opening their BS investigation into Fed Chair Jerome Powell? About 2 out of 10 for Trump, 7 out of 10 for anyone else. Oh, absolutely. I think that Jerome Powell's term is up in like May or something, so he might not be able to permanently defend against a Trump sycophant. But I think it's kind of alarming that he's saying, you know, when does Jerome Powell's term end? Let's see. When does Jerome Powell's term end? 2028. Okay, so he's there for a while. I don't know where I heard that his term was up in like May or June. I could have been wrong. Powell's term as Fed chair ends in May, but he is not obligated to leave the Washington-based Board of Governors until 2028. Okay, so he'll be done as the chief of the what's Jerome Powell's title? Jerome Powell's title. He's the chair of the Federal Reserve. Okay, so he's still going to have influence after May. Yeah. Short says, I'd sell Florida for $20 in a Big Mac. I don't live in Florida. All right. Oh, anyways, one people, one pile. Dude, Christian Valaris, put that into your campaign speech. One people, one pile. All right. Anyways, quick shill. We're getting towards the end of stream. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We're currently at a 5 out of 10 with 30 minutes left in the stream, or 30 minutes left in the goal, excuse me. But I'm probably going to be here for another 20 minutes. It's 2:13. My boss, Christian Valera, said I can't leave until 2:30 p.m. EST. No Morench. I'll promote you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got you real serious. There you go. Congratulations. Welcome to the COG again.
Did not oppose another shutdown fight. He supports pushing ICE reforms. He's not opposed to another fight. Sorry. Maybe I hadn't made it deep enough in yet, but it sounded like there was a little bit of opposition there. But
I got the impression Hutch did not want to shut down the government over ICE.
Well, maybe you haven't listened enough to this video that you were part of the podcast. I'm just kidding.
I space out sometimes, man. They just go at each other for a while. Maybe I missed it. I don't know. I did not get the feeling that he was down to fight, but I think like the momentum's there right now to do it, just to pick a fight over anything. And in fact,
Bell Runner, I don't hate your chats. Why do I hate your chats? What are you talking about?
People want to see a fight from the left. They don't want to see people capitulate and just do nothing.
Yeah.
Did you see Yellow Shirt Guy?
Who's Yellow Shirt Guy?
I'm asking IRI.
My
bad.
My bad. My bad.
Back in the day.
Yeah, sorry, wrong stream, Steve. You've heard of him? Okay, the yellow shirt guy. He was on, I don't know, he was on some random fucking stream. I think it was Status Quo or whatever, or like Status Quo News or whatever. And he was just going off at a ICE protest, being like, "It's the time for talking is past. Like we need to."
Is that Andre Sondolescu? Is he beefing with ICE people right now?
They're fucking killing these guys. The next time I come here to this protest, I'm gonna come with a gun. Yeah, I think the people are pretty fed up with it.
You can 100% get arrested for that, by the way. If you say, hey, I'm going to go get my gun, and when I come back, I'm going to kill people, they're going to Baker Act you. I don't even know if it's criminal per se, because you have to have like a certain level of imminence for death or great bodily harm in order for it to be like a threat, like assault or aggravated assault. But at that point, if you say, hey, I'm going back to my house, I'm going to get a gun, I'm coming back, and when I come back, I'm going to start shooting people, Baker Act. Baker Act, bro. Baker Act, I don't know if it's nationwide. I know it's in Florida for sure, and I've heard other people talk about it in other states, so I think it's nationwide. But the Baker Act effectively states that if you pose an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself or others, a law enforcement officer can take you into custody and without volunteer commit you to a mental health facility. So if somebody said that to me, I'm yanking them out of the crowd. I'm yanking them out of the crowd, and they're going to an asylum. And if I can find a statute that applies, talk too loudly in a church, believe it or not, Baker Act. Talk too loudly in a movie theater, believe it or not, also Baker Act. Talk too quiet at a party, believe it or not, also Baker Act. Fell Runner says, Connor, later in the Hutch combo, they ask about whether they believe Trump will try to enact martial law, the insurance section, or pausing the elections. What are those thoughts? I don't know. I could fast forward and see if I could get to it real quick, but we're kind of in a flow. I guess. Do you have a timestamp? Do you have a timestamp, Fell Runner?
Damn. Are you talking about what, yellow shirt guy from the gaming marathon?
No,
like 10 years ago?
I'll send you the video. It's just some random guy who was in a yellow shirt. I'll send you the video.
Oh, okay. Because there is an actual yellow shirt guy who's famous for being weird at
No, Batusai, I did not notice you leaving and coming back.
a gaming convention. Do you know about that, Steven?
This isn't the same. This isn't red shirt guy who did the lore
I think
correction.
it's red shirt guy at the WoW one. Yeah.
Oh, red shirt guy.
Yeah, he played Echo the Dolphin at some I forgot what it was called, the old school video game marathon they used to do. Yeah.
I'm fast forward a little bit.
Yeah, I see him on YouTube chat, but I don't think he's in the Discord server. I can't perms him. Sorry, what were you saying?
Chuck Schumer sounded like he doesn't want to do anything already, that they're making progress on appropriations, so he doesn't care, but we'll see. We'll see what he comes up with. I don't know. It's a tough situation. But like you said, we've got Republicans on the ropes right now, so it's not really necessary to do much right now anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You're winning. Why would you force a potential error while you're winning? Right? Like, I understand that they're saying that any government shutdown, because Trump's in charge and because there's a Republican Congress is in charge, but at the same time, there are popular narratives about Democrats shutting it down. So, for instance, like during the winter shutdown with the food stamps coming up, the narrative that was prominent in conservative circles, I'm not saying it was true, I'm just saying it was prominent, was that left-wingers, liberals and Democrats were willing to hold food stamps hostage in order to give illegal immigrants health care, right? And that might not have worked in Democrat circles, but at the same time, like the argument is actually about like emergency room reimbursements for hospitals treating illegal immigrants, which I think is fine. I don't care about that. But the point is that was the narrative, and it was a pernicious narrative that spread like wildfire on social media. So yeah, like it could hurt the Republicans 5% more than it hurts the Democrats. It's still like a really, really, really pernicious and evil narrative. So if you're already winning, why are you gonna potentially take a risk like that? I don't understand.
Yeah, maybe
dying or quitting. I mean, they're losing their majority.
Yeah, the 2025 elections were very bad for the Republicans, and it's only going to get worse because it's all about the economy, and Trump's not doing anything. Like, Venezuela is not going to change anything at all.
Yeah.
And Iran's not going to change anything. We're one Black Hawk helicopter going down away from the public getting pissed at Trump. And
international thing. Yeah. And domestically, that would be so horrible too. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, the no new wars president presiding over a special forces military operation that goes sideways would be super bad optically, obviously.
It's going to be the resolution, or do you think it's just going to fade away? Like my intuition on this, and I haven't followed.
Yeah, no, I'm with conservative liberalism. Sorry for interrupting again. They're winning, but what do they do if they don't push for anything? Democrats are fine to make ass, but they need to actually look at some polling and find a direction that works. And then running on not Trump in 2026 is limp. Doing so in 2028, when he assumedly isn't running, is even worse. Find a cause. Yeah. And I've talked to, who is it? Ryan Getty. I talked to Ryan Getty about Democrats and liberals and what like the liberal of the future needs to be. And he was talking about effectively like a technocratic abundance. He felt like abundance liberalism is kind of like soulless and overly focuses on policy and red tape slashing and this, that, the other, and it has no moral content. But I think that we talked about like torch liberalism, like wanting to rededicate ourselves to the principles of the Republic and carrying the light of liberalism forward. But I also think that the patriot liberal is another label that I think people could seize upon. Because correct me if I'm wrong, like patriot just has to do with like allegiance or pride in a society, right? Patriot definition: a person who loves, supports, and defends their country and his interests, often showing a deep devotion. Dude, I love torchbearers. I love torch liberal, but I also love patriot liberal. Patriot liberal would be great, and it kind of like conveys the sense of, you know, like having a spine and militarism and ideological beliefs and this, that, the other. Torch works for me. Patriot works for me. But at the same time, I think that if you don't have something more to offer besides like technocratic red tape slashing in order to build infrastructure projects, it's cool, but it's not enough.
Well, any domestic and Minnesota local news closely. Is there a chance that this guy, the ICE guy, like just evades all charges? They don't give anything to the Minnesota Police Department and just nothing happens to him?
Correct. As a matter of fact, if I was a betting man, that's what I would bet on.
Absolutely. This guy, he's not going to be charged with anything.
And then
thank you, IRI.
What does that look like?
You saw the prosecutors quit, right? Like they quit because the DOJ is investigating her partner and her for being part of a larger network.
Yeah.
And the Civil Rights Division.
Oh, Connor, hypothetical. What is the non-unlawful disobedience solution to the potential threat from a rogue president that wants to enable the instance section? I think you meant the Insurrection Act. Start curfews and pause elections? No, I think at that point it's civil disobedience, civil war time. If it was a what is it, like fall of 2028, and Donald Trump was using the Insurrection Act to start curfews and pause elections to benefit JD Vance in any way, yeah, it's time for mass protests, mass civil disobedience, and if it escalates civil war, of course it's time for that. It's you understand that like Trump and MAGA, I would argue with January 6, 2021, but also with the way that they've conducted themselves in this presidency, they've been like a hair's breadth away from low-level civil conflict, realistically. But yeah, they've been playing with fire the entire time. They've been playing with fire the entire time. I would argue that Charlie Kirk getting shot, as much as it might be like a random schizo guy who did it, I would argue that if you saw things like this, invoking the Insurrection Act, starting curfews and pausing elections, you would see more of that kind of thing. Absolutely.
Had a bunch of people quit at DOJ as well, because usually they get involved if there's a police shooting, and they're not being involved at all. So they are not investigating this guy at all.
What do you think is
free, bro?
What do you think happens from that?
I mean, he's the poster boy for ICE now. Like, come join ICE.
Fellrunner says, "What is Congress supposed to do?" Fellrunner is. I'm sorry, Fellrunner. I was about to yell like you were supposed to do it. No, you are not supposed to craft policy. Congress is supposed to craft policy. Okay, Congress is supposed to be our technocratic elite gathered in Washington, D.C. in order to discuss issues that are vital to the American public, and then crafting legislation that actually deals with the problems of everyday Americans. So you're saying, what is Congress supposed to do? Congress is not supposed to shut. Yeah, Congress is not supposed to shut down. They're supposed to write and propose legislation that improves the lives of everyday Americans. And then they're supposed to go to their compatriots in their party, find sufficient support from their party in order to advance it through a committee and then on the floor. And they also need to be constantly negotiating with the other side in order to find like-minded people who might be sympathetic to their bill, and then maybe amending their bill as it makes it through committee and the crafting process in order to make sure that they're actually making something that everyone views as a benefit. That's what Congress is supposed to be doing. Instead, what Congress does, in my opinion, is they spend a majority of their times on elections and fundraising. They spend a majority of their time, similar to IRI was like earlier, where he's like, well, if we engage in this behavior, who does it hurt more? So which party seizes more power when? I think they spend a disproportionate amount of time gaming elections than they do actually crafting legislation. The president has to sign bills. Fellrunner, you're totally right. But guess what? The president had to sign the Epstein bill because it was passed almost unanimously in the House, and I think it was passed unanimously in the Senate. And so even though he knew that bill was going to screw him, there was such broad bipartisan support for the Epstein bill that it passed. Now, of course, he's been screwing with it since and breaking the law, and Congress hasn't done anything about it. But I would say the second we have a Democratic House, and the second, we probably won't get a Democratic Senate, but let's say that we did. The second that happens, he should be impeached for his violations of the Epstein Act. 100%. Real Serious ARS 100, thank you for the donation, King. When it comes to blatantly evil regimes, Iran, Venezuela, how do you separate the approach between MAGA and Democrats? For example, if Biden made decisions to intervene in Venezuela and Iran, how would you feel? Oh, I'm a neocon. I think that these things would be good. But I want to see them technocratically. I overuse that term. I would want to see them executed in a geopolitically, diplomatically, militarily intelligent way that doesn't screw over the planet. That's what I want. I have no problems with kidnapping Maduro. I have problems with him not doing it with the consent of Congress and then not having a plan for Venezuela afterwards, and then pretending that just because he kidnapped Maduro, Venezuela was now the 51st state of the United States of America. I think that's incompetent and stupid. Fellrunner says, Connor, if Congress can utilize the government shutdown to push this admin away from these things, is that acceptable? Yeah, sure. Sure. We're always doing a utilitarian calculus of when a government shutdown is appropriate, of course. Big in Gaming says, Trump literally just told Reuters that maybe we shouldn't have midterms, so take that for what you think. I mean, he says crazy shit like that all the time. I'll believe it when I see it. And once again, he's a lame duck, guys. He's 1 year away. What is it, November of this year, and then he's a lame duck? It's going to be great. And if he does invoke the Insurrection Act, if he does impose a curfew, if he does try to rig the elections, you better believe that I'm going to be encouraging you to peacefully and patriotically disobey civilly in an intelligent way that's not going to get you killed. Okay? That was such a blow. The Einstein folders, they definitely didn't help. Conservative liberalism says, honestly, it only passed because Trump told them to go ahead and vote for it, but Trump could have vetoed it and the votes wouldn't be there to override it if he wanted to go that route, but it would be political suicide. Yeah, and that's because of rebels in the political party like Marjorie Taylor Greene, like Lauren Boebert, and like Thomas Massie. You guys are saying because like, oh, people are not acting in an ideal way, therefore it doesn't count. Why not? Why can't we be doing the right thing for the wrong reasons? And why can't we celebrate the right thing being done, even if it's done for the wrong reasons? Fellrunner says, okay, that's what Destiny is arguing for here in this combo. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the attention to this matter. You're welcome. Real Serious says, wasn't he a lame duck when he lost the elections also? No. Real Serious, in American parlance, a lame duck president is somebody who has lost Congress and therefore does not have the capacity to implement their will. That's typically what we refer to as a lame duck. So for instance, like I think Obama, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Obama was referred to as a lame duck in his last year and a half or so because he lost Congress. And so as a result, the only thing he could do was executive orders. So anyways.
You get to shoot libs. I mean, I don't know. I don't think they give a shit. They're happy this happened. They don't care at all. They're like, awesome. One less annoying person blocking eyes.
From the Ashes says, I've successfully infiltrated my local MAGA gun club. They don't know they have a lib sleeper agent amongst them if things go south post midterms. Okay, well, let's keep it legal from the Ashes. Keep it legal, okay? Thank you for the super chat, though.
What, you thought that they were going to actually prosecute this guy and try to charge him with something? No way.
No, I'm curious, like, where the I don't see him in any room. Hutch, what room are you saying you're in? I see game room 1, 2, and 3. I don't see anybody named Hutch in any of these rooms. Okay. What I guess
boom. Guess what? Guess what? It's 2:30, kings and queens. It's time to do our other jobs. It's time to listen to our other favorite creators. But, excuse me, I do parasocially love you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Drakara says, at the end of the year, can we have you do a stream where you tier list all of your drawings long ways? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, we can do that. I want to thank the 26 people who super chatted, and I want you guys to give me some stuff. No, I don't want to go back to work. Okay, sorry. But give me some stuff in chat that I'll engage with before I dip out. But from the Ashes, thank you for the 5. Real Serious with the 100 ARS. Anonymous Chatter with the 10. From the Ashes with the 5. From the Ashes with the 2. From the Ashes with the 2. From the Ashes with the 5. From the Ashes with the 2. From the Ashes with the 2. Alexi Time with the 20. Thank you, King. Christian Vlaris with the 5. Sun Patriarch with the 2. Fell Runner with the 2. Jeb Kush with the 5. Grassroots with the 20. Anonymous Chatter with the 5. Anonymous Chatter with the 20. It's Dubwa. I'm going to call him It's W. Or I'm going to call him It's Dub-Wah, like an orc. Thank you for the 2. Grassroots with the 20. Anonymous with the 5. From the Ashes with the 5. From the Ashes with the 2. Vazraka with the 1. From the Ashes, thank you for chipping so much today. You chip. Chips add up, man. Thank you for the chips today. Vazraka, thank you for being my favorite lurker who, hi, Brooklyn, by the way, if Brooklyn ever stops by, thank you for being my other favorite lurker, Brooklyn. But Vazraka, thank you for being my other favorite lurker, for chipping in all the time. Anonymous with the 10, Fell Runner with the 2, and Anonymous with the 20. Thank you, kings and queens. From the Ashes says, standing back and standing by, Connor with the $2. I'll let you know when it's time to do illegal stuff. Okay. I'll let you know when it's time, but it's not time to do illegal stuff. And also I want you to protect yourselves. I do not want you to hurt yourselves. Okay. I want you to be healthy, happy, and to live another century. All right. Beef Supreme says, no, I don't want to go back to work. My apologies. Fellrunner says, finally can focus on my family, I guess. Yeah, go focus on your family. Real Serious is not trying to Fed post here, but where do you draw the line for violence? Is not admitting election loss, not it. If so, where? Yeah, trying to overthrow the 2028 elections. I think it's time for civil disobedience. And if that civil disobedience doesn't result, then at that point, it would probably be time for violence. I'll let you know when. I have a much higher tolerance for violence than you guys do. So I'll let you know when. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, kitten. Beef Supreme says, also, Connor, we need a whaler channel named Moby Dick. True. The Melody says, so are you going to join the UFA at some point? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. We need to get these labels right. We need to get these labels right. We need to get the channel right. We need to secure some stuff. Like I said, there's some personal stuff going on that's kind of intense. So I need to see how that settles. But yeah, in general, if there are politically passionate, decent human beings who want a better America, even if they're liberals, even if they're progressive, I'll work with them in order to try to minimize the damage being done by the MAGA movement. And in the future, if they want to work together in order to improve the country, then I'm pretty much down to work with anybody who has that as a goal. Conservatism says, engage with this. I wasn't trying to not give credit to the Republican dissenters. Oh, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Well, QC John, that just kicked in. I'm just saying the files were illegally redacted and we need to hold feet to the fire. Everyone who votes needs to. Agreed, conservatism. But the way that we do that is by hopefully the Democrats stomp the Republicans in the midterms. At minimum, they get a hold of the House of Representatives. At maximum, I don't think there's a strong shot they're going to get the Senate, but it's possible, I suppose. I guess anything's possible. If they got both the House and Senate, it would be to start articles of impeachment immediately. And it would also be to try to find a few Republican dissenters in the Senate immediately to do articles of impeachment, 100%. So, they need to focus on that too. Beef Supreme with the 20. Thank you, King. Beef Supreme claims a cut above the rest, but it's all rump roast CV. Christian Valeris is a sugar pea, enough to cut through the meat of these issues. Vote for CV for maximum mufferdom of your PP. Good Lord. I love it. And I love the comment and thank you for the super chat. Real Serious says, okay, when that happens, I can fund your rebellion with 1,000 pesos super chats. Your BB guns will be stocked. Thank you. I appreciate it. Xena says they could theoretically get a 67 Senate seat if it's a perfect sweep. I don't think we'll get that lucky, but that's cool to know. Jonah says, I don't know if I need some fire campaign posters from Christian Valeris. Beefs were pretty fire. I know. Check Discord real quick. Okay, why are we there we go. Let's take a look. Here we go. All right. BB equals 1,057 men. Good God. One vote, one pile. Christian Valeris with a pile of cash and 3 attractive women. Good job. All right. I think the straight and bi gooners need to vote for Christian Valeris. I think the straight homosexual gooners need to vote for Beef Supreme, and we need to see how many bi traders we have and how many straights we have vote for the gay candidate. Is Connor going to suppress the girl elections? No, I am interested in girl election integrity. All right. I'm going to run. I got things to do. I parasocially love you guys. Thank you. If I ever say something ungrateful for your guys' presence or how many people we got watching or the donos or whatever, just know I'm an idiot. Know that I'm incredibly grateful and thankful and happy to be your streamer. And as much as I want to be your favorite streamer, I understand that there are many streams out there, but I appreciate you flying Counterpoints Airlines, and I appreciate you chipping and oiling to make sure that we can keep doing this. Real Serious says, you're our idiot. Thank you. Patriarch says, we know, love. Fell Runner says, Allah Ak barbecue. True. Our streamer. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, left-handed salute. Thank you, Fashion 40, for the $2. Parasocial love. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.